Let's talk about devils, you know, those gnarly creatures with horns and wings that are supposed to lead humans astray. But hold on to your hats, because the real devils are a bit different. They're the ultimate masters of disguise, living among us mere mortals and feeding on our deepest, darkest desires. Over time, these crafty devils have evolved to become drop-dead gorgeous, turning heads and making hearts race wherever they go. So, the next time you bump into a stunning stranger on the street, just remember they might be a devil in disguise. Our story kicks off on a train packed with people minding their own business, when suddenly, a man holding a poster that screams devils, shocking, they really exist, starts causing a scene. He's yelling about how the world is overflowing with evil because people are drowning in their sinful desires, and he's pointing the finger at our unsuspecting male lead. Talk about a wild morning commute. Flashback to earlier that day. Hyunshin, our protagonist, had gotten himself into a car accident. When his buddy called to offer a ride, Hyunshin declined, opting for the subway instead. His friend tried to argue, but Hyunshin hung up on him like a boss. You see, every once in a while, Hyunshin takes public transportation to work, even though his mysterious ability makes crowded places a real pain in the neck. But he's gotta do it to keep himself grounded, you know? Today, though, luck is just not on his side. Thanks to the crazy guy screaming at him, everyone's starting to stare, and Hyunshin's annoyance is rising faster than a thermometer in a sauna. Fed up, Hyunshin stands up, ready to call his pal Jaeun, when a girl pipes up and asks if he's okay. He tells her to mind her own beeswax, his eyes glowing an eerie red, and wonders why the universe is throwing all these irritating curveballs his way. The girl, persistent as ever, asks again if he's alright. The screaming man glares at her, trying to figure out who she is, and then makes a move to grab her. But before he can lay a finger on her, Hyunshin snatches his hand and squeezes it so hard, the guy lets out a blood-curdling scream. The girl stares at Hyunshin, and he asks her to repeat what she just said. She does, and he's shocked, wondering how she's not affected by his powers. They engage in an intense staring contest until the girl nervously looks away, and Hyunshin realizes he's been making eye contact for way too long. He turns his face away, thinking here it comes, but she just politely asks him to release the man's hand. Hyunshin, surprised, asks her why, considering the man was about to get violent with her. She explains that she's against fighting fire with fire, and while she appreciates his help, he should let the guy go ASAP. Another staring contest ensues, and Hyunshin realizes she's telling the truth, so he releases the man's hand. The girl thanks him, and Hyunshin is about to ask her a question when the police show up, pointing at the screaming man. They inform him that they received a report about him causing trouble, and even though he denies it, they've got video evidence. As they escort him off the train, the girl films the whole thing with her phone, and Hyunshin watches her, intrigued. When she notices him staring, she clarifies that while she's against violence, she's not about to let the situation slide. She had secretly recorded the man harassing Hyunshin and sent the footage to the cops. Hyunshin, eyes back to normal, stares at her in disbelief. Then, he glances at the man, who's now claiming to be the victim and showing off the bruises Hyunshin gave him. Hyunshin's eyes turn red again, and he warns the man that if he says one more word, he'll really break his wrist. The police drag the man away, who's now head over heels for Hyunshin, thanks to his special power. As the train doors close, Hyunshin realizes he was supposed to get off at that stop. The story continues with Hyunshin making his fashionably late entrance at the DV Plastic Surgery Hospital where he works. His colleague immediately notices something's up and asks if everything's okay. Oh, and by the way, Hyunshin's consultation got pushed back by 10 minutes, because apparently, being a devil doesn't mean you can escape the consequences of tardiness. Hyunshin, being the mysterious guy he is, asks his colleague if he can find someone for him. His friend, being the helpful chap he is, suggests that Muan is the go-to guy for this kind of thing, but Hyunshin's not having it. He knows that Muan will bombard him with a million questions about the girl he's looking for, and he's not ready for that kind of interrogation. So, he makes his colleague swear to keep this whole thing under wraps. Now, here's where it gets funny. Hyunshin's colleague starts grilling him for information about the girl, but our boy is drawing blanks left and right. He doesn't know her name, age, or where she lives. The only thing he knows is where he met her, which, let's be real, isn't much to go on. His colleague, understandably frustrated, asks if Hyunshin at least remembers what she looks like. Nope, he's got nothing. At this point, his colleague is probably wondering why he's even trying to find this mystery girl, but Hyunshin's got his reasons. He's got something to confirm, and that's all that matters. As Hyunshin opens the door to his office, he's thinking that it doesn't matter if he can't remember what the girl looks like because if he sees her again, he'll know it's her. Lo and behold, guess who's sitting in his office? That's right, the very girl he's been looking for. Talk about a coincidence, or maybe it's just devil's luck. Now, let's take a step back and talk about the 7 deadly sins. We've got pride, lust, wrath, sloth, gluttony, greed, and envy. Back in the day, devils born from these emotions were living their best lives, roaming around battlefields, social gatherings, and even the black market, just to satisfy their cravings. But as times changed, so did the devils. They had to adapt to survive in the human world, so they got themselves some specialized jobs and blended in like chameleons. Fast forward to the present day, and we find ourselves in a plastic surgery clinic, where some of these devils have gathered to pursue people's desires. Dr. Kim, one of the devils, is making his way to the break room when he's stopped by 2 women who are clearly smitten with him. He's got that devilish charm, you know? After a bit of small talk, he heads into the break room, where he finds 3 other doctors, aka devils, casually sipping on some blood. Dr. Kim, being the responsible one, reminds them to clean up after themselves, especially before Hyunshin shows up. Dr. Shin Muan, from the mammon species, the one that feeds on greed, apologizes for the mess. Then, Dr. Ubitin, the Leviathan species devil who thrives on envy, asks about Hyunshin's whereabouts while handing Dr. Kim a pint of blood. When he learns that Hyunshin took the subway again, everyone's surprised, especially Muan. They reminisce about the last time Hyunshin used the train and how they had to pick him up because of all the people who fell head over heels for him. Dr. Kim Jae-eun, the Beelzebub species devil who's all about that gluttony life, pours himself a cup of blood and drinks it like it's no big deal. Muan then brings up the fact that it's a shame Hyunshin can't stand the sight of blood, a problem that started 2 years ago. The adorable Dr. Lee Jongwon, the Satan species devil who's into wrath, innocently asks if there's a medicine to cure Hyunshin's blood aversion. Muan, in a moment of tough love, calls him an idiot, and the 2 start bickering. Jae-eun, the pacifist, just watches and wishes there was a miracle cure for Hyunshin. Meanwhile, in Hyunshin's office, we've got a stare-off between him and the mystery girl, whose name we now know is Ju Aina. She's surprised to learn that the guy from the train is actually a doctor, a role she thinks doesn't quite fit him. When Hyunshin asks her what size boobs she wants, she says size D, but he's quick to point out that bigger isn't always better. Ju Aina, not one to back down, fires back, suggesting that maybe it's his lack of skills that's the problem. The tension in the room is thicker than Jaeun's blood smoothie, and Hyunshin accuses Ju Aina of being rude to him since their first encounter. Ju Aina's surprised because she's been holding back until now. Hyunshin's mind is racing, trying to figure out why she's not affected by his devilish charms like everyone else. He wonders why she asked if he was alright on the train. Ju Aina, in a moment of vulnerability, shares that she once had a hard time asking for help, but someone was there to offer a helping hand. She thought Hyunshin might be in a similar situation. Hyunshin, ever the realist, points out that most people wouldn't do what she did. Then, he asks the million-dollar question, why does she want the surgery? Ju Aina flinches, clearly not expecting the question. She tells him it's personal and emphasizes that she really needs the surgery. Hyunshin, in a plot twist that shocks her, says he can't do it. Our fiery female lead is ready to burn the hospital down after the doctor's brutal rejection, but before she can unleash her inner pyromaniac, he slaps his schedule right in her face. She takes a closer look and notices that, despite his packed agenda, there are a few days without appointments. She's quick to point out these gaps, which he casually brushes off as his well-deserved off days. Oh, and let's not forget the fact that he has a limit on the number of surgeries he performs. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, she asks him the same question again, but he hits her with the same old nope, not gonna happen reply. But then, he suggests a date that makes her gasp louder than a soap opera star, and as if that wasn't enough, he has the audacity to recommend she takes her business elsewhere. He even brags about being the best in the biz before sashaying away, leaving her jaw on the floor and her mind blown. Now, let's switch gears and head over to a new scene where Ju Li-na is throwing a tantrum that would put a toddler to shame. The poor, innocent cup of coffee is bearing the brunt of her fury, and it's just a sip away from being completely sacrificed to the floor gods. She can't stop thinking about Dr. Arrogance and his busy schedule, and in her rage, she crushes the coffee pack, spilling its guts all over the place. She whips out her phone and starts furiously browsing for alternatives, mumbling curses that would make a sailor blush, all while ignoring the curious stares from the people around her. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Dr. Hyunshin is in the middle of an operation, and get this, he doesn't pass out at the sight of blood. The nurses are practically fainting from the surprise, but our boy Hyunshin is as cool as a cucumber. After the surgery, he struts over to Jae-yoon's office to spill the tea about this bizarre experience. His friend, who looks like he's one breath away from keeling over, is flabbergasted by Hyunshin's sudden appearance. Hyunshin dishes about his newfound tolerance for blood, even if it was just a fleeting moment, and his pal is absolutely gobsmacked. Despite his surprise, Hyunshin plays it off like it's no big deal and decides to investigate the cause of this miraculous change. This prompts his colleague to go on a soul-searching journey through Hyunshin's daily activities, hoping to find some answers. After an awkward silence that feels like an eternity, Hyunshin finally confesses his encounter with a mysterious lady who managed to look him in the eye without falling head over heels. His friend nearly loses his mind over the poorly timed revelation, connecting the dots between this woman and the one from earlier. Fast forward to later that day, and we find Li-na mindlessly scrolling through her phone, still wallowing in the pit of despair over the whole surgery fiasco. Suddenly, her phone rings, and lo and behold, it's none other than Dr. Dreamboat himself. A few minutes later, she's back at the hospital, still fuming over the way Hyunshin treated her before, but he couldn't care less. In fact, he has the nerve to poke fun at her outfit, recognizing it from their previous encounter. But our girl isn't about to sit there and take his bullying lying down, so she claps back with a vengeance. However, Hyunshin is as unflappable as ever, and he closes the distance between them, his minty breath tickling her face as he leans in to whisper a tantalizing offer in her ear. If she can hold his gaze and turn him down, he'll do her surgery, no more delays. He leans in close, and for a wild second, Ina thinks this arrogant jerk might actually try to kiss her right here. She shoves him back hard, blurting out that she's already seeing someone. The look of stunned disbelief on Hyunshin's face, the man who's surely never been rejected in his life, is almost comical. Ina quickly turns away, flustered that she came that close to locking lips with him for real. Out of nowhere, Hyunshin informs her she'll be starting work at the hospital tomorrow. Ina's baffled, what's he on about? He reminds her of their deal, let him try that stunt and fail, and he'd give her the surgery. But how does that involve a job? He smirks, by making her an employee, he can simply slot her into his schedule whenever there's an opening. Fat chance, she scoffs, she's already gainfully employed. Until Hyunshin mentions the salary, 400 a month? Now he's got her attention. She can do as she pleases, he adds silkily, except when he calls for her. Ina squints suspiciously, why the sudden helpfulness? Is he crushing on her or something? Hyunshin levels with her. This isn't charity, there are strings attached. When she presses what exactly those might be, he hedges, leaving Ina to wonder just what this silver-tongued fox might try to make her do. She'll have to stay steely, unfazed no matter what. Hyunshin flashes that subtle smile again. May he continue? As if she can stop him, Ina thinks begrudgingly. He reveals his bizarre inability to operate when blood is involved. Ina's dumbstruck, so how has he even managed till now? Pure force of will apparently, but for some reason, being around her seems to ease that aversion. She gives an incredulous laugh. Is he seriously implying he's fallen for her? He should abandon that nonsense right now. For a beat, Hyunshin looks almost tempted to lock her up and persuade her properly. But just as suddenly, Ina cuts him off. Fine, she'll take the freaky job. He blinks, caught off guard as she asks to start tomorrow, adding that he'd better keep his distance on her other workdays. Reminded that she said she can't trust him, Ina allows she did say that, but he clearly needs her assistance, whether he'll admit it or not. That last word seems to rankle Hyunshin. As she extends her hand for a shake, he brushes past curtly. Just be there 9 a.m. sharp, don't be late. Next morning at the hospital, the receptionist greets Ina warmly enough until she announces she's Dr. Hyunshin's new assistant. The clerk's demeanor abruptly freezes over as she leads Ina down the hall in frosty silence. Ushering her into Hyunshin's office, the secretary shoots Ina one last withering glare before Hyunshin dismisses her brusquely. Ina's left puzzled over that icy reception. Hyunshin gestures to a tiny adjoining room painted all in black. This will be her workspace, already outfitted with necessities like a desk, computer, and bizarrely, a bed. She eyes the gloomy little cell uncertainly. Is this some weird aesthetic of his? Without preamble, Hyunshin grips her face, staring intently into her eyes as she squirms, awkwardly asking if he plans to operate soon. He confirms it tersely, warning her to ignore any other guys who turn up. Other guys? But he's already sweeping out, leaving her thoroughly nonplussed in the strange little room and unexpectedly relieved to have him gone. Finally free of Hyunshin's overbearing presence, Ina decides to snoop around his starkly minimalist office a bit. How boring, just the bare necessities on his desk. She checks the drawers instead and pauses as she picks up a framed photo lying face down. Did she knock it over? Turning it around, she's met with the image of a gorgeous, dark-haired woman with sultry eyes. Well, hello there, beauty, Ina mutters. Is this Hyunshin's girlfriend? Her heart stutters. Wait, was the frame already knocked over before she touched it? Panicking slightly, she debates whether to stand it up or just leave it. That's when a voice suddenly whispers in her ear that the photo was originally laid down that way. Ina startles with a yelp, whipping around to find herself face to face with a smirking stranger. Who the hell is this guy? Instead of answering, he simply sizes her up appraisingly and remarks that so she's the medicine he's heard whispers about, whatever that means. He extends his hand politely to introduce himself, but Ina just stares, making no move to shake it. Rolling his eyes, the suave stranger urges her to quit being rude and take his hand already. Reluctantly she does, and instantly feels an inexplicable thrill course through her at his electrifying touch. For this Shin Muan is what's known as a mammon, a devilish incubus who feeds off the potent emotion of greed through the power of his hands alone. To him, mortals are but playthings to be toyed with and manipulated at his whim. Just yesterday, he'd spotted his nurse cohorts Bitten and Jongwon shamelessly eavesdropping outside Hyunshin's office. When Muan asked what they were doing, Bitten just hissed at him to shut up. Apparently the mystery patient from that morning had returned. Muan wasn't shocked by that tidbit, until Bitten added that it was Hyunshin himself who summoned her back. Now that piqued his curiosity. Why would the cold, workaholic surgeon go out of his way like that? As he tried peering through the door's frosted glass, Jongwon desperately shushed him, saying he couldn't hear a thing over Muan's loud mouth. But it was too late. Hyunshin had spotted them lurking and came out swinging, fixing them all with a piercing glare before slamming the door definitively. While Bitten and Jongwon slinked off, for the greedy Muan, Hyunshin's uncharacteristic behavior only fanned the flames of his unholy fascination. Just what or who was so special about this patient? Back in the present, still gripping Ina's hand insistently, Muan demands to know why exactly Hyunshin brought her here as his assistant. As she hesitates, recalling the doctor's cryptic warning, Muan is incredulous that she won't divulge the secret. Ina apologizes but insists she has work to do, politely extracting her hand from his, only for Muan to suddenly seize it again in dismay. Was that a dismissive "let go of my hand" she just uttered? He quizzes her intently. Does she truly feel nothing from his bewitching touch? No racing pulse, no dizzying new perspective on his rapturous appearance? As Ina gapes at him blankly, utterly unfazed, the smug incubus is left floored. Just who or what in the hell did Hyunshin bring into his midst? Muan rushes to spill the juicy news about this bizarre new assistant to the rest of the crew in the break room, hatching a devious plan they dub Operation Seduce Ina. First up is Bitten, who prides himself on being able to enthrall anyone with his sultry voice alone. He tries working his magic on Ina, only to be met with stony indifference. Next is Jongwon's turn to give it a go, relying on his cute, boyish looks to win hearts. As he bats his lashes at her, Muan notices Ina's expression softening and gets his hopes up that it might be working. But she just scrunches her nose and asks if this adorable little thing is even out of elementary school yet. Jongwon's face flames in outraged embarrassment as Bitten has to forcibly drag him away from trying to fight the impassive woman. Last but not least is Jaeun, who wields potent pheromones to cloud women's senses and seduce them. Except Ina simply clamps her nose shut, informing him bluntly she can't handle strong scents or perfumes before he even tries anything. Grumbling about this being a waste of his time, Jaeun stalks out in a huff. That's when Hyunshin himself strolls in, lips quirking in amusement to find his staff still desperately attempting to work their charms on his unfazed assistant. He leans nonchalantly against the doorframe, wondering aloud when he ever gave them permission to come snooping in his office. With that, he dismisses them all curtly. As the dejected group files out, Jaeun pauses to murmur that Hyunshin looks flushed. He'd better stay on guard if he doesn't want Ina snatched away right under his nose. Once they've gone, Hyunshin turns to Ina, reminding her pointedly of his earlier warning to ignore those idiots' antics. Ina insists she did, not that she could have stopped them barging in and getting all handsy. Hyunshin takes one look at his disheveled desk and knows she'd been messing around regardless. He asks in a deceptively mild tone if she feels she's already pals with that depraved bunch. Because once her surgery is done, she'll never see hide nor hair of them or him ever again, so no need getting attached. Ina repeats stubbornly that they were the ones who overstepped, demanding what exactly he expects her to do about it. Hyunshin's demeanor darkens as he simply reiterates she'd better just do precisely as she's told from now on. As she turns away in a sulk, chin jutting defiantly, Ina vows she won't lift a finger for anything except surgery-related tasks, so he'd better not bother summoning her for anything else. With that, she slams the door to her tiny office. The next day, Ina arrives at work donning an oversized face mask and noise-canceling headphones, not even acknowledging Hyunshin's presence as she heads straight for her room. He follows her in and yanks off the headphones, earning an indignant yelp about what the hell he wants now. Maintaining his trademark smirk, Hyunshin simply states she has work to do as he makes a grab for her hand. Ina instantly recoils, glaring daggers as he stares her down with dark amusement. After a few tense minutes, Ina demands of someone unseen if this little display is enough yet. An annoyed masculine voice replies not quite. Wasn't it easier yesterday? He guesses Hyunshin will need more prolonged exposure to regain his tolerance. Moments later, Ina turns away abruptly, asking to be released. Only to cry out as she steps on and slips over some mystery object on the floor. As she windmills toward the unforgiving tiles, Ina can't help noticing Hyunshin making no move to catch her whatsoever. He calmly contemplates that while she may just get a concussion, she could just as easily crack her skull fatally before finishing her grandma's surgery. Then, instead of a bone-shattering impact, Ina lands with a gentle whump on a plush chair that most definitely wasn't present seconds ago. Whipping her head around in confusion, she wonders wildly who the hell moved that they're just in the nick of time. As the unfazed Hyunshin turns to leave, she instinctively clutches at his sleeve, mutely imploring him for assistance getting upright again. Rolling his eyes, he extends his hand, easily pulling her to her feet before curtly ordering her to stay put this time as he sweeps out. But of course, Ina opts to roam the halls instead, steadfastly ignoring the icy looks from the female staff. She wanders into the little kitchenette, still utterly perplexed over that randomly appearing chair. No matter how she runs it through her mind, she's positive it wasn't there originally, so how did it suddenly materialize? Reaching for a mug from the high cabinet, she has to stand on tippy toes and strain, only for a large hand to appear over her shoulder and pluck it down effortlessly. Ina freezes as the stranger passes her the cup, heart pounding. Ina thanks Bitten as he hands her the mug, recognizing him as the quieter one from yesterday's bizarre encounter with the guys. She wonders what his name is, but as if reading her mind, he supplies it himself, Bitten. Ah, so he's heard from Jaeun that she's assisting Hyunshin now? She recalls Jaeun as the overpowering cologne guy and ponders if it's okay to elaborate on the situation to Bitten. He beats her to it, telling her earnestly to take good care of Hyunshin. She murmurs that she will as she notices his remarkably soothing voice. Bitten smiles, confiding that Hyunshin is very important to him. Ina comments that they must be quite close then. He confirms they've been friends a long time, leaving Ina briefly puzzled when he hesitates over whether they're the same age. Odd that such old pals wouldn't know that detail? As their chat winds down politely, Ina can't help thinking that while Bitten seemed intimidating at first, he's surprisingly pleasant to talk to, maybe even a genuinely good guy under that gruff exterior. She makes to head back, only for Bitten to call out her name, stopping her in her tracks. Using his innate sultry voice, the devilish Bitten could enthrall people into doing his bidding even in their dreams as an envious leviathan. In fact, he can sense the potent jealousy radiating from a cluster of female staffers across the office griping about Ina gaining the elite doctor's undivided attention. Delicious envy he eagerly laps up. When Bitten doesn't immediately continue after calling out to her, Ina prompts him quizzically. He simply smiles that with her around, work is so much more fun. He hopes she'll stick around in this role for a good long while. As she finally heads back to her office space, Ina muses to herself that while Bitten may want her to stay longer, she's only doing so until her surgery is completed. No sense getting unduly chummy with these doctors per Hyunshin's advice. Upon re-entering, she's surprised to find Hyunshin himself already there, wondering aloud if he's back so soon. He arches a brow. It's been less than 2 hours since he expressly told her not to wander off. She blusters that she just needed to make tea, conveniently omitting her cozy chat with Bitten. As she slouches into her dismal little room, Ina can't resist snapping that it's not like she's in actual prison here. Hyunshin has indeed noticed his procedure times rapidly decreasing now that he no longer feels revulsed by the sight of blood. Even the nurses have remarked how swiftly he works. Today was faster still, the gore not even registering as anything more visceral than dyed water to his eyes. He's determined to get to the bottom of what's enabling this bizarre effect. Later, he swings by Ina's office asking if she has plans after her shift today. When she mentions dinner with a friend, he curtly informs her to cancel. They'll be going somewhere together instead. Ina bristles. Where, exactly? Hyunshin states simply, his place, leaving her gobsmacked. She sputters indignantly. Why on earth would they need to do that? He smirks, saying there's something he wants to experiment on her with. Ina's mind instantly goes to the gutter as she blurts out just what kind of depraved experiment he's implying. When he stonewalls that he can't tell her, she demands to know why, not only for Hyunshin to lose his cool, snapping that's exactly why they need the privacy of his home. She flatly refuses, reminding him that he himself said her only obligation was surgery duties. He can't just commandeer her elsewhere on a whim. As she turns away dismissively, Hyunshin's voice softens. He needs her help with this. Ina pauses, skeptical. Did this arrogant ass actually just ask for her assistance? He holds her gaze in loaded silence until she fidgets, struggling with herself. Finally, she relents through gritted teeth. Fine, but he'd better not botch her own operation after this. Hyunshin doesn't respond, his face unreadable as she agrees to come to his place. After work that evening, Ina cancels dinner plans with her friend, fibbing that her grandma's feeling under the weather. She silently apologizes to both of them as she turns to find Hyunshin waiting by his car, clearly the reason for bailing. As he pulls out onto the road, Ina snarks that it's his fault she had to lie, asking snidely if they've arrived at his place yet. Not quite, he replies crisply, they're almost there. She's surprised he drives himself at this hour, wondering aloud if taking public transit wouldn't have been faster. Hyunshin shoots her a look, stating bluntly that he never goes anywhere unless he's behind the wheel himself. Ina reminds him pointedly of the first time they met on the subway, after his car got totaled in a wreck. She asks if he was badly injured, but he brushes it off as no big deal before announcing their arrival. Ina gapes up at the imposing high-rise where Hyunshin apparently resides. In the elevator, he punches the button for the 70th floor as she muses that his lucrative job offer seemed a tad too generous in hindsight. Feeling emboldened, she asks bluntly how old he actually is. He deflects smoothly, countering with how old she thinks he is. Just as the doors part, she hazards a guess of late 20s? He smirks inscrutably, they'll go with that. Stepping into his decadently appointed apartment, it hits Ina that this man is seriously minted. An oddly disturbing painting on the wall catches her eye. Hyunshin informs her offhandedly it depicts Lucifer, the Devil King, as described by some singer called Dante. She blinks, wondering if he's implying what she thinks. But he simply launches into the biblical tale of Lucifer's fall from grace before brusquely sending her to fetch her own water from the kitchen alone. As Ina pours herself a glass, her mind flits back to that first fateful day, Hyunshin claiming her gaze alone let him view blood without flinching. Combined with the deeply unsettling artwork, she can't help wondering uneasily if this man is some sort of devil worshipper. Emerging warily from the kitchen, she calls out his name when she can't immediately locate him. Meanwhile, Hyunshin grips the bathroom sink so tightly it cracks as he stares transfixed at the streaks of crimson staining the porcelain, only to be jolted from his trance by Ina's voice. He croaks for her to join him in there, an invitation that pulls her up short with dismay. She hesitantly announces she's coming in, cracking the door slowly to find him sans jacket, sleeves rolled up. She falters, asking what's going on here. He deflects that his jacket's simply stained, neglecting to mention it's with his own blood. When she still hovers uncertainly, he beckons her impatiently or he'll drag her inside himself. Ina shakes her head furiously, prompting a weary sigh before he instructs her to stay back, but take his hand. The instant their skin meets, Hyunshin feels nothing. No gnawing hunger, no reviled sickness, just eerie calm as his gaze flits to the viscera in the sink. He marvels that this transmutation only seems to occur upon contact with Ina's very presence. When their eyes lock, his phobia lifts, when they touch, his cravings dispel. But then, pulling her solidly against him, he wonders feverishly what might happen should he push their connection even further. Ina shoves Hyunshin back forcefully, shooting him an incredulous look. Just what the hell did he think he was doing pulling her in like that? He announces matter-of-factly that the experiment is over, leaving her sputtering for details on precisely what shady shit he just subjected her to. But the doc stays stubbornly tight-lipped, simply draining the bloodied sink as Ina glowers. When he still won't elaborate, she whirls to storm out, prompting Hyunshin to call after her. Where's she going? Home, she bites out frostily. He offers to drive her, but Ina rejects it just as icily. She'll take the damn subway, thanks. The next day at work, Muan slinks into Ina's dingy office space, questioning snidely if she's even supposed to be here. She retorts that she could ask him the same, isn't he off the clock? As he leans in uncomfortably close, Ayane's gaze flits to Hyunshin, seemingly engrossed in his duties and blissfully leaving her be since last night's debacle. Speak of the devil, Hyunshin starts packing up to leave, prompting Muan to query where he's off to in such a hurry. He makes to trail after him, only for Aina to grab his hand pointedly. Wait, she has something to tell him. As Muan stares fixatedly at their joined hands, she falters over how to broach it. But he cuts her off brusquely, introducing himself properly while deliberately interlacing their fingers. His name isn't Then what was it about Hyunshin? Aina reveals that Bitten told her they've all been friends for ages, asking if Hyunshin isn't well. She recounts the night at his place, his disturbing ramblings about the devil and Lucifer. It seemed he genuinely buys into that occult stuff. Muan struggles not to laugh out loud at her concerned naivete, assuring her Hyunshin's just a tad superstitious. But Aina presses on about the baffling chair incident, wondering nervously if Muan thinks Hyunshin maybe used some sort of abilities on her. She's positive it materialized out of nowhere, not to mention his suspiciously clean bill of health after that savage car wreck. The more she says out loud, the fishier the whole situation seems. So what's Muan's take? Feigning a sudden call, he deftly extracts himself, leaving Aina more perplexed than ever. While using the restroom, Aina overhears some gossipy female employees loudly slagging off a coworker who's always fawning over the doctors. At first she thinks nothing of it until they snidely mention her by name, leaving Ayane's jaw dropping in dismay. Growing up, she's been overly accustomed to cruel whispers about her underprivileged upbringing, questioning her looks and social grace. The high school jocks speculating crudely why such a pretty face would be wasted without parents to raise her properly. The malicious murmurs from her so-called peers, trying to tear her down at every turn. In the present, one of the cackling harpies gleefully alleges Aina only scored this cushy job by working her connections with Hyunshin. That does it. Aina comes barreling out of the stall, chin jutting defiantly. Unfortunately for these gossip ghouls, she's not one to take their petty insults lying down, recalling how she once lobbed a textbook at a shit-talker's head. As the whispering kleshes gape at her in shock, Aina drawls that it sounds like they're having fun. Perhaps they'd like her to join their little soiree? Across the hall, Jongwon elbows Bitten eagerly as they catch wind of the commotion, already chanting fight. Fight, and punching the air gleefully. After all, he and Bitten have an unbreakable bond as demons who feed off turbulent human emotions like envy and wrath, which often accompany each other in delicious tandem. And with Ayane's stormy arrival, those volatile sensations are spiking to glorious new heights. As the gossipers fumble for a response, the ringleader loudly scoffs that she's said nothing untoward. It's simply true. Ayane's hiring was unorthodox, shall we say? She leans in, eyes glittering maliciously. So is the rumor correct that Ayane's only sticking around to relentlessly pursue her crush on a certain elite surgeon? The accusation hangs heavy as Aina draws herself up, realization crashing over her. He was the one who brought her in, not the other way around. Why is she being painted as the thirsty hanger-on here? But as the words begin tumbling out heatedly, Aina feels her infamous temper getting the better of her once more. Squaring up to the mean girl's sneering face, she demands to know if she has anything else to add. The ringleader feels Ayane's heated gaze boring into her and backpedals nervously. What's she want anyway? Aina reminds her snidely of the allegation she'd been pursuing Dr. Park before whipping out her phone. She proceeds to pull up photos of a stupendously handsome, towering man and internationally famous supermodel by the name of Kong Juan. She informs them loftily. This, she declares, flicking through more drool-worthy snaps, is precisely her type as she bats her lashes mockingly. What does the haughty gossiper think of him? As the flustered woman mumbles some grudging admission that yeah, he's attractive, Aina flashes a saccharine smile. Why, she has excellent taste. She'll happily share more exclusive photo cards of the heartthrob if they're so interested. With that parting shot, Aina pivots on her heel and sachets away, leaving the gobsmacked kleshes gawping over the unexpected images. One whispers in dismayed confusion, could they have totally misjudged Ayane's intentions all along? Her coworker just gushes dreamily over Kong Juan's godlike visage before snapping out of it. "That Ina is one odd duck," she mutters, shaking her head. In the break room, Jongwon flinches as if struck, grumbling that the confrontation's wrath has fizzled out entirely. Bitten sighs in commiseration, and just like that, the delicious jealousy evaporated too. What a letdown. Later, Ina runs into Hyunshin, who demands to know why she didn't simply set the record straight with the gossipers. Anytime he's asked her to do something, she's had no problem voicing objections, so why the uncharacteristic reticence now? She's the one he hired, not the other way around. She didn't manipulate or seduce him into this arrangement. Ina explains patiently that while she could have fought fire with fire, there's an ongoing rumor she landed this job through some shady nepotism with him. Had she reacted overly defensively, it would have only fanned those sordid flames and ended up making him look bad too. As disturbing as the thought clearly is to the prickly surgeon, Hyunshin recognizes she's trying to prevent any disparagement from tarnishing his elite reputation before dismissing her brusquely. Upon entering her depressingly Spartan office space, Iona's met by Jaeun and Muan. The former crows proudly that she was on fire out there. Muan, however, takes the opportunity to snidely ask if this Kong Juan looker really is her romantic ideal after all. Ina cringes, deducing the building's acoustics must be paper-thin for them to have overheard. Before she can respond, Muan mock advises her to simply beat the crap out of any future harassers. Clearly these two are real mature. Days later, a haggard, almost haunted-looking Muan lurches into Iona's office, mumbling about how ravenously hungry he is. She raises her brows, "So eat something then?" But he shakes his head feverishly. He can't, it's because of her. Ever since her iconic restroom showdown, all the sordid rumors about her supposed romantic dalliances have died down completely. In fact, the very women Ina dressed down now vehemently leap to defend her virtuous character to anyone willing to listen, decrying the slanders until all whispers cease. And not just that, the pervasive atmosphere of jealousy, greed, and other toxic negativity that once choked the clinic has lifted, leaving the wards in an eerily tranquil state. Even the receptionist who originally greeted Ina with disdainful iciness now cheerily welcomes her each morning. And for the demonic brood who feed on those corrupted human emotions, this kumbaya environment is leaving them starving and weak. Muan laments its utterly bizarre greed and envy should never shrivel so completely like this. Dropping his head onto Iona's desk dejectedly, he groans that he's wasting away, inspiring an unexpected flicker of concern from her. What, was his salary docked to cover her wages or something? He lets out a hollow chuckle before cupping her cheek tenderly, murmuring that she's so adorably sweet for worrying he could just eat her up. Hyunshin's withering glare from the doorway makes it clear any attempts at devouring will be ill-advised. Hastily retracting his hand, Muan staggers out as Hyunshin watches him go stonily before pivoting that piercing gaze onto Ina. Much later, after the workday has ended, the increasingly ravenous demons congregate in Hyunshin's office. Jongwon paces furiously, lamenting their crippling starvation before jabbing an accusatory finger at the wilted Muan slumped lifelessly in the corner. Even drinking blood does nothing, Muan whispers faintly he thinks he may be nearing his limit. Jaeun eyes them all warily. Just what can they do about this dire predicament? Jongwon whirls on him, eyes glinting. Oh, he has an idea all right. It's high time they took some drastic action, before one of them withers away completely. The next day, the devastatingly handsome doctors roll up to the movie theater. Muan quips it's been forever since their last cinema outing as Ina emerges from the car, balking at them having driven when it's a mere 10-minute walk. Muan scoffs they can hardly just stroll casually in public when their dashing good looks would cause a frenzy. Speaking of which, Hyunshin climbs out looking like an Adonis, mysterious shades in place. Ina has to begrudgingly admit he cleans up nicely, if a tad too glossy metrosexual for her tastes as he catches her appraising glance. Inside, patrons are already whispering raptly over the smoldering group, who study the posters to decide what to see. Jongwon, cutely muffled behind a face mask, votes for a harrowing survival flick. Bitten readily agrees, while Muan opts for a college romp instead. With a curt nod, Jaehyun peels off towards his usual haunt, leaving a confused Aina and Hyunshin behind as the others disperse. Over the years, the fiendish brood has tirelessly plotted the most efficient ways to harvest the emotions sustaining their immortal lives. This latest public outing is their newest stratagem. Despite an innate aversion to crowds, the potential payoff is too rich. Jongwon and Bitten positively gorge on the roiling envy and fury radiating from the survival audience. Muan laps up greed from the vapid college crowd, while Jaehyun seduces the gluttonous bar patrons into indulging their basest cravings through his intoxicating pheromones. As for Aina, she probes Hyunshin over the fragmented movie plans after arriving together. He brushes it off stoically. They simply have differing tastes, leaving unspoken in prey. When she picks a saccharine rom-com, he inwardly laments the utter waste of time better spent clearing his backlog of paperwork. How pathetic to fritter away one's life on such insipid drivel. Glancing sidelong at Aina, he sees her getting visibly invested, eyes glistening with emotion same as the sniffling saps surrounding them. What plagues these simpletons to derive such rapture from manufactured pap? Afterward, the demons regroup looking thoroughly refreshed and reinvigorated. Jongwon crows that they should hit another hotspot, prompting Hyunshin to finally put his foot down. Enough, they're going home. The younger demon gleefully steamrolls over him, hollering for a soju-fueled bar crawl instead. Hyunshin's noise of disgust goes utterly ignored as Muan warmly invites Aina along. Fired up from the movie, she readily agrees amid the dapper doctor's pinched glower. At their first rowdy stop, Jaehyun smooth-talks the stunned server into procuring them a private room while the other patrons openly gape at the unholy beautiful crew. As the drinks start flowing, Muan inquires how Aina holds her liquor. Is she a regrettable lightweight? She assures him confidently she has yet to black out, eagerly anticipating one of them face-planting by night's end amid Hyunshin's pointed stink-eye from across the room. Several sloppy rounds later, Muan complains the straight liquor is going down like water now. He badgers Jaehyun to liven it up with a surprise concoction. The mischievous demon happily obliges, sliding an ominously bubbling glass towards Muan, only to get sidetracked by a raucous Jongwon before he can claim it. Drunk off her ass now, Aina declares they simply must order more and goes to grab the unattended cocktail. By the time Muan returns to snatch it up, it's too late. The glass is drained, Aina hiccuping loudly and defiantly demanding refills as the horrified devils gape at her in stunned silence. Mere minutes later, Hyunshin has Jaehyun slammed against the wall, veins bulging in his neck as he demands the antidote. But Jaehyun insists he has no such cure as an incubus luring prey with pheromones. His unique power lets him infuse drinks with euphoria-inducing toxins. Humans basically get roofied while the immortals just catch a delightful buzz. He sheepishly confesses he'd brewed up that particular insidious cocktail for Muan, but got sidetracked before specifying not to let it fall into the wrong hands. Hyunshin's blazing glare whips to Muan next, growling that this rapidly deteriorating shitshow falls squarely on his dumbass then. Jongwon looks on with surprise. He's never seen Hyunshin this rip-roaringly pissed before. Bitten tries calming the situation, suggesting they discuss it rationally once INA's episode passes. Speaking of, Muan's using his telekinesis to keep her hovering midair as he asks just what unholy blend Jaehyun laced the drink with. Stimulants and hallucinogens, Jaehyun replies Muan's usual go-to for a night of debauched indulgence. No wonder INA's been so erratically wired since tossing it back, racing around the room in frenzied bursts, before she's reminded who's boss with a solid clock to Muan's head, dropping her abruptly until Bitten swoops in. Aina flashes him a brilliant grin, then tries decking him too before Hyunshin barks at him to release her immediately. As Bitten obeys, Aina complains she's sweltering, promptly whipping her shirt off to the utter horror of her gaping demonic audience. Hyunshin instantly tears his own dress shirt in half, using the tattered remains to hastily cover her modesty as he drops to the floor, dragging Aina against him in a protective clutch. Muan snarks that Hyunshin didn't need to disrobe so dramatically, but the fuming surgeon pays him no mind as he presses Jaeun on how long these psychotropic effects might persist. 5 hours, tops, Jaeun estimates tightly, prompting Jongwon to erupt that Muan's carelessness has now ruined their whole blessed day off. Bitten mutters that maybe they should try sedating her until it passes? But Jaeun quickly nixes that suggestion as too risky, considering the mystery toxins already flooding her system. With an irritated snap of his fingers, a fresh button-down materializes over Hyunshin's shredded torso as he declares they'll simply have to ride this out until Ina snaps back to lucidity. No sooner has he spoken those resigned words than his companion's expressions morph into looks of abject horror. Following their bugging eyes, Hyunshin whips around to find the space Ina just occupied empty. The back room's door is hanging wide open, leading to a bustling, crowded restaurant and even busier street beyond. Muan urgently reminds Hyunshin how suicidal it would be for someone of their ethereal beauty to brave those teeming masses of lust-struck humans. But Hyunshin's already on his feet, sprinting out into the pulsating mob without preamble or shades. Jaeun sighs that they ought to search too, dispatching Bitten and Jongwon to comb the interior while he and Muan scour the surrounding sidewalks. Sure enough, by the time Hyunshin finally glimpses Ina wandering through a nearby doorway, he's been bombarded on all sides, only his preternatural abilities allowing him to stay upright as he gives furious chase. He calls her name pleadingly until she flashes him a mocking tongue, prompting a feral snarl that he'll make her pay for this insolence once he gets his hands on her. With a trill of deranged laughter, Ina bounds up a stairwell, Hyunshin in hot pursuit until he hits the exit with a jolt, realizing it leads to the roof. As he bursts outside, Ina whirls with a brilliant smile, asking how he knew to find her here. Stalking towards her slow and purposeful, Hyunshin reminds her through gritted teeth of his vowed recompense before ordering her to him at once. Rather than cower, Ina throws her arms around him, a move so startling, he can't resist reflexively returning the embrace, fingertips ghosting her back. Clinging to him with a contented hum, Ina murmurs sweetly if he truly came all this way, just for her. Then, to Hyunshin's utter disquiet, she sighs the name Juan. In a posh Parisian hotel suite, Juan stares impatiently at his phone, willing it to ping with Ina's reply to his latest text. It should be morning back in Korea by now, she couldn't still be crashing at her friends, could she? Growling under his breath, he makes a call, barking that with his photoshoots wrapped, they need to book him on the next flight to Seoul ASAP. When his handler dares question the urgency, Juan simply states there's a situation requiring his immediate attention. Meanwhile, halfway across the globe, Ina rouses with a skull-splitting headache and a parched, sawdust mouth. What the hell happened last night? This is the first time she's ever blacked out from drinking. As she stirs groggily, her wrist clinks against something following the metallic sound, her eyes widen in shock to find herself handcuffed to a bedpost. Taking in her bizarrely pristine surroundings, she realizes with a jolt this isn't even her own cramped little bedroom. A quick panicked scan reveals the unconscious forms of all those devilishly handsome doctors strewn about in various states of undress. She lets out an ungodly screech of dismay, jolting them all awake in confusion. Where the hell are they, and what are those sleazebags doing snoozing half-naked in the same room as her? Muan rubs his eyes blearily, wishing her a chipper good morning that only earns a furious rebuke. He explains in a pacifying tone that they're at Jaeun's place, but that does nothing to soothe Ina's rapidly escalating freakout over the handcuffs and complete memory wipe of how this nightmare scenario even came to be. Had she racked up some insane debt she can't pay now? Muan soothes that it all stemmed from her actions, leaving Ina gaping speechlessly at the barrage of missed calls from Juan lighting up her screen. Hyunshin, propping himself up on one elbow next to her, grumbles gruffly that she ought to swear off drinking forever after the stunt she pulled. Ina casts him a bewildered look. What kind of mistake is he talking about? Because she literally can't recall a single thing after those first few ill-fated rounds. Hyunshin visibly stiffens, reminded of the jarring moment Ina had mistaken him for her beloved Juan amidst her manic, intoxicated episode. He flashes back to her violently rebuffing his attempt at a kiss when they first met, only to later pursue him in her drug-addled delirium, babbling about him coming to get her. Through gritted teeth, he'd played along, bundling her up to regroup with the others as he demanded to know if anyone had her address. When Jaeun admitted he didn't, someone suggested a hotel before realizing the risks of an unhinged Aina slipping out unnoticed into the night, thus leading to their present, precarious sleeping arrangements. Snapping back to the present, Aina groans that she legitimately can't remember anything past taking those first few drinks the previous evening. Muan smirks humorlessly. Oh, she definitely screwed up in spectacular fashion. Like causing enough of a public ruckus over a minor traffic scuffle that Hyunshin had to cuff her to himself in a desperate bid for control. Not to mention the harrowing chase through crowds and alleyways after she bolted from the restaurant. Cheeks flaming, Aina turns a horrified, apologetic gaze towards the stoic surgeon beside her. But Hyunshin merely grunts that if she honestly can't recall, it's better to just forget the whole mortifying ordeal. At that moment, Jaeun pokes his head through the door to genially suggest Aina fuel up before she leaves with a hearty breakfast. When she reluctantly agrees, he summons Bitten to assist in the kitchen. As the pretty boy devil obliges, Aina openly ogles his lean, sculpted form appreciatively. He may be slim, but those defined muscles, that elegant bone structure and model-esque physique? Chef's kiss. Catching her unabashed staring, Bitten flashes a sly smile as he shrugs his shirt back on before inquiring what she's in the mood for. Hyunshin, meanwhile, is too busy shooting daggers to notice the appreciative once-over, until his grip tightens fractionally, pulverizing the handcuff key clutched in his palm into ruins. Blithely ignoring his ominous scowl, Aina turns to sweetly ask for the key so she can freshen up, at the very least. Hyunshin blinks, then lies through his teeth that he seems to have misplaced it. She eyes him dubiously as prickles of unease dance up her spine. There's nothing to be done then but spend the rest of the day chained to this prickly bastard, apparently. After that debacle, Aina tugs a reluctant Hyunshin towards the bathroom, sternly instructing him to wait outside before slamming the door. Once alone, she frantically yanks at the cuff binding her, struggling to snag the cleansing foam from the high vanity. She barely gets her fingers around it when it slips through, clattering to the tile in dismay. Gritting her teeth, Aina cracks the door and beckons Hyunshin in with an imperious crook of her finger. As soon as he crosses the threshold, she snatches up the bottle and shoos him right back out, ignoring his flat look. Observing her through the ajar door, he notes wryly how she seems to realize mid-lather that washing up will prove challenging with him barred outside. He moves to leave, assuring her loftily that he can see she'd prefer privacy. Ayane's mind races the audacious devil, purposely trying to inconvenience her. As he turns to go, Hyunshin tosses one last comment over his shoulder. If she truly needs his assistance, she need only ask nicely. The next thing he knows, a sudsy handful of cleanser has stained his pristine shirt, courtesy of Ayane's vengeance. Once she's sufficiently scrubbed, she offers him a saccharine smile, inquiring if he'd like her to dab that unsightly blotch dry. Hyunshin retorts frostily that she clearly soaked him on purpose as they head downstairs, Aina playing dumb. Upon reaching the kitchen, she calls out brightly to Jaeun, nearly making the poor chef jump out of his skin. Whipping around guiltily, Jaeun hastily stashes something behind his back, babbling that breakfast isn't quite ready as he not so subtly tries shooing Aina towards the living area. A crimson smear on his lip doesn't escape her notice, though she immediately points it out, leaving Jaeun visibly flustered as he gropes for an excuse about spicy cuisine. Before he can fully implode, Hyunshin smoothly intercedes by making a crystalline tumbler of suspiciously red liquid materialize, then shatters it against the tile in one deft motion. As Aina yelps and instinctively turns towards the noise, her sharp eyes briefly catch Jaeun mouthing a profuse thanks at his friend. Placated by Hyunshin's nonchalant assurance that he's perfectly fine, Aina simply herds him upstairs to rinse off, oblivious to the demon's silent exchange of loaded looks. As the pair departs, Jaeun rakes a hand through his hair, face pale. Things could have gone utterly pear-shaped if Ina hadn't been so easily deterred. Their supernatural abilities are useless against her. Would she have seen through his clumsily lies? Watching her effortlessly command even the prickly Hyunshin has him shaking his head in reluctant admiration. This human is truly impressive. Upstairs, Ina busies herself trying to spray the gory stains from Hyunshin's trousers, instructing offhandedly that he ought to simply strip them off to facilitate matters. As he arches one brow and toys with the waistband suggestively, she freezes at his low murmur that they do seem to be moving rather fast, no? Flushing furiously, Ina jolts backward in a panic, nearly appending them both as she trips over her own feet. They go crashing towards the hard tile in seeming slow motion before Hyunshin manages to twist at the last second, pulling Ina against his chest as he takes the brunt of the impact in a bone-jarring tumble into the tub. After a stunned beat, Ina pushes herself upright, fretting over him in a burst of concern. That must have been one hell of a nasty fall. Is he sure he hasn't sustained a concussion? They should really go to the hospital and get him checked out. As she frets and prattles on, Hyunshin remains utterly silent and impassive, regarding her with an inscrutable look. She falters, suddenly overcome by the absurdity of this entire situation they found themselves in. Is any of this even okay? Because it certainly doesn't feel okay in the slightest as she rambles, realizing distantly that her own clothes are getting drenched too in this cramped tub. But that's unimportant. The main thing is checking if he's seriously injured. When Hyunshin finally responds with a toneless "I'm not sure," a shiver ghosts down Ina's spine. Me neither, she thinks to herself shakily. What is going on here? After that tumble, Hyunshin waits outside so Ina can change in privacy, grumbling about the oversized clothes being Jongwon's smallest available option until her own dry out. When she emerges, still looking engulfed in the baggy getup, Ina frets over whether he really shouldn't get that knock to the head checked out medically. He waves it off dismissively at first, then feigns a sudden wince, hand flying to clutch his skull as he raises the specter of potential brain hemorrhaging. Ina instantly flies into a panic, hands fluttering fretfully over him as she wails that they need to get him to an ER stat. This is all her fault. She'll gladly cover any tests or treatments or whatever else he requires. Hyunshin arches a significant brow at that open-ended offer before countering smoothly. If she's so determined to make amends, she'll simply do the next 5 things he instructs without protest. As Ina hesitates, visibly torn, he grimaces pitifully, milking the head injury for all it's worth. Her resolve crumbles just as Jae-eun calls out that breakfast is finally served. Hyunshin makes to head down, only for Ina to grab his sleeve urgently. She'll agree to his terms, but only after they get his noggin scanned first, she bargains. He smirks faintly, reminding her of the precise numerical stipulation, and she reluctantly relents with poor grace. Trailing him downstairs, Ina's eyes widen at the sheer spread Jaeun's laid out across the long dining table, a literal feast fit for an entire soccer squad. As they take their seats, the demons make a show of nibbling away for her benefit, concealing their disinterest in actual sustenance. Jongwon wrinkles his nose overtly at the sight of an utterly shirtless Muan, sniping about putting some damn clothes on already. His nudity is an offense to all humanity. Muan simply smiles lazily, replying that most would kill for a glimpse of his sculpted, muscular perfection before flicking an appreciative glance towards Ina expectantly. Only to deflate comically when she fails to so much as look his way, instead complimenting Jae-eun effusively on his stellar cooking as she requests second helpings. Muan sits dumbfounded, mouthing kimchi, repeatedly in disbelief over the fact she'd clearly been leaning across the table for a dish, not eyeing his rippling 8-pack. After gorging herself thoroughly, Ina wanders over to examine the shelves lined with framed achievements and mementos. Hyunshin explains offhandedly about their athletic inclinations, letting her linger over a shot of Jae-eun celebrating a racing title, draped proudly over the hood of a slick race car. She lingers on their group graduation photo, all 5 doctors decked out in matching gowns and clutching identical floral bouquets. Ina's brow furrows slightly at the oddity, though she doesn't voice her musings aloud. Hyunshin smoothly interjects that it was taken at their unique, exclusive middle school where the 5 of them were the sole student body, the flowers simply a quirky graduation tradition. Aina mentally backtracks, recalling Bitten's previous hesitance over whether the friends were all the same age after all. An innocuous enough query, but the casual mention instantly has the demon stiffening warily, as if she stumbled onto something she shouldn't. Just as she's about to probe further, a furry interloper slinks through, meowing piteously around, the lost handcuff key dangling from its mouth. Jongwon eagerly points out the wayward implement, handily distracting Aina from her concerning line of questioning. Little does she know, he used his power over animals to summon the cat and key according to Hyunshin's orchestrated misdirection, as the wily surgeon had been palming the metal piece all along. Sometime later, Aina sighs in relief at being unchained from her gruff companion at last, offering up her newly freed wrist in preparation for removal. Instead, Hyunshin simply takes her hand, searching her face intently as he recalls the night before, wondering aloud if she'd have embraced him so fervently had she known his identity. Aina blinks in utter bewilderment, prompting Hyunshin to firmly reintroduce himself before growling possessively that she'd better not confuse him with any other man again as he trails his fingers over her pulse point meaningfully. The next day at the hospital, memories of Ina's behavior plague Hyunshin's thoughts. Her offhand comment about harboring feelings for someone else. The way she'd breathily sighed that other man's name while clinging to him. Her blatant ogling of Bitten's physique. Muan's wandering hands cupping her face far too intimately. An irrational surge of irritation flares white-hot through Hyunshin, the lights in the corridor flickering ominously as fissures splinter the tiled floor beneath his feet. What's wrong with him? Why is he getting so unduly riled up over this? In the break room, the other immortals lounge around sipping cups of viscera fresh blood. Muan frowns contemplatively into his goblet, remarking aloud that something seems off. Bitten assumes he's referring to Hyunshin's perceptible shift in demeanor since Ina's arrival. But Muan shakes his head. It's not that, not quite. For some reason, no matter how much of the rich vital fluid he consumes, the usual flavors utterly elude him now. Jongwon scoffs that he's probably just burnt out his taste buds from chronic overindulgence. But Jaehyun's brow furrows as an uncanny sense of déjà vu washes over him, because this is exactly the effect Hyunshin described plaguing him initially too, isn't it? He sits up ramrod straight, startling Muan with his sudden urgency. What if the same anomaly is now befalling him courtesy of Ina's presence? And if so, does that mean she truly is some higher power's crafted cure for their depraved conditions? Meanwhile, a visibly unwell Ina heads straight from the pharmacy to Hyunshin's office. Without even looking up, he chides her snippily for neglecting to alert him about her tardiness. Only when his gaze finally lands on her pallid, sickly appearance does Hyunshin's frown morph to one of vague concern. She mumbles some token apology before trudging into her cramped little workspace. No sooner has she deposited herself at the sad desk than Jaehyun comes barreling in, urgently waving Hyunshin over about some pressing matter regarding the clinic's operations, he phrases it delicately. Before obliging his friend, Jaehyun's nostrils flare as he takes in Ina's condition. What's wrong with her arm? Ina self-consciously rubs the band-aid over a minor scrape, explaining she'd grazed herself innocuously on the desk edge and it bled a little before scabbing. Muan tenses almost imperceptibly, as if fighting some visceral impulse. Because as Ina mentions it already healing over, the pungent aroma of her blood suddenly floods the room in an intoxicating wave. Hyunshin follows Jaehyun's beckoning, leaving Ina to nurse her head in her hands as Muan stares, visibly unsettled. Out of earshot, Jaehyun confirms his theory like Hyunshin before him. Muan's ability to taste and derive sustenance from blood seems to be faltering around Ina. Much to his shock, Hyunshin calmly acknowledges the possibility, explaining he knows from experience that the immunity intensifies with more repeated exposure and physical proximity to the woman. Muan cuts him an incredulous look, but Hyunshin had claimed her gaze alone was the trigger, hadn't he? The surgeon allows that yes, that was his initial understanding. Jaehyun presses, so did Hyunshin detect anything else out of the ordinary regarding Ina today? Scenting the air meaningfully, he points out that the reek of her blood seemed unnaturally amplified, even for such a minor injury. Bitten and Muan confirm they'd noticed it too, while Jongwon crassly deduces Ina must simply be on her monthly cycle. When pressed how he could possibly know that, Jongwon admits spying her emerging from a pharmacy armed with feminine supplies. Jaehyun theorizes gravely, could Ina's unique biochemistry be undergoing further heightening thanks to those hormonal fluctuations? Hyunshin scowls, demanding irritably what difference it makes if her blood has an excessive odor today. They should be lucky that's the extent of their concern. Brushing past the gaping immortals, he stalks off with Bitten hurrying to catch up, worried about Hyunshin's rash dismissal. Hyunshin lets out a hollow chuckle, so Ina's presence is gnawing at Bitten too now? But the rugged devil quickly shakes his head. The only one he's fretting over is Hyunshin himself here, because it was Lucifer's own bloodline that birthed him into this cursed existence in the first place. Hyunshin makes a face at Bitten's melodramatic phrasing before demanding just what he's implying. Bitten explains that whereas it started solely with Ina's penetrating gaze dismantling Hyunshin's aversions, more intimate physical contact like touching and embracing only seems to exacerbate the potency. They've all grown dangerously complacent, assuming she's simply a ready-made panacea for their depraved afflictions. But Bitten doesn't like how thoroughly this unknown human is unraveling Hyunshin's self-control, hence his concern. Hyunshin snorts that Bitten's infernal instincts never fail to creep him out a little. But he concedes his friend has a point. This entire situation is spiraling into uncertain territory fast. Even so, Bitten needn't fret over much, Hyunshin assures him smoothly. In fact, he could use Bitten's assistance on a related private matter. Later, Hyunshin fixes Ina with an inscrutable stare as the visibly sickly assistant reports for duty. Once she's shuffled off to her cramped cubbyhole, he calls after her irritably to quit being so pathetically fragile. She ought to simply take the day to recuperate at home. Ina angrily slams her rickety door so hard it rattles on its hinges, yelling that she'd planned to clock out soon anyway before lapsing into miserable silence. Come evening, she trudges homeward alone, silently stewing that for someone supposedly concerned about her condition, Hyunshin certainly has a piss-poor bedside manner. She'll be glad to cut ties completely once her surgery obligation is finally fulfilled. Unbeknownst to the clueless woman, twin shady figures trail at a discreet distance, ominously marking her every step. They eventually make their approach, one sporting a baseball cap inquiring if she can direct them to the DV clinic. Before she can fabricate an excuse, Capt Thug realizes he'd spotted her leaving the premises earlier, calling her outright bluff. In a cold panic, Ina bolts only to cramp severely, doubling over as the men advance. Capt Goon seizes her arm in a bruising grip, demanding to know her relationship to the doctors while his pale blonde cohort suggestively palms a fallen brick, threatening to loosen her tongue if needed. Back at the hospital, Hyunshin's hand abruptly seizes mid-procedure, tremors racking his steady surgeon skills for the first time in ages. It's not due for the immunity effects to wane already, is it? He stares outside unseeing until a concerned nurse draws him back to the present moment. Meanwhile on the sidewalk, Blondie howls in shock and pain as a sleek feline form streaks from the shadows to rake his face with its claws. Bitten and Jongwon melt from the alley's inky depths, summoned to Ina's defense by Hyunshin's urgent request to guard her safety at all costs. Capt Punk whirls on the pair, demanding what their stake is. Jongwon simply points towards the nearby clinic, explaining coolly that this woman is their employee before ordering Ina to vacate, now. She hesitates, suggesting they call the police instead, but Jongwon assures her they've hired strong security to protect their premises, so she needn't worry if she leaves right this instant. As Ina hedges uncertainly, Capt Idiot makes an ill-advised lunge for her, only to find his path obstructed by Bitten's sinewy frame. Blondie's eyes narrow suspiciously. If they've got such elite protection, then who precisely are they dealing with? His insolent query falls stillborn as Jongwon lifts his gaze, eyes hemorrhaging to a lurid, demonic crimson. "Me," he growls, vampiric fangs descending. Ina shrieks, and just like that, both assailants turn tail, clearly outmatched. Much later, Bitten fills Hyunshin in grimly on the evening's events while he was preoccupied in surgery. "Someone made a play for Ina," the devil relays gravely, and from the marks adorning their attacker, this mysterious threat bears allegiances to Hell's nobility themselves. The devils convene in Hyunshin's office as Bitten relays the grave news one of their own tried using human pawns to make a play for Ina. They know this because the assailant left a distinctive hell-branded mark on his accomplice's flesh. When Jongwon confronted the cap-wearing goon about it, the thug immediately broke, babbling pleas to spare his life in exchange for silence. Little did they know someone, somewhere, simply flicked a switch, instantly detonating the poor sap in a gruesome spray of viscera over Jongwon's stunned face. Jaeun grimly identifies the lethal marking as the unmistakable signature of Asmodius, the demon lord of lust and depravity. He can scarcely believe there are others of their demonic ilk lurking in Korea besides their circle. Just how did this rival become aware of Ina's existence, and why target her specifically? Bitten theorizes it's a convoluted ploy aimed at them, using Ina as leverage to issue some twisted ultimatum. Muan demands to know precisely which hellspawn they're dealing with, but Jongwon dismisses it as irrelevant. They can simply crush this arrogant threat. Jaeun cautions that the larger issue is Ina's safety being directly compromised now. All eyes turn to Hyunshin, who's trembling with incandescent fury at the thought of how narrowly she escaped harm. Without warning, the room starts quaking ominously as Hyunshin's mounting rage catalyzes a catastrophic outburst of power. The lights flicker wildly, plaster raining from fissures spiderwebbing the walls and ceiling. Muan bellows at him to get his tempter under control before he level-sold the entire building. As Hyunshin blinks, coming back to himself in the devastated office, Bitten quietly informs him he simply went on a bit of an unrestrained rampage there. Jaeun swallows hard, horribly reminded of the last time Hyunshin's furies were unleashed so unforgivingly, the incident involving the dark-haired beauty from the framed photo Ina discovered. As Bitten retrieves and replaces the fallen picture on Hyunshin's desk, the surgeon decrees that for now, they'll simply have to take extra precautions monitoring Ina's safety. "Not a single threat gets anywhere near her," are his final icy words before the meeting disbands. The next morning finds Ina perplexed to discover the entirety of the devilish crew loitering in Hyunshin's office space. When she asks what's going on, Muan breezes that they're simply strengthening the bonds of friendship. She then turns a confused look on Jongwon, wondering what became of the ruffians who assaulted her. He assures her breezily that their bodyguard saw them off in short order, no need to fret further. Eyeing Hyunshin next, Ina points out skeptically that he can hardly meet with patience with this rambunctious entourage underfoot. To her surprise, he reveals he's postponed all upcoming consultations indefinitely. She balks just like that, "No issue?" He arches a brow as if to say he's more than capable, unable to resist adding that if he can clear his schedule so easily, surely operating on her sooner wouldn't pose much difficulty either. With a last loaded look, Ina turns on her heel and shuts herself in her boxy office in a huff. By midday, drowsiness starts lapping at Ina's consciousness, perhaps a coffee would perk her up. But she's barely made it 2 steps before Muan materializes at her side, politely inquiring about her destination as he falls into step. Come 3 p.m., her fraying patience finally snaps when their rowdiness becomes too distracting to focus. Flinging her office door wide, Ina loudly demands to know just what idiotic game they're playing, ordering Jaeun in particular back to his own damned workspace. As she rants about requiring a professional environment to be productive, Muan scoffs that all she does is idly browse shopping sites to begin with. When Ina insists that 2 falls under her responsibilities, shooting Hyunshin an imploring look for support, he simply leans back inscrutably, assuring her their antics don't particularly bother him. Outraged, she throws up her hands and slams the door hard. Finally, the second Ina's able to punch out for the day, she comes barreling out completely primed up and ready to hit the town. The guys all visibly do a double take, drinking in her dolled-up appearance with poorly concealed surprise. Jongwon gushes that she looks lovely, while Muan suspiciously inquires just when she snuck off to get so gussied up. As Ina breezes that she has a date with the person she likes, their individual jaws drop in stunned silence. Tossing them a cheery backwards wave, Ina sachets off, utterly oblivious to the covert trail of scowling devils shadowing her every step. Jongwon fumes indignantly that he needs to lay eyes on this supposed paramour for himself. Look, he suddenly points, she's heading right into that bustling subway terminal, trailed by the usual crush of people. Turning to Hyunshin, Jaeun questions what their move should be. Without hesitation, Hyunshin slips on a pair of shades and growls for them to follow her in. The devilish crew hovers uncertainly at the underground terminal's entrance. They've never actually braved the human realm's subterranean transit system before. Jaeun discreetly passes Jongwon a face mask to conceal his unnaturally stunning visage as the cocksure Hyunshin takes point, leading them brazenly down into the bustling station. Once they descend onto the chaotic platforms, the immortals can't help gaping in surprise at the sheer enormity of this underground labyrinth. Jaeun hisses at them to quit rubbernecking and locate their wayward charge already. But Muan balks. How are they meant to pick out one measly human in this seething sea of souls? Before the words have fully left his mouth, they all prick up at the familiar sound of Ayane's voice over the din, rapidly moving towards the closest train. Springing into action, they barrel through the crowds, only to careen against the safety barriers, nearly appending themselves. As Jongwon snarls and makes to simply batter them down, Hyunshin calmly swipes some flat card thingy, waltzing through the gates undeterred. The others swarm him demandingly. Where did he acquire such a pass? He simply jerks a thumb towards the unmanned kiosks nearby. They jostle to crowd the machines, bickering amongst themselves over obtaining the accursed transit cards before the next announcement blares that the train is departing shortly. Spotting Ina duck onto the waiting car at the last second, the crew hurtles themselves bodily through the closing doors, nearly appending a cluster of disgruntled patrons in the process as they all sigh in relief at making it aboard. No sooner have they exhaled than the strange stares begin. Muan shoots a sidelong glance at Jongwon, double-checking his mask remains firmly in place before realizing the problem is Jaeun openly exuding his tantalizing pheromones unchecked. Without ceremony, Jongwon boots the demon clear off at the very next stop, hollering that he'll message the address when they get there as the doors whisk shut. Settling in for the jolting commute, Bitten helpfully advises everyone to mind their powers while surrounded by so many tempting mortals. But his low, gravelly tones only succeed in unconsciously bewitching a cluster of female passengers, who immediately turn glazed, rapturous eyes his way. Muan groans for him to shut his distractingly sexy mouth before he gets them mobbed. But the very second he turns back, the violent swaying of the train causes Muan to stumble into a nearby passenger, inadvertently brushing their skin as the human's expression goes slack and dazed under the power of Muan's caress. Hyunshin openly seethes, lowly threatening to extinguish them all right there if they can't keep their unholy abilities on lockdown. Ayane's path carries them to a trendy corner eatery where she disappears inside, prompting Bitten to quickly text Jaeun their location. While Jongwon and Muan scan the cramped interior, desperately trying to make out her mystery man's face, Bitten ponders whether they ought to attempt infiltrating too. Hyunshin grunts in the affirmative. In they go. It's not long before Jaeun comes sauntering up, taking one look at their profoundly dejected expressions before quirking a brow. Following their embittered eyeline, his gaze lands on the chubby, bespectacled little man sharing Ayane's table, and he instantly gets it. Jongwon sneers that this loser hardly seems Ayane's type based on their intelligence, while Muan outright declares him utterly unfit for her, more like an uncle than a paramour. As the peanut gallery ramps up their blistering assessments, Jaeun simply surveys the lukewarm interaction quietly. Doesn't seem like Romeo over there has much care for Ina beyond the professional anyway, he points out shrewdly. Look how detached and shop-talky their whole exchange is. Just then, Hyunshin abruptly turns on his heel to go, prompting Jongwon to protest leaving so soon. Yes, Hyunshin retorts acerbically, would they prefer joining the lovebirds for a double date instead? He stalks towards the exit, only to freeze as Ayane's sad sack companion pipes up about scheduling her breast augmentation procedure. All eyes cut immediately to Hyunshin as the immortal's irises bleed to crimson. The second that bombshell drops, Muan and Jongwon are on their feet, hackles raised as if scenting a fight. Jaeun instantly clamps a restraining hand on Muan's arm, demanding to know just what crazy stunt he's contemplating pulling. Muan snarls that he's going to beat that smarmy little prick within an inch of his life. But before he can so much as twitch, Hyunshin has already blurred past in a thunderous rage. Inside the cozy eatery, Aina is patiently attempting to explain her inability to book that procedure to her perplexed companion, when a sudden furry presence startles her into silence. A stray cat has materialized out of nowhere, winding itself insistently around her ankles until she bends to scoop it into her arms. Her hapless dinner partner drones on obliviously, utterly missing the incensed surgeon now looming over his shoulder like the angel of death. Hyunshin's hand is already upraised to strike when the words finally penetrate his crimson haze, better for publication when the model's outfits fit properly. He freezes, fractionally relaxing as the insinuation sinks in with dawning comprehension. The group collectively releases the breaths they'd been holding as Aina glances up, clearly startled by the entire demonic entourage's presence. As the shock ebbs, her merely professional date calmly extracts his business card, introducing himself as Na Siyun fashion magazine editor and Ayane's occasional creative collaborator. Muan cuts Aina an accusatory look. Is this really her side gig then, modeling risque outfits? She shakes her head in a mixture of embarrassment and exasperation, admitting she primarily models for tame online retail catalogs with a very occasional luxury spread. Siyun shaws her modesty, bragging shamelessly that she's an elite talent. Her photoshoots consistently sell out product lines in record time. Muan murmurs in realization, recalling how she dismissed her online shopping as part of standard duties around the clinic. Wait, but she'd also claimed to be off rendezvousing with that Juan character specifically. Aina rolls her eyes. Yeah, she'd simply told the little white lie she assumed they wanted to hear after grilling her so aggressively. Before anyone can unleash their indignation, Siyun jovially inserts himself, wondering if perhaps this dashing group of gentlemen would honor them by joining the meal. Then his hand accidentally brushes Hyunshin, and the devilish surgeon is instantly inundated with images of savagely wringing the meek human's scrawny neck until it snaps like a twig. An instant flare of blinding rage scorches through him, power swelling up to obliterate this gnat where he sits. Until he feels Ayane's steadying touch, her gentle voice breaking through the bloody haze as she insists they accept Siyun's hospitality for now. Reluctantly acquiescing to her moderating influence, Hyunshin allows them to relocate to a larger table as their hapless host prattles on about how marvelously, supernaturally good-looking they all are. Once the awkward dinner is underway, Siyun leans in conspiratorially to ask if these happen to be Ayane's medical colleagues she's always referring to. Jongwon squirms uncomfortably at the implication they might all live nearby before Siyun plows ahead, inviting them to trade personal contact info. Perhaps they could all get drinks sometime. The bristling immortal opens his mouth to issue a scathing rebuttal, only for Bitten to interject smoothly that they'll have to politely decline, for now, that is. Siyun immediately switches tacks, instead warmly offering Jongwon a wrapped candy with transparent intent to ingratiate himself. Muan glowers at the Lilliputian man's clumsy machinations. Is he really trying to worm his way into their confidences on a pretext? But Jongwon is already perking up at the treat, jabbering excitedly about his love for sweets. As the odd dinner drags on, Jaeun inadvertently diffuses the simmering tensions simply by complimenting Siyun's exquisite taste in fine dining establishments. Seizing the opportunity, the fashion maven shares his passion for scoping out the underground culinary scene, much to the gourmand demon's delight. Soon, most of the group has been drawn into Siyun's charming web, chatting amiably as the tension steadily bleeds away. All except Hyunshin, that is, who sits in stony silence with arms crossed tightly over his chest, ignoring everyone. At one point, Ina prods him gently, is he not going to eat anything? Receiving no reply, she simply helps herself to his untouched plate with a dismissive shrug. After the meal, the group parts ways with their harmless new acquaintance on surprisingly cordial terms, even agreeing to reconnect for future dining adventures. As they trail off, Muan concedes reluctantly that perhaps mingling with regular humans every now and then isn't the worst thing in the world. Ina nudges Hyunshin meaningfully over his childish behavior, pressing him for the real reason they intruded on her date in such dramatic fashion. Rather than reply, Hyunshin simply leverages one of his infernal wishes to compel her into never asking about that particular incident again, leaving him with 4 remaining, he notes mentally. Instead, he deflects about it being the first time any of them have truly broken bread with an ordinary person before. And that social novelty, he admits gruffly, patting her head, was only possible because of her uniquely humanizing influence. Ina jerks away from his condescending touch indignantly. If he wants to thank her, she bites out, he can do so by nailing her surgery as promised. She's distracted from further argument as her phone starts jangling insistently. Digging it out, her eyes widen fractionally at the caller ID before lifting the receiver to her ear with patent hesitation. A smooth baritone rumbles down the line, "It's nice to hear your voice again after so long, Ina." The following day at the clinic, something seems distinctly off about Ina. She's uncharacteristically subdued, listless in a way that doesn't escape the demon's collective notice. Muan nudges Jongwon uncertainly, what's eating her? The little hellion simply shrugs, wondering aloud if their favorite human is feeling under the weather again. As Muyan's gaze drifts to Hyunshin's darkened office door, a faint scowl mars the doctor's usually inscrutable features too. He gets the distinct impression that whatever stormy atmosphere has settled over the premises, it's inextricably linked to some unspoken tension between their 2 key players. The previous evening's little confrontation replays in Muyan's mind. While Ina had been engaged on the phone, trying to process Juwon's surprise homecoming as her first point of contact, Hyunshin had abruptly materialized at her side. Grasping her hand possessively, he'd announced loudly enough for her caller to surely overhear that he would personally escort her home for the night. Juwon's voice had grown deceptively mild over the line as he queried whether Ina happened to be otherwise engaged with someone at the moment. But she'd instantly recoiled from Hyunshin's grip, assuring her beloved in clipped tones that no, she most certainly wasn't. Back in the present, Ina scrolls listlessly through some mindless retail therapy, her thoughts inevitably turning to analyzing Juwon's premature return from overseas. Had he simply powered through his commitments to rush back early for her? She ponders briefly about maybe reopening that fraught surgery discussion with Hyunshin again. But his entire blustering entourage seems to be lurking in particularly close quarters today, so she dismisses the idea for now. Her stray musings don't escape Muyan's notice though. He calls out to Hyunshin pointedly about this whole surgery business Ina seems so preoccupied over, and just what's her relationship to this Juwon person anyway? When the prickly surgeon simply grunts for Muyan to get lost, the nosy demon persists undeterred. Is he pressuring the poor woman into some extreme cosmetic procedure against her will? Before Hyunshin can unleash his ire, a nurse raps politely at the door. It's nearly time for his next surgical rotation, she reminds him crisply. With a curt nod towards Muyan to vacate his space immediately, the doctor sweeps out without so much as a sidelong glance at Ina. He can already feel the blood-borne queasiness building just from being in her vicinity too long. But once ensconced in the sterile operating theater, no matter how hard Hyunshin concentrates on their recent hand-holding encounter, he can't seem to recapture its miraculous immunizing effects. As the initial incision splits the patient's tender flesh, a queasy, overpowering reek of viscera assaults him. His skilled hands start trembling violently, nearly botching the crucial first slice. In desperation, he urgently waves over a nurse to summon Ina's presence immediately. When she tentatively appears in the OR's doorway, squinting against the dim lighting, Hyunshin barks for her to stay back. Absolutely do not enter, he growls in a strangled rasp. From her vantage in the brightly lit hallway, all Ina can discern is his silhouette utterly motionless except for the slight, jerky tremors racking his shadowy form. She frowns slightly. Is the room always kept so oppressively gloomy during procedures? Leaning in, trying to get a better look, she shivers involuntarily when enough light catches Hyunshin to reveal streaks of blood streaking down his ashen knuckles. When he demands lowly if the sight terrifies her so, Ina's head shakes minutely in denial. But he presses on sadistically, reminding her in gruesome detail of the sheer physical trauma her own surgery will entail, assuring her it'll hurt far worse than this measly little cut. Her gaze flicks instinctively to the jagged, gory incision. Does she really still desire to be so horrifically mutilated? Ina swallows hard but stills her nerves, jaw setting in stubborn determination. Yes, she confirms steadily, meeting his gaze unflinchingly. She instructs him to slot her onto his calendar for the first available opening, just like he promised all those weeks ago. Hyunshin flashes back to their very first disastrous encounter, how when questioned about her motivations for pursuing such an invasive enhancement, the one name that slipped unbidden through her distracted thoughts was none other than Juan. The following day when Ina's a no-show, Hyunshin gives her a ring. Has she gone into hiding after his ghoulish operating room behavior, or is she simply running late as usual? He reminds her tersely that she's supposed to give advance notice for tardiness. Except, Ina suddenly recollects she never actually confirmed her schedule prior to yesterday's bizarre episode. Hyunshin curtly orders her in immediately, only for Ina to reveal she's currently stuck on a photoshoot. The earliest she can make it is 2 p.m. He claims to be fully booked straight through, a blatant lie since his 4 o'clock window is conveniently open. But when an assistant calls out for Ina, she frets over what to do. Hyunshin demands her location in clipped tones. Upon arriving at the remote studio space, he calls out brusquely for Ina to meet him curbside. As he waits, idly observing some kids loitering nearby, Ina finally taps on the tinted window to get his attention. Lowering the glass, Hyunshin immediately launches into a diatribe about her unprofessional absence causing this unnecessary trip when she's the one working for him. It's only then that his scathing gaze lands fully on her, fully done up in professional hair, makeup, and an avant-garde outfit that gives him pause. What's with that ridiculous get-up, and why has she straightened her hair? Ina shrugs, explaining it's simply for the job before asking how he likes her new look. Hyunshin eyes her up and down dismissively. The natural Ina suited her far better, in his opinion. Never mind, she waves him off. Since he went to all this trouble, would he like to come inspect the set himself? Hyunshin follows bemusedly as they cross the studio's threshold, only to be met by a sudden hush as every eye turns their way. Flustered whispers and admiring gasps ripple through the crew over the surgeon's striking, unearthly beauty. The photographer calls out irritably for everyone to quit gawking and get back to work, only to freeze as an assistant identifies Hyunshin as Ina's impossibly gorgeous friend here to observe. In the ensuing chaos, Hyunshin finds himself utterly swarmed by the overeager staff, all vying to get closer and bask in his ethereal presence. One particularly brazen woman even reaches out to caress his chiseled jawline, only to have her hand roughly swatted away as Hyunshin demands just what she thinks she's doing. But the awestruck woman simply gushes dreamily that his jewel-bright eyes have utterly entranced her. As she makes another ill-advised grab, Ina suddenly materializes. Just what does this handsy wench imagine she's playing at? Her sharp tone and Ina's protective stance between them seems to shake the dazed crew out of their collective stupor. Sheepishly mumbling apologies, they disperse to their stations as Ina turns back with a rueful look. They don't normally behave like that, she assures Hyunshin, clearly embarrassed by their fan-crazed antics. Before he can further interrogate this suspicious job of hers, someone calls out that the main talent is running late. Would Ina mind starting her turn in front of the cameras first? She readily agrees, instructing Hyunshin to hang back and observe. As the photoshoot kicks into high gear, Ina transforms into a consummate professional before his eyes. She nails every pose, every angle the discerning photographer demands with the utmost grace and poise. Hyunshin can't resist studying her form more closely, unexpectedly transfixed by the sheer artistry on display. Until a flicker of movement over Ayane's shoulder catches his peripheral vision, another pair of eyes, glowing the same eerie, bloody crimson as his own, and a silken voice crooning huskily that he never knew Aina possessed such impressive social chops alongside her other talents. Her tireless work ethic, the voice marvels as its owner drifts into view, is unmatched. Which is precisely why it never occurred to him that she'd make such unconventional friends. The man's dark, devastating gaze lasers in on Hyunshin with an unmistakably knowing glint as he adds that he could sense what Hyunshin is from the instant he first laid eyes on him that day. So, the lithe figure inquires with deceptive mildness, an infernal smile teasing the corner of his lips, just which demon lord does this exquisite being before him serve? Juan casually remarks this marks his second encounter with a Lucifer, though he'd instantly recognized Hyunshin's infernal nature from the start. As he extends a proffered drink towards the devilish surgeon, Juan's hand betrays the faintest tremble under Hyunshin's smoldering scrutiny. When the beverage goes untouched, Juan arches an inquisitive brow. Is peasant fare beneath such a lofty palate? He wonders idly how this legendary demon first crossed paths with his sweet, unassuming Aina. Surely Hyunshin can't be her romantic partner, unless the attachment is newly formed? Juan probes carefully about the precise nature of their relationship. Hyunshin's lips twist in a faint, inscrutable smile as he counters that he very well could be Ayane's lover, if he so desired. The mere suggestion visibly wrong-foots Juan for a beat before he recovers with an incredulous chuckle. This forbidding, ruthless creature? Hardly seems Ayane's customary type. As Hyunshin's eyes narrow dangerously, silently commanding the impertinent devil to watch his tongue, Juan feels his own heart stutter in a fleeting frisson of primal fear. But he refuses to betray his carefully cultivated nonchalance as Hyunshin leans in threateningly close. For someone so brazenly unintimidated by a Lucifer's dread presence, the devilish doctor purrs silkily, Juan must have some powerful patron shielding his insignificant hide. His lethal gaze rakes over Juan appraisingly as he idly notes there are, after all, a mere half-dozen elevated Lucifers in the hierarchy, and this pretty boy doesn't bear the infernal insignia of any such upper echelons Hyunshin's aware of. As if to verify that suspicion, Hyunshin's movements turn predatory, stalking around Juan's trapped form with disturbing focus. When he looms over Juan's vulnerable back, suddenly reaching to part the delicate shell of his ear in search of concealed markings, Juan instinctively tries to flinch away only to find himself bizarrely frozen, muscles locked by some imperceptible force. At that precise moment, Aina reappears on set, obliviously shattering the tense tableau as she greets them both warmly. Flustered, Juan hastily raises one hand to shield the back of his exposed neck and ear in a carefully casual gesture as he silently prays Hyunshin didn't catch a glimpse of any damning insignias. Aina remains utterly clueless to the undercurrents swirling around them as she introduces her beloved and her new friend she happened to meet by chance. Hyunshin barely contains a derisive snort at her innocuous phrasing, only to snap to high alert as the words Juan finally registers. So this pretty face is her much-vaunted paramour in the flesh. As Juan compliments Ayane's poise and work ethic during the photoshoot, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear in an achingly tender gesture, Hyunshin's blood simmers realizing he's not simply in the presence of a random devil, but whatever unholy courtship this particular specimen is up to with Aina. When she expresses a hint of self-doubt over her performance, Juan passes her his refreshment smoothly, pressing the glass into her hand with clear intent to ingratiate himself further. As Aina eagerly sips away, Hyunshin levels a murderous glare at the smirking devil. He knows full well whatever placid vices he tries plying her with will have zero effect. Sure enough, when Juan invites Aina out for a private supper to properly celebrate his return to Seoul, she visibly hesitates, worrying her lower lip as she weighs her response carefully. For Hyunshin realizes with dawning unease that unlike Juan's harmless wiles, Ayane's apparent imperviousness leaves her judgment utterly unclouded, her consent unassailably authentic. Just as he tenses in dreadful anticipation of her acquiescence, Ina declines with a polite but firm refusal. She still needs to report in at the hospital later this evening. As Juan brushes past Hyunshin shooting one last, unreadable look over his shoulder, the words ghosting from his smirking lips prove that single small mercy was no blessing at all. Until next time, Lucifer. Outside by Juan's sleek town car, Ina hesitates, recalling how Hyunshin had simply stood frozen after her refusal, like a statue utterly at odds with the bustling activity swirling around him. He must have come all this way solely for her sake, despite his distaste for crowds. Feeling a pang of guilt, she pivots back to offer Juan an apologetic rain check for dinner another time before hurrying inside, ignoring his attempts to stall her. Once she's gone, Hyunshin broods darkly to himself. He's certain now there were distinct markings behind Juan's ears, twin crossed lines burned into the delicate flesh. The less highborn a devil's pedigree, the higher their chances of leaving such obvious insignias on their corporeal forms as they find containing their base impulses increasingly challenging. Which means this self-professed admirer dogging Ina's steps is amongst the lowest, most uncontrolled demonic rungs, precisely the worst kind she could attract. So absorbed is Hyunshin in his dire contemplations that he nearly startles when Ina suddenly reappears, breathless and flushed. She blurts out an explanation about not wanting to be late for her shift before the words catch in her throat, gaze dropping to the modest meal clutched in her hands. Despite her earlier assurances, her treacherous stomach decides that's the perfect moment to gurgle loudly in protest. Tamping down an uncharacteristic flicker of amusement, Hyunshin simply herds her over to the bench he'd observed the children occupying earlier. As Ina settles in and tucks into her sandwich, she mentions offhandedly that Juan is the man she's been so hung up on all this time. Had Hyunshin managed to catch that little detail yet? She launches unprompted into some background about being orphaned at a tender age and raised solely by her doting grandmother. About how Juan has unfailingly remained by her side since childhood, a steadfast constant in the ever-changing tides of her young life. When Hyunshin probes cautiously if Juan was the one pushing her to pursue such drastic cosmetic enhancements, Ina's vehement denial visibly takes him aback. No, she hurries to explain Juan's never even been made aware of her romantic interest, unrequited or otherwise. It's simply that he's always, ever since they were kids, been surrounded by objectively stunning people, models, celebrities, that entire fatally gorgeous stratosphere. And deep down she harbors this gnawing anxiety that one day he'll realize just how painfully plain she is in comparison and finally, inevitably leave her behind. Ina knows it's a childish, insecure notion, but it's haunted her for so long she couldn't help indulging a tiny spark of hope. What if undergoing some minor refinements could be her chance to be perceived as beautiful too? To be seen as more than just his oldest friend constantly underfoot? For a long moment, Hyunshin simply observes her polished profile with an unreadable expression. Finally, he allows that being special isn't some universal ideal to aspire towards, but in his unique case, her very existence is remarkable because it's actively saving him from succumbing to his own monstrous impulses. An odd look flickers across his chiseled features as he prods whether she's ever had someone she cherishes the way she so clearly does this Juan character. When Ina points out the contradiction, what about the woman from his apartment, the one in that framed photograph? Hyunshin's head whips around in shock. How could she possibly know about that? As she stammers an embarrassed apology about not meaning to pry where she shouldn't, he exhales a weary sigh. That was his little sister, he confesses, the sole immediate family he had alongside their late mother after his father passed before Hyunshin's birth. Catching Ina's concerned look, he shakes his head minutely in refusal to say more before abruptly rising and informing her that if she's finished her meager meal, it's high time they took their leave of this place. Later that evening at the hospital, Juan's sudden, unannounced appearance outside the staff entrance leaves Ina gobsmacked. As she demands just what he's doing there and how he even tracked her down, he deflects that he simply felt too guilty shuttling her off without a proper catch-up over dinner after his return. Not only that, but her friend Seyun happened to let slip about Ina's rather unique professional setting. Before Ina can stammer an excuse over her lack of transparency, Juan waves it off breezily, who are her lurking friends glowering daggers at his back from the shadowy alcoves. As the other immortals bristle, realizing they've been clocked, Juan flashes them a brilliant smile and tosses off a casual greeting utterly devoid of fear. Outside the hospital, Juan insists Ina wait for him in the idling car before turning to address her coworkers. They should probably have a little chat, just the men. As he lights up a cigarette with an insouciant grin, he wonders out loud who precisely they all are. Jongwon instantly bristles at the demand, aggressively spinning it back on the interloper to reveal his pedigree first. Juan's eyes glint with dark amusement as he takes in the pugnacious demon's youthful countenance, remarking that his choleric temper unmistakably marks him as a classic satanic breed. Furious, Jongwon snarls at him to quit stalling and identify his own unholy classification. Only for Bitten to caution Riley that by losing his composure so readily, Jongwon's basically proving the dandy's point about his childish lack of discipline. Undeterred, Juan slopes a meaningful look towards Hyunshin, recognizing him now, the ill-begotten progeny of Lisette, the sixth fallen. Who, in defiance of hell's most sacrosanct laws, dared to fall in love with a mortal woman and even bear her whelp before paying the ultimate price. Hyunshin stands revealed as blasphemous proof that one of the exalted Lucifers himself succumbed to weakness in the arms of his human paramour those eons ago. Bitten makes an abortive lunge towards the upstart stranger for daring to mock their tragic history so callously. But Juan easily evades the clumsy strike, taunting that such reflexive ferocity clearly marks Bitten as one of the envious, wrathful Leviathan caste. Allowing his pointed gaze to linger over the remaining pair, he hazards a guess that the more refined-looking one's aura of pure greed must signify him as a mammon incarnate, leaving his burly cohort to bear the flies and putrescence of a Beelzebub. Smiling coldly as each of the immortals bristles at having their secrets so blithely laid bare, Juan prompts Hyunshin to take his turn deducing which hellish gene pool birthed this intruder into their midst. When the grim doctor practically spits out Asmodius, Juan rewards him with a mock bow of respect. His infernal reputation clearly precedes him. At that inopportune moment, Ina herself emerges from the vehicle, brows knitting in confusion over the suddenly charged atmosphere between her boyfriend and colleagues. Juan effortlessly deflects her concerns with an airy dismissal about merely cautioning the doctors to keep a close protective eye on their precious employee. When Ina scoffs that she's hardly some helpless fawn requiring constant chaperoning, Juan simply slings one arm around her shoulders disarmingly. No need to spoil their evening anymore with such tedious business, he soothes as they stroll towards the car's open door together. But at the last second, he turns and blows the gaping demons an exaggerated wink over Ina's head, immediately after raking her silken strands aside to expose the exact same sinister emblem that had marked the thugs who assaulted her earlier, seared into the delicate skin of her nape. As stunned outcry erupts from the gawking immortals, Juan simply bundles Ina inside before sliding behind the wheel, tossing one final taunting smirk over his shoulder as the vehicle peels away. Bitten has to physically restrain a violently thrashing Jongwon from giving reckless pursuit as their nemesis vanishes around the corner. Back at Hyunshin's office, they pore over arcane tomes seeking answers about Juan's unique marking abilities. Jaeun eventually unearths crucial details: the Asmodian power to brand targets like cattle, searing them with profane insignias denoting their locations which can then be supernaturally traced. The size, shape and prominence of the blasphemous seals vary wildly in accordance with the engraver's demonic pedigree. On the drive across town, Ina chides Juan for neglecting to give her a heads up about dropping by unannounced, especially at her unconventional place of employment. He disregards her mild scolding about common courtesy, thoughts drifting to the distinctive odor of tobacco smoke now permeating her lovely hair. Catching her grimace over the smell, he cracks the window with a faint chuckle. He always endeavors to arrive precisely when and where he means to, no more nor less. Masterfully deflecting back onto Ina, he prompts updates about her beloved grandmother's health before probing whether money might currently be an issue driving her to take such a taxing side hustle. Because the monthly allowance he remits should be more than enough to cover her modest needs, never mind the frivolous gifts and indulgences he showers her with constantly. Ina huffs inwardly that he still treats her like a child sometimes, while outwardly assuring him that the job aligns with her personal interests and she hasn't even touched the obscene sums he regularly deposits for her. Back at the clinic, Muan theorizes grimly that Juan unmasked his true diabolic nature because he felt them closing in, threatening his invisible claim over Ina. Jongwon demands to know the ramifications of this marking they seem to have overlooked. According to Jaeun's findings, the second Asmodius burns their sigil into a body, be it demonic or human, the cursed target's whereabouts become supernaturally visible to the engraver alone, while their insatiable lusts grow ever more ravenous until the hapless prey is located and devoured. Among their infernal hierarchy, the priapic Asmodians rank a lowly fourth out of the 7 demonic castes. Where Hyunshin rates in the uppermost Luciferian stratosphere, Jaeun the second tier of powerful radicals, Muan and Jongwon the brutish tertiary behemoths, even bitten outdistances his vulgar kindred among the slobbering leviathans still mired in the fourth, animal depths of craving. Only the piggish Asmodos like Juan exist on the same primal continuum. Hyunshin's brow darkens thunderously. He realizes now Juan must have seized the opportunity to corrupt Ina with his foul branding when they'd been briefly alone during that photo shoot. Muan asks what precisely triggers the curse's nullification. Jaeun hesitates fractionally before delivering the grim verdict. For a lesser demon like their attacker, the fatal enslavement only ceases upon either death, or a sanctifying kiss pressed directly over the offending mark by one of their own sacred nobility. The nauseating implications aren't lost on Hyunshin or Muan, both of whom look utterly grave. Meanwhile, apropos of nothing, Ina suddenly jolts as if struck directly across from Juan at their intimate corner table. When she recovers sufficiently to respond to his inquiring look, the words feel like a physical slap to the face. He's just suggested, with maddening casualness, that after this romantic meal perhaps they should retire to his place for the remainder of the evening. Ina's mind is racing as she stands in Juan's house, memories flooding back. All those times she'd asked to visit, only to be met with flimsy excuses. Now here she is, and the reality is jarring. Don't you want to be here? Juan's question hangs in the air. Ina's so stunned she doesn't even notice her phone buzzing with Jaeun's calls. It's not that, she manages, her eyes wide. It's just surprising. Meanwhile, the search party is in full swing. Jaeun's behind the wheel, phone pressed to his ear as he updates Jongwon. No answer from Ina, he says, frustration evident. I'll keep trying. In another car, Muan's kicking himself. How did he miss the signs? Juan's devilishly good looks should have been a dead giveaway. Jongwon's impatience is palpable. Are we close yet? Just then, Muan's phone pings. It's Yulchi, an upper-class contact, with an address. His face lights up, networking pays off. Another ping. Yulchi's found 4 houses under Juan's name. She's sending the addresses but wants some of Muan's time in return. Fair trade, he thinks. 4 houses? Muan blurts out, shock rippling through the car. Jaeun's mind is racing. They must have finished dinner by now. Where could they be? A thought strikes him. Has anyone heard from Hyunshin? Where'd he run off to? Muan takes charge. I'm sending each of you an address. Check it out and call me the second you find Ina. There's 1 address left over. We'll just have to guess, Muan says, flooring the accelerator. Back at Juan's, Ina's world is tilting. A lipstick-stained note catches her eye, another woman's number. As Juan starts talking about some gift, something in Ina snaps. What am I to you? The question bursts out of her. Juan's reply is smooth as ever. My dearest Ina, my princess. But it's not enough. Ina's trembling now, tears threatening. Are you even serious about me? You didn't even call when you came back early. I was waiting, desperate to hear from you. The tears are falling freely now. Do I mean anything to you at all? And then, a curveball. Juan asks her to be his girlfriend. As he wipes away her tears, his question hangs between them: will this be enough to prove how much she means to him? Later on, Jongwon's trying to eavesdrop through the door of one of Juan's apartments. Muan asks if he can hear anything, and Jongwon mentions hearing some intimate noises from a couple inside. This gets Muan all worked up, and he's about to break down the door when Jongwon tells him to chill and use his powers instead. But Muan explains he needs to see what he's dealing with first. They're debating busting in when Jongwon asks if Muan can handle it if INA's really in there. Muan's not sure how they'll check, but Jongwon's got an idea. They head up to the roof, where Jongwon starts walking on the wall, a neat trick all devils can do. Muan's hesitant, worried about messing up his clothes, but eventually follows Jongwon's lead. They make it to the 25th floor and hop onto Juan's balcony. The noises are clearer now. Muan uses his powers to open the curtains, and they spot Juan getting cozy with someone. They can only see her back, but it looks like Ina. They're shocked, but Juan notices them and acknowledges their presence. They burst in, yelling, but freeze when the woman turns around. It's not Ina. Juan smoothly gets rid of the woman, then asks if they're leaving soon. Muan's fuming, wondering if Juan thinks they're here for a chat. The more Muan looks at Juan, the more he hates him. He's starting to think this might be why he wants that surgery now. Juan comes across as a flashy player, flirting with anyone. When Juan winks at them, it just makes them angrier. Muan's had enough. He tells Juan he's leaving because it's gross to stay any longer, but warns him it's not over. As he's about to leave with Jongwon, Muan stops at the door. He tells Juan that while he wouldn't ask a devil to control himself, Juan's picked the wrong person to mess with. When Juan asks for clarification, Muan tells him to quit messing around with Ina before slamming the door on his way out. Meanwhile, Ina's reaction to Juan's girlfriend proposal isn't what he expected. She wipes away her tears and questions if that's really his answer, catching him off guard. As she walks away, she says she'll pretend she never heard it. Later, Juan sits on his couch, smoking and replaying the disgust in Ina's eyes, a look he's never seen before. He feels like the worst person in her eyes and closes his eyes, thinking about how uncertain his future is. At the same time, Hyunshin is ignoring Bitten's calls while standing in front of the subway station. He's wondering why he rushed there and realizes he's wasted too much time. He needs to find Ina ASAP. He's conflicted about his motivations, questioning if he's looking for her to fix his own flaws or if he should just let her go and pretend nothing happened between them. It starts raining, sending everyone running for cover except Hyunshin. Suddenly, Ina appears, sheltering him with her umbrella. He's shocked to see her, and she explains she was at the hospital. She offers to walk him to his car, and on the way, he asks about Juan, but she doesn't respond. At his car, he offers to drive her home, but she suggests having a drink instead. They end up at her apartment, which Hyunshin finds small but doesn't say anything. He's hesitant to drink, claiming he needs to drive, but in reality, alcohol doesn't affect him because he's a devil. They drink anyway. After a few bottles, Hyunshin takes a glass from a drunk Ina, pointing out that she's drinking alone when they were supposed to drink together. Ina starts talking about one-sided love, describing the anxiety and feeling of being the only one who cares. She shares her fear of abandonment, linking it to losing her parents young. As Ina gets drowsy, Hyunshin quickly prevents her from hitting her head on the table. While she cries her heart out, he quietly admits that he understands how she feels. Jaeun's chilling outside Ina's place, nose in a book, when Muan and Jongwon show up, all excited about Ina being found. Jaeun shushes them quick. They peek into Ina's room where she's out cold. Inside, they're checking out the mark on Ina, still there. Muan spots Bitten knocked out next to Ina, realizing it's been a while since he's seen Bitten's dream control thing in action. Bitten's got this wild ability to mess with people's imaginations and dreams. It's pretty powerful, playing on people's fears and all, but it's got its downsides. Bitten's gotta be asleep to use it, and sometimes he can't wake up on his own. Only Hyunshin, the big boss Lucifer, can snap him out of it. Muan's freaking out when he hears Bitten's been under for 40 minutes. Hyunshin gives Bitten a mental nudge to wake up. Bitten comes to, saying Ina won't be having any nightmares about recent events. Hyunshin's pleased and takes Muan with him. They pop up on Juan's balcony, catching him off guard. Juan makes a crack about finishing what they started earlier. Muan's not having it and smashes Juan's fancy sofas into the wall. Hyunshin casually fixes them, offering to do it as many times as Juan wants. Juan's intrigued by Hyunshin's powers, having heard about his ability to create or make anything he can think up. He wonders if that's how Hyunshin got Ina. Bad move. Muan slams Juan's head against the wall, warning him to keep Ina's name out of his mouth. He then accuses Juan of hiring someone to stalk Ina, which confuses Juan. Hyunshin explains his power can create and destroy anything he imagines, with some limits. To demonstrate, he starts squeezing Juan's heart, saying he could destroy it faster than it could heal. Juan's in agony, feeling like his heart's about to burst, and collapses to the floor. Hyunshin warns Juan to keep his hands off Ina, saying he'll let him live for now. Surprisingly, Juan stubbornly refuses. Hyunshin's confused, telling Juan to feed his hunger from the mark using other humans. He points out that Juan's species can satisfy their lust with anyone, wondering if it's hard for him to hold back because he's an Asmodius. Hyunshin squeezes Juan's heart harder, making him yell in pain. Muan asks if Hyunshin's really gonna kill Juan. Hyunshin remembers Bitten's warning not to end Juan's life, so he gives Juan's heart one last squeeze before letting go. Juan coughs in relief as Hyunshin heads for the door. Juan, in a weird twist, asks Hyunshin to kill him, saying life's getting boring anyway. Hyunshin grits his teeth, warning Juan not to push him, and says he's not keeping him alive for Juan's sake before walking out. Juan's left lying helplessly on the floor. Next morning, Juan shows up at Hyunshin's office all chipper, surprising everyone. They thought they'd made themselves clear the day before. Juan's there to give Ina a ticket to Seoul Fashion Week. Since Ina's not in yet, Juan leaves the ticket on Hyunshin's desk, asking him to pass it along. After Juan leaves, Muan calls him creepy, admitting his only redeeming quality is his looks. They check out the ticket, wondering if Juan's trying to ask Ina on a date. Bitten shows them an article about Juan being in the fashion show finale. Jongwon's angry that Juan's getting serious about Ina. Bitten asks Hyunshin if he's gonna give Ina the ticket. Muan yells that of course they won't, saying Juan's clearly making a move on Ina. Bitten points out Juan will probably invite Ina himself anyway. Muan insists they're not giving her the ticket, then asks Hyunshin what he thinks. Hyunshin stays quiet, leaving them all wondering what he'll do. Ina shows up at the office after everyone's gone. Hyunshin casually hands her the ticket, saying someone asked him to pass it on. She realizes Juan must have been there and thinks it'll be awkward seeing him after how things went down. She thanks Hyunshin, and as she's about to head to her office, he gives her some hangover medicine, mentioning she drank a lot last night. She thanks him again. Later, Ina's at the fashion show venue early, just taking in all the prep work. Juan surprises her, showing off his runway outfit and asking what she thinks. She says it looks amazing and wistfully mentions how cool it'd be to walk the runway herself someday. Juan's about to tell her something when they're interrupted by a commotion. Ina turns to see the doctors arguing about whether they're in the right place. Jaeun tries to shush the guys, but Ina points out they've already drawn attention. She asks why they're all there, and Muan claims they just happened to get tickets. Ina notices they're reeking of perfume, especially Jaeun. They say they took the day off work. Juan starts laughing when Hyunshin walks in, saying they really all came. Suddenly, the designer spots Muan and rushes over. Muan thanks him for the last-minute tickets. The designer's blown away by how good-looking Muan's friends are, wishing he'd known about them earlier to have them model. Juan suggests putting them in the show for real. Muan's thinking Juan's lost it, knowing this could cause major trouble. The designer's loving the idea. Juan drops a bombshell, they're already in the news as new rookie models for the show. Muan checks his phone, shocked to see they've gone viral. Juan points out that if they don't walk, they'll ruin the show and all the work that went into it. They all notice Ina thinking she can't let Juan's show be ruined. Hyunshin surprises everyone by saying they should do it, but only him. The designer's thrilled, Ina's shocked. But Hyunshin's got a condition. Ina's hanging out in the waiting room when the guys come out of Hyunshin's dressing room. She asks how he's doing, and Muan jokes that he's not good, he's become too handsome. He starts going on about needing to cover Hyunshin's face or turn off the lights when he hits the runway. Ina's curious why Hyunshin agreed to do the show. The guys all think it's because of her, but they keep that to themselves. Instead, they suggest heading to their seats, with Jaeun wondering if Hyunshin's really okay with this. As the show's about to start, the crowd's buzzing about Juan and the new models. Bitten's a bundle of nerves, but Ina gives his hand a reassuring squeeze. He finds himself lost in her eyes. Earlier, in Hyunshin's dressing room, Muan had asked him why he was doing this. Hyunshin played it cool, saying it was a chance to have Ina owe him one, why turn that down? Bitten warned him about the risks of making eye contact with anyone during the show. Hyunshin brushed it off, saying he'd only be looking at Ina anyway. Now, as Hyunshin struts down the runway, he's laser-focused on Ina. He stops right in front of her, catching everyone off guard. The backstage crew is freaking out, wondering what he's doing. Ina's locked in a staring contest with Hyunshin, her heart pounding. He tells her it might just be alright, leaving her confused. Meanwhile, the backstage crew is yelling for the model to come back, when someone notices a strange guy has crashed the stage. The crowd's buzzing, trying to figure out who this random guy is that just jumped on stage. Hyunshin's thinking how he planned to only look at Ina, but of course, things never go smoothly. He tells the guy to get lost, but the dude's not having it. He's all about getting his hands on pretty things, and Hyunshin's his new target. Hyunshin turns away quick, but it's too late. Everyone's seen his eyes and they're instantly smitten. The whole place goes nuts, with people jumping up, saying they want Hyunshin. Bitten's ready to jump in, but Muan holds him back, saying they'll only make things worse. Muan promises to use his powers if things get out of hand. A woman leaps on stage, charging at Hyunshin. He's frozen, mentally calling out to Ina. In a flash, Ina grabs Jongwon's hat, jumps on stage, and yanks the woman away. She slaps the hat on Hyunshin's head and tells him to run. As they bolt, the other demons spring into action. Bitten's working his charm, Jongwon's ditched his mask, and Nguyen's peeled off his gloves. They're distracting the crowd, who are now all over them. Jaeun's keeping an eye on the exit, hoping Ina's taking care of Hyunshin. Meanwhile, the designer and Juan are watching this circus unfold, totally confused. Outside, Ina's checking if Hyunshin's okay, but he's not answering. He's shaking with anger, his eyes turning red, veins popping out. Street lights shatter and the ground starts cracking. Suddenly, he calms down and notices Ina holding him, with glass from the lights sticking out of her arm. He's shocked, calling her name. She brushes off her injury, more concerned about him. Then, she collapses against his chest, passing out. Hyunshin's just patched up Ina, who's knocked out in his arms. He's glad she'll heal, but he's kicking himself for putting her in harm's way. His plan backfired big time. Juan storms in, losing it when he sees Ina hurt. He tries to order Hyunshin around, but Hyunshin's not having it. He tells Juan to chill, saying Ina will be fine. Juin's so relieved he gets all teary-eyed. Hyunshin's wondering why Juin marked Ina if he's so worried about her. Juin spills the beans. He marked her way back in high school. Turns out, Ina used to come home late from classes, and her grandma was always freaking out. So Juin marked her to keep tabs on her. This hits Hyunshin like a ton of bricks. He's always thought Asmodius demons couldn't help themselves once they marked someone. He remembers telling Juin his kind could get their kicks with anyone. Now he's realizing Ina's not just another conquest for Juin. Juin's curious why Ina's working at Hyunshin's hospital. When Hyunshin says it's because of him, Juin's thrown for a loop. Hyunshin explains he heard Juin was dating hot women, figuring Ina would get the message. Juin swears he never meant to imply anything, saying he knew Ina was insecure but had no clue she'd go to such lengths. Hyunshin cuts to the chase and asks Juin straight up if he actually gives a damn about Ina. Ina wakes up in the hospital to Juin's voice. She asks about Dr. Park, and Juin says he'll be there soon. As he's leaving, he tells her he never wanted her to get any surgery. Hyunshin shows up, checking on Ina. She's all cheerful, saying she's fine but might need more time off work. Hyunshin's response is a curveball. He tells her to stop worrying about him, doing things for him, and to not come back to work. Ina's thrown for a loop. Days later, the hospital's buzzing with news that Dr. Park and Dr. Yu are out for personal reasons. The guys are hanging out in Hyunshin's office, wondering where he and Bitten have disappeared to. They've tried calling, but no luck. Ina's also MIA, saying she's on vacation. Jongwon's losing it over a video game, complaining he's bored. Suddenly, 3 women barge into the hospital, claiming they work there. They end up in Hyunshin's office, catching the guys off guard. Meanwhile, Ina's chilling in her PJs at home, scrolling through texts from the doctors. She's frowning at one from Hyunshin asking where she is. She remembers his condition for doing the fashion show lunch with her afterward. Now he's acting all distant, telling her to back off. She thought they were getting closer, but now she's not so sure. She decides she needs to see him face to face and get some answers. A few hours later, Ina storms into Hyunshin's office, yelling about a broken deal. Everyone in the room, including some new faces, turns to stare. A stunning blonde asks Ina who she is. Ina's there for Hyunshin, but can't help noticing how gorgeous this woman is. The blonde gets up close, asking what Ina wants with Hyunshin. She calls Ina cute and reaches out with a glowing red hand, asking for her name. Ina tells her, and the woman calls her a good girl. Suddenly, Muan yanks the woman's hand away while Jaeun pulls Ina back. Muan tells the woman it's time to go, calling her mom. Ina's jaw drops. Muan's mom gives him a look, says she's made herself clear, and leaves it to him. A green-haired woman tells the guys to say hi to Bitten for her before following Muan's mom out. Ina learns from Jaeun that was Bitten's mom. Muan asks a dark-haired girl why she's still hanging around. She's Boyeon, from the Mammon species, and says she can't leave yet. Muan tries to shush her, but she slaps his hand away. She's got nowhere to go and plans to crash at his place. Muan thinks she's lost it. Ina turns to Jaeun, asking where Hyunshin is. Jaeun breaks it to her that Hyunshin hasn't been showing up to work for a while now. Hyunshin's chilling in his apartment, thinking back to his chat with Juin. Juin had said he's known Ina forever and seen it all, even stuff Hyunshin missed. He likes Ina and wants her happy, which is why he thinks she shouldn't be with Hyunshin. Juin pointed out that for devils like them, protecting their own kind comes first. They can't have kids with humans, it'd kill the devil parent. With only 5 Lucifers left, Hyunshin's kind is extra touchy about keeping their bloodline going. Juin asked if Hyunshin had thought about how much pain a human would go through after having a Lucifer's kid. He said Hyunshin knew better than anyone that he'd end up like his dad, leaving Ina miserable. Those words got Hyunshin so mad he caused a blackout in his building. He fixed the mess and brought the lights back just as a woman walked in. She called him son and said it had been a while. Turns out, Hyunshin's dad, the sixth Lucifer named Licent, fell for a human and had a kid, breaking all the rules. He died for it, leaving his family behind. Hyunshin asks his mom why she's there. She says his phone was off, so she came to check on him. He realizes his battery's dead and apologizes. She tells him he's getting more like his dad. Hyunshin glares at her, warning her not to bring up his father. He quickly looks away, and she asks if he still has trouble making eye contact. She reminds him it doesn't affect her, she's seen his eyes since he was little. When he stays quiet, she asks if he's still blaming himself for what happened to Hyuna. Hyunshin repeats the question, saying it's clear he ended Hyuna's life. Hyuna was his half-sister, born 4 years after his dad died. Devils hit their time awakening at 15, getting their mature form and control over their powers. But Hyunshin was late to the party, with no powers or seduction skills. His mom wasn't sure whether to raise him as a human or a devil. Hyunshin made the call, saying he wanted to go to school. His mom worried she was being selfish, but he assured her he'd be fine. At school, everyone was blown away by how good-looking Hyunshin was. They thought he might be famous. Even the guys were crushing on him. He always turned down invites to hang out, which only made people more interested. He was getting attention without even trying. It seemed like his mom worried for nothing. One day, Hyuna brought Hyunshin his sports uniform at school. She told him she'd be out for dinner, and he should let their mom know. His classmates were curious about her, noticing how gorgeous she was too. One creepy girl asked if being siblings meant they ate and slept together. Later, Hyunshin's mom asked if anything weird happened at school. He said no, reminding her not to worry. That evening, Hyuna came home earlier than expected, checking her phone with someone named Jua, a name Hyunshin didn't recognize. Earlier at school, Jua had explained to Hyuna how she got a crush on Hyunshin. She asked Hyuna for help, and Hyuna reluctantly agreed. Out of the blue, Hyuna asks Hyunshin if he's got a crush on anyone. He wonders if someone put her up to it. She stammers, then asks if he's made any friends, saying their mom's worried. Hyunshin wonders if they're worried he won't fit in with humans, quickly correcting himself to say other people. Hyuna tells him it doesn't matter if it's a devil or human, as long as he's got someone when he needs them. This makes him smile. He asks if she can be that person, and she jokingly says, "You wish." Next day at school, Hyunshin's walking with a friend when two girls start gushing over how hot he is. Suddenly, his eyes turn red, locking onto one girl. She gets all weird, grabs his arm, and yanks him. Hyunshin's friend yells at her, snapping her out of it. She's confused, apologizes, saying she doesn't know what came over her. After school, Hyunshin comes home without his uniform. He tells his mom he tossed it 'cause it got stained, remembering the girl grabbing him. His mom thinks he's grown taller, but he brushes it off. As usual, she asks if anything weird happened. He lies, saying no, and heads to his room with a bruised arm. In his room, he's looking at the bruise when Hyuna calls. He reminds her not to be out late, but she says she's still at school and asks him to come. This surprises him 'cause she doesn't do after-school stuff. He hears someone in the background asking if he's coming. He freaks out, asking who she's with. Hyunshin races to school, finally remembering who Yuha is, that creepy girl who's always staring at him. At school, he follows footprints to the roof under construction, feeling uneasy. He finds Hyuna there, all excited to see him. He immediately puts his jacket on her and tries to rush her out. Hyuna asks where they're going, and Hyunshin says home. She tries to tell him something, but he keeps pushing her to leave. She blurts out it's about Yuha. Hyunshin says he's not interested, but Hyuna explains she's worried about him being alone someday. She's not forcing him to like Yuha, just to give her a chance. Hyunshin sighs and gives in. After waiting a while, Hyuna wonders if Yuha went downstairs. Hyunshin looks around, thinking it's a weird place to meet. He warns Hyuna to stay away from the railings. Suddenly, he hears someone thinking die. He yells at Hyuna to step back, but Yuha shoves her off the roof. Hyuna screams for her brother as she falls. Hyunshin runs down the wall, trying to catch her, but she's falling too fast. Their fingers brush, but she slips away and hits the ground. Hyunshin falls too, hurting himself badly. He calls out to Hyuna, but can't move his legs. He breaks down crying. At Hyuna's funeral, everyone's there except Hyunshin, who's in the hospital. Yuha visits him with flowers. Hyunshin pins her to the door, demanding to know why she did it. She says it's because of him. She couldn't stand how he only smiled at Hyuna. Her eyes are red as she vows to kill anyone closer to him than her. Hyunshin realizes it's all his fault. Yuha starts raving about his eyes, saying they're like a lake or jewel. Hyunshin, horrified, jabs his own eyes. This snaps Yuha out of it. She looks at him in horror, his eyes bleeding, and runs out screaming that he's a monster. Back in the present, Hyunshin tells his mom he should have never tried to fit in with humans. He hates people who stick their noses where they don't belong, trying to help others, and those who risk it all for love. He thinks maybe he could keep Ina close, remembering how he fired her. He says devils belong in their own world, but his mom grabs his hand and says no. After Hyuna died, Hyunshin's mom took him to a demon school. Even though he was 20 and hadn't hit his time of awakening, they let him in. The principal said it'd be tough for Hyunshin to control his powers after what happened to his sister, and living in the human world would be a struggle. But with all the different devil species at school, he'd adapt better to their world. While the principal talked, young Muan and Jongwon peeked through the door, but ran off when the principal offered to show Hyunshin around. Hyunshin's mom tried to follow, but the principal stopped her. He told her not to visit Hyunshin at school or his dorm, whispering something about hungry devils. Hyunshin telepathically ordered the principal to back off, shocking him. The principal apologized, thinking Hyunshin must be licensed kid to be so strong without his awakening. As Hyunshin left, his mom called out. He cut her off, saying this was his idea and the right thing for both of them. Without looking back, he told her to take care. His mom reached out, hands shaking. Now, she tells Hyunshin she wanted to stop him then, to tell him Hyuna's death wasn't his fault. Hyunshin's mom thought he'd leave soon after Lee sent, cause he looked so much like his dad. When Hyunshin said he wanted to go to a devil school, she lied to herself, thinking it was better for him than staying with her. She tells him she just wasn't strong enough to keep him close. After she leaves, Hyunshin sits there, thinking about her last words, don't hold back so much in life. He gets a text from Jaehyun saying Ina came looking for him. Next day, Hyunshin's sitting in his car outside Ina's place. She rushes out, and he calls to her. When she doesn't answer, he grabs her hand. She turns, tears streaming down her face. She's in a rush, can't find a cab, and says they'll talk later. He grabs her shoulders, yelling at her to calm down and tell him what's up. Turns out her grandma collapsed. The docs want to run tests, maybe do surgery. Ina's freaking out. Hyunshin asks which hospital, then tells her to get in his car. She says she's scared and asks him to hold her hand. He thinks he's been holding back too much when what he wanted was right there. He takes her hand and asks if she needs anything else. As they drive, Ina falls asleep. Hyunshin keeps holding her hand and uses his powers to speed to the hospital. At the hospital, Ina rushes to her frail grandma. The doc asks if she's the guardian. In the doc's office with Hyunshin, they learn Ina's grandma needs another stent. Ina's worried cause her grandma's old, but the doc says it's safer now than before. Ina's bawling next to her grandma when Hyunshin tells her to go clean up. He jokes that her grandma might faint seeing her looking such a mess. Ina wipes her tears and heads off determined to freshen up. Once she's gone, Hyunshin checks out grandma's heart with his powers, shuts the curtain, and works his magic to heal her. When Ina comes back, she finds the doc and nurses swarming her grandma. The doc's all apologetic, saying the CT scan now shows perfectly normal blood vessels. He's never messed up like this before. He's even ready to discharge grandma right away. Grandma's confused about why she's even there, and Ina runs to hug her, crying again. Grandma calls her puppy and tells her everything's okay now. Later, Hyunshin's driving Ina home. He asks why she didn't stick around longer with her grandma. Ina says grandma kept shooing her out, insisting she was fine. Plus, Ina wanted to thank Hyunshin properly. She goes on about how he didn't just give her a ride, but stayed with her, helped with the discharge, and even took grandma home. She figures he probably didn't want to hang around so long, but did it anyway, and she's grateful. Hyunshin's surprised she thinks he wasn't keen on helping. He asks if he looks like some do-gooder who helps even when he doesn't want to. Ina asks why he helped then, but before he can answer, he senses danger coming. A red car zooms past and stops in front of them. He slams on the brakes. Ina yells "Look left," just as another car smashes into them. Ina comes to, sees Hyunshin covered in blood, and freaks out. She touches his face, saying they need to get to the hospital ASAP. Hyunshin wipes blood off Ina's face, realizing it's his own. He tells her to keep her mouth shut and not swallow anything. A cat jumps on the car window, not one of Jongwon's. Hyunshin senses Satan nearby. Some demon hops out of the red car, calling Hyunshin Lucifer and acting all buddy-buddy. The demon checks his phone, saying they'd already greeted Ina. The crashed car starts honking. The demon admits he offed the driver cause he got caught snooping. Hyunshin spots a mark like the ones on Ina's attackers, finally getting that Juan wasn't behind it. The demon points at Ina, saying she's gonna die. Ina's in agony, veins popping, saying she feels like she's on fire. The demon acts shocked, saying it looks like she drank Lucifer's blood. As Hyunshin checks on Ina, the demon says he just dropped by to say hi and zooms off. Suddenly, a white car smashes into the demon's car. The demon doesn't stick around to see who it is. Juan, driving the white car, yells at Hyunshin to get in. At the plastic surgery clinic, Hyunshin and Juan watch over a suffering Ina. Juan explains he noticed Ina was in a weird spot, then saw her text about her grandma. Hyunshin calls him slow, asking if it's cause of his mark on Ina. Juan brushes it off, focusing on Ina's recovery. He asks Hyunshin if he knows how to heal her. Meanwhile, the other demons, minus Bitten, are racing through traffic to see Ina. Muan's yelling at Jaeun to drive faster. Muan tries to use his powers to move cars, but Jaeun tells him to knock it off. Boyun's just chilling, eating chips and complaining she's thirsty. Jaeun asks why Muan brought her. Muan says she wouldn't leave, and Boyeon adds she'll go if Muan does the coming-of-age ceremony with her. Muan's like, why would I do that with you? He tells Boyeon to zip it cause they're in a rush. She's all, it's the only way to level up, duh. If I miss this chance, who knows how long I'll be stuck like this. Then she asks if he doesn't want to get stronger, wondering if he's never done it before. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Juan's staring at Hyunshin like he's grown 2 heads. Hyunshin just repeats that he's gonna kiss Ina. Back in the car, Boyun's using her powers to munch chips while bugging Muan about his experience. Muan flicks her head with his powers, saying she's barely hit puberty. He points out he's old enough to be her uncle, she's way too young. She grumbles that it doesn't matter cause they're all devils. Muan says he's into older folks. Jaeun pipes up that none of them have done the coming-of-age thing. Jongwon's like, actually, I have, shocking everyone. They ask if he's got a kid, and he's like, yep, a son. Muan asks why Jongwon's still so small, and gets a candy to the face for his trouble. At the hospital, Hyunshin explains he needs to suck out his blood from Ina before it spreads. Juin's skeptical, never having heard of this before. Hyunshin admits he's not sure it'll work, but figures devil blood tries to go back to its source. If that fails, he'll find another way. He's determined to cure her. He tells Juin to keep watch outside instead of gawking. As Juin heads out, he asks how Hyunshin's so chill. He figures Lucifers are just built different. Before leaving, he tells Hyunshin to save Ina, no matter what. After Juin's gone, Hyunshin tells Ina she's gotta pull through now. Devil blood is like poison to humans, and Lucifer's blood is the worst. The devil books don't say squat about how to fix humans who've drunk it. Hyunshin lifts Ina's shirt and sees the blood's reached her stomach. He's gotta move fast. He tells her to wake up if she doesn't want a kiss, then plants one on her. As they kiss, the veins on her body start fading, and her heartbeat chills out. Later, the guys burst in, yelling about Ina. Jaehyun spots blood on Hyunshin's shirt. Hyunshin says the poison got pretty deep, so who knows when Ina'll wake up. Muan's surprised Ina doesn't look like she chugged Lucifer's blood. Hyunshin says he got it out. When Muan asks how, Hyunshin plays dumb. Jaehyun changes the subject, asking about the devil who attacked them. Muan's like, what kind of idiot devil would mess with a Lucifer? Jongwon's all fired up, saying they should off the devil. Suddenly, Ina pipes up, asking whose life they're ending and who got attacked by a devil. The guys freeze. Ina demands to know what's going on and turns to Hyunshin, asking what exactly he is. Ina's always thought something was off. Hyunshin saying he can't stand blood, all of them acting weird, and the strange stuff that happens around Hyunshin. She'd brushed it off as coincidence. But she overheard Hyunshin talking to that other devil earlier. She points out his injuries are already gone and demands to know what he really is. Everyone clams up for a bit before Muan and Jongwon make an excuse to bail, dragging Jaehyun with them. Hyunshin asks how she's feeling. She says she's fine, which surprises him. Maybe his trick worked. She starts grilling him. Is he human? Nope. A devil? Yep. Is the blood thing related to him being a devil? Yep. Does looking at her eyes really calm him down? Yeah. Was he actually gonna do her surgery? No way. He asks if she gets it now. He's been using her. All the weird stuff? That's on him. He tells her not to come back to work tomorrow, now that she knows the truth. He starts to leave, but she yells at him to stop. She storms up to him, pissed. She calls him out for always making decisions for her, telling her to stay or go. She warns him not to assume how she feels. She reminds him of her promise to help, devil or not. It doesn't change a thing. She's adamant she'll decide when to leave. He smiles, warning her it's her last chance to bail. She fires back that she's staying as long as he pays on time. Then she realizes the other doctors can't come back in now. Hyunshin suddenly remembers he hasn't seen Juin. He figures Juin must have split when the others showed up. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Juin's watching blood drip from his nose. Juin's feeling weak, thinking it's from when Hyunshin squeezed his heart. He looks at the blood on his hand, telling himself to hang in there. Boyeon pops out of a stall, wondering if the guys really thought she'd stay put. She spots Juin and asks where they are. When he doesn't answer, she links arms with him, using her power to ask if he knows a Dr. Shin Muyan. Juin glares, says he doesn't, and shoves her before leaving. She instantly pegs him as a devil. At Ina's room, Juin overhears her asking if they're all devils. Inside, Jaehyun's spilling the beans about their seduction powers. When he mentions Hyunshin's eyes, Ina glances at his lips and blushes. She quickly changes the subject to their first meeting. Jaehyun points out their seduction didn't work on her at all. Muyan asks if she's okay with all this, if she's scared or anything. She admits it's a bit of a shock, but she's dealing. Then she says devils aren't such a big deal, bruising their egos. Muan uses his telekinesis to lift her into the air. She freaks, telling him to put her down. He teases her before setting her down. She asks what that was, and he explains it's a devil power. Mammons have telekinesis. She asks if they all have powers. Jongwon says he can chat with spirits and brings a cat to say hi. She asks Hyunshin about his power, but he says he'll tell her later, making her blush again. Ina asks if they're the only devils around, which freaks Juin out. Muan thinks they are, at least in Korea. Jongwon starts to mention one more, but Muan shuts him up, covering by saying his mom's a devil too. Juin wonders why they're lying and if they're covering for him. Boyeon spots Juin outside and calls him out for lying about not knowing Muan. Boyeon asks Juin if he's buddies with the docs and if he's okay cause he looks rough. Juin asks who she is, but before she can spill about being Muan's ceremony partner, Muan pops out and tells Juin to go see Ina. He shoves Boyeon off, saying they're leaving now that Ina's up. Hyunshin follows, also telling Juin to go in. Juin enters, feeling sick to his stomach. Ina thinks Hyunshin called Juin. She tells the teary-eyed Juin she's fine. He wishes he'd sensed her danger earlier, but wonders what he could have done anyway. He's pissed that Hyunshin's been doing everything for Ina that he can't. He grabs Ina's hand, apologizing and crying. She's confused, telling him it was just an accident and trying to comfort him. Next day at the hospital, the devils are grilling Hyunshin about the devil that jumped him. He says he's never seen the guy before. Jongwon's fuming that it's another Satan like him. Jaeun points out the last attack on Ina was by an Asmodius, so there's more than one devil behind this. Hyunshin says he told Ina to take the day off. Jaeun guesses a Lucifer might be involved too, given how many devils are in on it. This ticks Jongwon off even more. He can't figure why a Lucifer would be after Hyunshin. Jaeun thinks it could be a power play, but he's just guessing. Muan, quietly sipping blood, figures they'll find the culprits eventually and assumes they're ready for a turf war. Juin, who's been there the whole time, says thanks to Hyunshin's stunt at the fashion show, they're all over social media. He hopes the devils who attacked Hyunshin haven't found out about the hospital yet. Muan blames the whole mess on Juin. Jaeun realizes their location's been exposed while they're still clueless about who they're up against. Jaeun thinks Ina should take more time off, but Hyunshin disagrees. He says pics of Ina hanging with them are already out there, so she's safer at work. He tells Jaeun to pick her up tomorrow. Meanwhile, Ina's booking it outside the hospital. She's trying to get something she left behind when a bunch of Hyunshin's fans spot her from a fashion show photo. They start chasing her, and she hides in an alley. She's shocked by how scary Hyunshin's fans are and wonders when they formed a fan club. As she's checking if the coast is clear, someone calls her name. It's not a fan, but a devil. He spots Juin's mark on her neck but figures he'll take her anyway. As he grabs her, Ina mentally calls for Hyunshin. The devil carries her off, leaving her hat and bag behind. Back at the hospital, Hyunshin gets a bad feeling and asks Juin to check on Ina. Juin says she was home an hour ago, but now she's near the hospital. Suddenly, she's heading in another direction. Jaeun tries to calm everyone down and suggest calling her, but Hyunshin's already out the door, telling Juin to lead the way. Jongwon and Muan follow, with Muan wondering where Bitten is when they need him. Boyeon tries to tag along, but Muan pushes her back. She complains their place is empty and asks to stay at theirs. Muan refuses, warning her not to cause trouble while they're gone. He slams the door in her face. Boyeon sits on the floor, grumbling that Muan's treating her like a dog. Ina wakes up in some creepy old church, overhearing her kidnappers talking about the doctors having an Asmodius and complaining about being hungry. She sees Jungdo, the Asmodius who grabbed her, and Sangmin, a Beelzebub. Sangmin touches the bruise on her neck, fake apologizing for being rough. Ayane's confused, wondering where she is and who these guys are. Sangmin reminds her about the attack and car accident, saying they were behind it all. He rambles on about how someone messed up their first attempt and the second one was sketchy. Ayane's lost, not getting what he's on about. Sangmin notices her bruise isn't healing and decides to make sure. He grabs a knife, telling her not to move, then slices open her thigh. Aina screams in pain. Sangmin watches, saying she's not healing. Ayane's freaking out, wondering why they're doing this. Sangmin tells Jungo they're done and to take her away. But Jungo's hungry and wants a taste. He kneels in front of Aina, touching her lips. She realizes he's not human, but a devil. Jungo's like, bingo. Fast forward a few hours, the doctors are in some building, pissed off. Hyunshin's grilling someone named Sherwon, another Lucifer, who says he's there to kill Aina. Meanwhile, Aina kicks Jungo away with surprising strength. Her heart's racing. Sangmin's shocked, saying she must be a devil too. The walls start cracking, and stones rain down on Sherwon as he tells Hyunshin he's been itching to see him, calling him son of Lee Sent. Jaeun's mind is blown when he realizes Shaiwan's got Lucifer powers. When they got to the church earlier, they felt a Lucifer messing with reality. Jaeun can't believe Shaiwan's created a whole new space. It's way bigger than the building they walked into. Jaeun and Jongwon's powers are useless, and Juwon's no good in a fight, so it's just Hyunshin and Muan against Sherwon, who's got different tricks up his sleeve than Hyunshin. Sherwon mocks Muan for not having his coming-of-age ritual, saying he won't even be able to touch him. Juwon tries to attack, but Sherwon easily smashes him against the wall, saying he didn't come to fight. Flashback to 12 years ago, on a snowy night, Juwon's bleeding in an alley when Ayane's grandma spots him. He's rude, but she mumbles about having an empty room. He follows her home, and she introduces him to Aina as her friend's grandson. Aina buys it, no questions asked. Next day, Aina sees Juwon shirtless after a shower and falls over, embarrassed. She's so flustered she starts banging her fist on the floor, which cracks Juwon up. A few years later, they're closer. Aina shows off her new uniform, asking how she looks. Juwon tells her she's gorgeous and jokes about making her his wife. She blushes, telling him not to say stuff like that because they're family. A few years later, Juwon's bugging Aina while she's reading, saying her name over and over. He asks if she doesn't like him anymore, saying she doesn't seem interested these days. Aina thinks she really likes him, but they're family, and she'd hate to lose him if they broke up. This makes Juwon blush. Back to now, Juwon's on the floor, bleeding out. Jaeun's yelling at him to hang on. Sherwon says Juwon won't last long, then asks Hyunshin who's next. Hyunshin's trying to make the room vanish, but there's always another one behind it. He realizes Shaiwan's creating new rooms while fighting him and Muan. He's trying to think of another way out when part of the wall goes see-through. Everyone's staring at it. Shaiwan's surprised Ayane's still kicking, saying she must be a devil. Somehow, Aina gets into the room with the others. She asks Sherwon if being a devil means she's got powers too. He shows her a pic of a woman, her mom, then burns it. He asks if they've heard of the Thousand-Year War, one of only 2 wars in Hell's history. He explains about a mixed species, born from a human and the first Lucifer. They were so powerful that other devils feared them and tried to wipe them out, calling it a war. It went on for 1,000 years until Lucifer sacrificed himself to end it. The cause of all this? The Belphegor species. The last Belphegor hid in the human world. After hunting her for ages, they found her with a kid. That kid is Aina, born from a Belphegor and a human. Shaiwan's going on about Ayane's mom breaking some big devil no-no, when Jungo bursts in, saying he found Aina. Sherwon says he couldn't help being curious about Aina, plus he got to see Licensed Kid. Hyunshin asks who he is, but before he can answer, Jaeun yells for Jongwon. Jongwon then blows this crazy loud whistle, and suddenly one of his cats outside turns into this massive beast called a Dawn. Shaiwan's not even fazed. He snaps his fingers and another Adon shows up to fight Jongwon's. Then Shaiwan's own Satan appears, the guy who caused Hyunshin's accident. Jongwon thinks he looks familiar. Outside, Boyeon uses her mind powers to chuck a huge rock at the church, making a massive hole behind Jonggo. She yells, "Now's our chance." Hyunshin starts making the place crumble, which actually makes Shirwon smile. Muan grabs Juin, Hyunshin scoops up and out cold Ina, and they all bail on Aiden's back. As soon as they're out, Adon shrinks back to normal cat size. Boyeon helps Muan with Juin. Shirwon and his devil watch them go, deciding not to chase. Later at the hospital, Jaeun tells the guys INAs with Hyunshin, knocked out from exhaustion but otherwise fine. Jongwon remembers learning about Belphegors in school. Usually, when a devil has a kid with a human, the devil dies and the kid gets their powers. But sometimes, Lucifers and humans make this whole new species called Belphegors. Belphegors are supposed to be bottom-tier devils, but they've got this crazy power called defiance. They can cancel out anyone they touch, even a devil's thoughts and feelings. Jaeun realizes this is why Hyunshin was cool with blood after looking into Ina's eyes. Muan points out Ina can't heal herself quick and probably doesn't even know she's got powers. Jaeun agrees, saying she's like Hyunshin before he hit his devil puberty. Jongwon's worried the other devils might come back, thinking about that other Satan. Jaeun's sure they will, figuring they let them go on purpose this time. Bitten shows up at the hospital looking all fancy. The receptionists don't recognize him at first, then blush like crazy when they do. He heads to Hyunshin's office, and the other docs are shocked by his new look. He asks what he missed. Ina wakes up in a hospital room, crying for her mom. She sees Hyunshin and asks what happened to her and her mom. Hyunshin tells her about his sister dying because of his powers before he could control them. He says he was raised like a normal kid, just like her, even though he's half devil. Ina asks what's gonna happen to her now. Hyunshin promises nothing has to change and vows to protect her. He makes her promise not to run away. Then he drops a bombshell, he wants her to stay at his place. She's about to say no, but he says it's just for now. When she argues about not having clothes, he makes a toothbrush appear out of thin air. He starts conjuring up all sorts of stuff he thinks she might need. He offers his hand, saying she can hold it if she wants. She takes it, saying she'll hold it for a bit. Juin wakes up feeling no pain, then suddenly remembers Ina. He bumps into Muan outside, who jokes he thought Juin was dead, he slept so long. Juin grabs Muan's shirt, yelling about Ina. Muan's like, "Dude, I just saved your butt," but tells him Ina's fine. Juin lets go, shaking with relief. Muan asks if he knew Ina was a Belphegor. Juin just asks where she is. When he hears she's with Hyunshin, he freaks out, saying they shouldn't be alone together. Flashback to the day before Bitten vanished, Hyunshin told him to go do his coming-of-age thing. Bitten didn't want to leave, but Hyunshin insisted. Bitten reluctantly agreed, promising to be quick. Back to now, Bitten walks into Hyunshin's office looking all fancy. Hyunshin comments on his new look. Bitten asks where Ina is, but Hyunshin's like, who? The day before, Juin had spilled the beans about Belphegors. They're bottom-tier devils, but with Lucifer blood, they've got crazy strong powers. That's why Lucifers weren't keen on the 1,000-Year War. If Ina hasn't hit her devil puberty yet, who knows how strong she'll get. That morning, when Ina woke up, Hyunshin was heading to work. He looked at her and asked who she was. Bitten finds Ina in the waiting room. He introduces himself, just in case she doesn't recognize his new look. She tells him Hyunshin's forgotten her and asks if it's devil-related. Bitten's thinking it's her power that wiped Hyunshin's memory, but he's not sure if he should tell her. She says it's okay, she promised to stick by Hyunshin no matter what. Later, all the devils huddle in Hyunshin's office. He remembers everyone except Ina. She's trying not to take it hard. Bitten says Hyunshin's memories stop right before meeting Ina. They're about to head out, and Bitten asks who's taking Ina. Hyunshin's like, why me? Jaeun explains it's too risky to leave Ina alone. Hyunshin suggests Jaeun take her, but Ina yells no, and insists on going with Hyunshin. At Hyunshin's place, Ina's just standing there, staring. He asks what she's doing, and she reminds him about the slippers from last time. He's thinking, no way I brought her home before. He tells her to sort herself out. As she walks in, her stomach growls. She peeks into his room while he's changing, asking for food and blushing at his body. He's confused why he'd have food, and she asks if he can use his power. This surprises him. Before he can ask how she knows, her stomach growls again. He makes food appear, which makes her happy. After she eats, he grills her with questions. Who is she? How do the guys know her? Why's she been here before? How does she know him? What are they? She thinks about all their moments together, wondering if they're doctor and patient, boss and employee. Then she remembers the flirty stuff and the kiss. She blushes. She tells him what she knows. Her mom broke some devil rule and had her, making her a Belphegor devil. She says he's cool with blood around her, so that's why she's there. He thinks for a bit, then goes upstairs to call Jaeun, who confirms it's all true. Hyunshin's like, how does this make sense? Jaeun tells him a Lucifer came after Ina and seemed to know Hyunshin, calling him son of Lee-sent. Jaeun's sure they'll be back. Hyunshin heads back downstairs and catches Ina wiping her eyes. She denies crying when he asks. He quizzes her about her powers, but she's clueless, can't even remember using them. He figures she hasn't hit her devil puberty yet. He explains her Belphegor power, defiance, can cancel out anyone she touches. When he asks if she touched him before he lost his memories, she admits they held hands. She realizes it's her fault he doesn't remember her and starts crying again. Hyunshin feels weird watching her cry. He almost reaches out but stops himself, telling her to quit crying. He says he must have held her hand on purpose, so she shouldn't blame herself. He tells her to focus on controlling her power instead of moping, saying she can hold his hand all she wants after that. He takes her to the roof and dangles her over the edge. She freaks out, but he says it's the quickest way to trigger her power. He tells her to focus on staying alive as hard as she can. She's terrified, but he promises he won't let her die. He asks if she trusts him, she nods, and he lets go. As she falls, he hears her call his name in his mind, making his heart skip. He closes his eyes, and when he opens them, she's gone. He turns around to find her standing behind him, shocked. She thinks it worked.
Days later, the receptionist at the plastic surgery clinic sends away one of Hyunshin's clients. She explains that he'll be unavailable for a while due to personal reasons. Meanwhile, Jaeun, who's taken over Hyunshin's office for now, calls to ask if his memories have returned. Hyunshin admits they haven't, not even a bit. Jaeun then asks if he remembers anything about Ina, but Hyunshin doesn't. He starts to ask Jaeun something about Ina, but then notices her looking for a snack in the fridge. When she turns to look at him, he quickly changes his mind and tells Jaeun to forget about it. Jaeun asks how the training is going, and Hyunshin boasts that it's going great, reminding Jaeun who's in charge of training Ina. When Jaeun tries to find out when Hyunshin might come back to work, Hyunshin just hangs up without answering. He then walks over to Ina and surprises her by making different kinds of food appear on the table. As she stares at the food hungrily, Hyunshin thinks to himself that she still seems pretty human-like. He wonders if she hasn't inherited all the powers of a devil and what other surprises she might have in store for them. While Ina's eating, she asks about their plans for the day. Hyunshin just grabs his keys and puts on his coat, telling her to take it easy and not go anywhere as he heads out. Over at Muyan's place, Boyan is heading to the balcony just as Muyan is telling Juhan to stay put for a while. Juhan wants to know why, and Muan explains that he's left a mark on Ina. He figures those jerks, meaning Lucifer and his gang, are probably trying their hardest to find Juhan and kill him. He also points out that since Ina's half-devil now, Juhan probably doesn't feel the need to remove the mark anymore, plus he's still recovering from his fight with Siwon. Juhan teases Muan, asking if he's worried about him. Muan brushes it off and says he's leaving. But before he goes, he mutters something to Boyan. She can't hear him, so he tries to thank her a bit louder for coming to save them earlier. When she still can't hear, he gets frustrated and ends up yelling at her not to mess up his house while she stays there. He slams the door, leaving Boyan confused. She turns to Juhan and jokes that she and Muan are meant to be, saying she'd totally have her coming-of-age ceremony with him if they were the same race. Juhan smiles and tells her he's already done it, and they both have a laugh. At a cafe somewhere, Hyunshin's mom is waiting for him. He shows up a bit later, wearing sunglasses, and asks if she's taken a cab since she's early. She mentions it's rare for him to call her. She's worried about him being outside and asks why they didn't meet at his place. He tells her his place isn't good right now. She seems nervous and asks if something has happened. When he mentions Lucifer has come to see him, she gets even more shaky. Then he asks her if she knows someone named Siwon. She looks away, still shaking, and tells him that Siwon had been really close to his dad. Meanwhile, Bitan stands in front of Siwon's mansion. Siwon comes out and compliments Bitan, saying he looks good and like he's just had his coming-of-age ceremony. He asks if they've met before. As Bitan looks at him, he can tell Siwon is strong and clever. Once they're inside, Siwon says he's been expecting Bitan to visit. He mentions hearing about a Leviathan and how weird it is for one to be away from Lucifer for so long. Then he leans in and tells Bitan he could use a Leviathan right now, suggesting Bitan might prefer working for a true Lucifer instead of a half-breed. Bitan asks if Siwon is planning to kill Ina. Siwon says he had been, but changed his mind. He explains that a Belphegor, born from a Lucifer and a human, had Ju Ina with another human. He points out that the rule has been broken twice, yet Ju Ina is still alive with devil blood in her. Then he asks Bitan what he thinks a child of a Lucifer and a half-breed might be like. Bitan stands up, his eyes turning red, and demands to know what Siwon is trying to do. Siwon's eyes turn red too, and Bitan falls to the floor. Siwon says he won't ask for Bitan's help right away, but mentions he has grudges against Hyunshin and wants to take everything from him. He holds Bitan's chin and tells him to choose him. Over at Jongwon's place, he's sitting in his living room, lost in thought about a woman he met ages ago. His mind drifts back to when he was just a kid. Someone had taken him down to a dungeon where he spotted a girl locked up in one of the cells. He was told not to look at her. The guy with him explained that the girl was thrown in there for falling for a human. Because of this, her body was considered tainted, meaning she wouldn't have anyone to do the coming-of-age ceremony with. She'd be stuck being looked down on as a family disgrace for the rest of her days. Back in the present, Jongwon can't get over how much that girl has grown since then. Just then, Bitan comes home. When Jongwon asks where he's been, Bitan thinks back to Siwon telling him to choose him. Instead of telling the truth, Bitan fibs and says he was just running some errands. Meanwhile, on the roof of Hyunshin's apartment, Ina's huffing and puffing, worn out from practicing all day. She's thinking to herself about finally nailing it on the 50th try, and she flops down on the floor, exhausted from falling so many times. That's when Hyunshin shows up. He tells her she's done enough practice for now, and then uses his powers to make a knife appear in his hand. He mentions it's time for a new deal. When Ina sees the knife, she gets a flashback of Sangmin cutting her leg, which gives her the creeps. Hyunshin notices something's up and asks what's wrong. Ina explains about the devil with glasses cutting her when she was adopted, which makes Hyunshin clench his teeth in anger. He squats down in front of her and tells her to listen up. He says if she doesn't get past this now, she never will, but he's going to make it happen. Once they're back inside, Hyunshin tells Ina he's going to try to stab her with the knife, so she needs to defend herself with everything she's got. Then he goes for it. During the attack, Ina's shaking while Hyunshin leans over her. He wants to know why she didn't stop him, holding the knife close to her stomach. Ina asks why he didn't actually stab her. Hyunshin sighs, saying it's because she looked like she was about to cry. He thinks to himself that this method isn't going to cut it. He backs off, saying they should try something different, and then stabs his own hand, which totally freaks Ina out. He tells her he's going to do it again since she couldn't stop him. Ina yells that he should stab her instead, insisting she can really do it this time. Hyunshin says he can't and stabs himself again, which makes Ina start shaking in fear. He tells her to focus, but she begs him to stop, saying she can't do it. He asks if she wants to repeat the same mistake and make him lose his memory and forget her again. He reminds her of the first time she used her powers, which she remembers. As he raises the knife again, saying he's going to stab himself once more, Ina uses her powers to knock the knife out of his hands, shocking him. He looks at her standing there, her powers radiating off her with wide eyes, and then he smiles. He thinks to himself that he had no idea she could make such a devilish face. Hyunshin's pretty impressed with how quickly Ina's learning. He notices her eyes changed the second he mentioned her erasing his memory. He tells her that's enough for today, and as she starts to relax, she begins to stumble. Hyunshin doesn't move to catch her at first, and Ina thinks to herself that she knew he wouldn't. But then Hyunshin suddenly remembers the time Ina fell in his office and he saved her with a chair. Without thinking, he grabs her. He realizes he acted on instinct and turns her to face him, wondering why he did that. He's trying to figure out if it's because of her power, but he feels like there's more to it. He remembers telling her she's special to him, and now he's confused, wondering if she really is that important to him. They end up falling onto the couch with him above her, and he finds himself wondering if he actually fell for her. Ina raises her hand and pulls him closer, asking what if they did fall for each other. Just then, their moment gets interrupted by a call from Muan. About an hour later, they're at Muyan's place. The room where Juhan was staying is totally trashed, with a huge axe stuck in the middle of his bed. There's a letter in front of a picture of Juhan, Ina, and her grandmother. The letter's for Ina, telling her to come alone to the place they met the other day. Ina's ready to go, but Muyan and Bitan both yell no. Muyan points out it's obviously a trap, and Bitan agrees. But Ina doesn't seem scared. She just crumples the letter with a dangerous look on her face. Muyan turns to Hyunshin, wondering what he's been teaching Ina all this time. Hyunshin's thinking maybe he should test Ina, so he surprises everyone by agreeing to let her meet Siwon alone. He tells her he'll teach her the only way to beat Lucifer. Hours later, Ina shows up at the church by herself. When she goes in, she realizes it's that same weird space again. She's wondering where Yuhan is when Siwon appears. He's surprised she actually came alone, saying he thought he'd finally found Park Hyunshin's weak spot, but maybe he overestimated her importance. Ina remembers him as the guy who showed her the picture of her mom. He tells her to call him Siwon. Ina gets this weird feeling that she and Siwon are the only ones there. She asks about Juhan, and Siwon tells her he's safe, then pauses for effect before adding, "for now." Meanwhile, Juhan's waking up in some strange room, handcuffed to a bed. He spots Boyan sitting right in front of him and asks if she can uncuff him. Just then, Jongho bursts in, complaining to Boyan about almost dying because she threw a stone at him. Boyan's eyes turn red as she tells him to shut up, calling him a lonely rank 4. Jongho reminds her they're not in hell and ranks don't matter here. He tosses her an injection, telling her to finish Juhan off. Boyan grabs Juhan by the neck and injects him, making him dizzy. She tells him it's a rare drug from hell, then stands up, saying it's been fun and he was really her type. As Juhan passes out, he calls Ina's name. Back at the church, Siwon's telling Ina that Juhan's probably out cold from the drug. He explains that a small dose just knocks you out, but without the antidote, it'll wreck Juhan's whole nervous system. This freaks Ina out. She asks what Siwon wants her to do, and he calls her wise for not beating around the bush. He uses his powers to make the door vanish and reaches out to Ina. He tells her to come to hell with him, promising to spare Juhan if she does. Over at Muyan's place, Muyan's asking Hyunshin about how Ina's training is going. Hyunshin explains that compared to a full devil, Ina's just had her awakening. But Shiwan and his crew don't know that, so this is their chance. Then Hyunshin turns to the guys, saying it's time to ask the big question. He tells them he's let them fool him long enough and demands to know what they're hiding. The look on his face scares the guys, and Muan thinks Hyunshin's eyes look just like they did when they first met. Muan flashes back to years ago when Hyunshin first showed up at Devil's School. The guys were peeking through a window trying to get a look at him. Muan was surprised to see Hyunshin was just a kid. He thought Hyunshin was nothing like the others, dark and cold like the Lucifers in hell, but also shining bright like the sun. They all knew right then that Hyunshin was going to be their king. When hell first came to be, it was just a big, empty space. The only thing around was Pyrrhion, the very first Lucifer. He made the sky look like his eyes and spread dew across the land. Then he created a female Lucifer who looked like him, and named her Lilith. After their coming-of-age ceremony, Lilith gave birth to Vulcan. She kept having these ceremonies and ended up with 6 more Lucifers. They were the top dogs in hell, the only first-rank beings. But things changed when Lilith got weak and died after having listened, and Vulcan bit the dust during the 1,000-Year War. Pyrrhion decided to put a limit on all the other Lucifers' power, except his own, and then took a long nap somewhere that only a few devils know about. These days, Caesar, the only Lucifer left who's been through a coming-of-age ceremony, is running the show in hell and has been for what feels like forever. Back when the guys were in school, Jaeyoon was telling Hyunshin how everyone knows the story about the last Lucifer who came up to the human world, fell for a human, had a kid, and then kicked the bucket. But he said that right now, everyone in hell is more interested in the 7th Lucifer, born from a devil and a human. That'd be Hyunshin. Jongwon piped up, asking if Licent was Hyunshin's dad. Jaeyoon told him off for being insensitive, saying Licent probably died even before Hyunshin was born. He told Jongwon they should keep their questions to themselves for now, and asked Hyunshin to understand since it was their first time seeing a Lucifer up close. Bitan and Jongwon were always sticking close to Hyunshin, sitting on either side of him, and even leaning over him. Meanwhile, Muan would hang back, quietly watching. The guys were always fussing over Hyunshin and following him around, except for Muan, who just sat and observed. One night in the library, Muan walked in while Hyunshin was reading. Hyunshin asked what he wanted, and Muan said Bitan was right about Hyunshin's eyes looking like the night sky in the dark. He wondered if that made him the moon. Muan mentioned how before Hyunshin showed up, the guys didn't even talk to each other, but now they've been acting like brothers, and everyone wants to know more about him. When Hyunshin asked what he was getting at, Muan asked if Hyunshin thought he could be their moon. Hyunshin asked if they'd look up to him if he became the moon, and Muan, after a moment of silence, said of course. He thought to himself that everyone had been looking up to Hyunshin from the start, so he should just keep rising higher and higher while they watch from below. Back in the present, Hyunshin orders Bitan to spill everything. Bitan hangs his head and reveals that Shiwan wants Ina. When Muan asks why, Bitan explains that Shiwan wants to have the coming-of-age ceremony with Ina and use their child to take the throne. Just then, Hyunshin's head starts to drop and memories of Ina come flooding back. Hyunshin suddenly calls out Ina's name, and Jaeyoon moves closer, wondering if Hyunshin's memories have just come back. Hyunshin turns to Bitan, demanding to know why he kept quiet. Bitan explains he did it because he knows Hyunshin should have gone to the church instead of Ina. He insists he never meant to betray Hyunshin. Furious, Hyunshin grabs Bitan by the shirt. Bitan claims this was the only way to protect him. Hyunshin reminds Bitan that he warned him not to pull stunts like this. Seething with anger, Hyunshin shoves Bitan away, yelling at him to move, and storms out of the house while the others call after him. Bitan slumps to the floor, feeling regretful, and apologizes to Ina in his thoughts. Meanwhile, at the church, Ina's confused by what Shiwan's saying. She asks why she'd want to go with him. Shiwan explains there's a power struggle in hell right now. Caesar, the only one who's completed a coming-of-age ceremony, holds all the power. He says hell needs someone new to balance things out, someone like Ina. More specifically, a Belphegor born from breaking the forbidden law. He asks if she's curious about what would happen if that Belphegor broke the rule again and had a kid with a Lucifer. Then he reminds her that while he's offering her a deal, Juhan's slowly dying and only she can save him. Ina tells Siwon she won't let him hurt Juhan. Siwon smirks, asking if Juhan hasn't told her yet. He reveals that Juhan's a devil who put the mole on the back of her neck. When Ina touches her neck and asks what it is, Siwon explains it's a mark. He says once an Asmodius marks a human, they can always find them, and Juhan had picked her as his target. He asks if she never thought it was weird how Juhan always knew where she was. Ina remembers asking Juhan about this and how he said he knew everything about her. She realizes she believed him like a fool. Siwon moves closer, suggesting they go to hell. He promises to keep her safe and never lie to her. Ina asks if he'll let Juhan go, and Siwon swears he will. She hugs him, remembering what Hyunshin told her before she came to the church. He'd explained some limitations on devil powers. They can't kill their own kind, and it's tough to use two different powers at once. When she'd asked if that was how to beat a Lucifer, he said no. The real way was to catch them off guard and erase their memory. That's what Ina tries to do to Siwon now. She wonders if it worked, recalling Hyunshin's warning that this was her only defense and that he'd come for her in an hour, so she shouldn't do anything reckless. She mentally apologizes to Hyunshin. Suddenly, Siwon hugs her tightly, surprising her and making her heart race. He notices this and kisses her. As he pulls away, he slips a pill into her mouth. He's impressed, saying he didn't think she was capable of such a move, but she chose the wrong target. He brags about his role in killing Belphegors during the Thousand-Year War. Ina collapses as the poison kicks in. Siwon casually mentions it's hard to hold back with humans. They seem so fragile. Then he asks Hyunshin, who's just arrived with eyes glowing red with anger, if he agrees. Siwon greets Hyunshin, mentioning how he looks just like his parents. He brings up Hyunshin's mother, recalling when he first met her and how she was about to end her life before Hyunshin was born. This makes Hyunshin furious, telling Siwon to shut up. Siwon implies Hyunshin should know who he is by now, adding that Licent was the only brother he approved of. He conjures a bed and lays an unconscious Ina on it, casually mentioning that they're like niece and uncle in human terms. The floor around the bed starts cracking, and the whole place begins to crumble. Hyunshin warns Siwon not to touch Ina and summons various weapons, launching them at Siwon. Unfazed, Siwon creates a wall that not only blocks the weapons, but breaks them, shocking Hyunshin as he remembers seeing this wall before. He realizes Siwon must be using a Lucifer's unique ability and wonders why his attacks aren't working. Siwon taunts Hyunshin, asking how many devils he thinks Siwon has killed. He explains that while they can't kill each other as the same species, he can do things like chaining Hyunshin's hands behind his back. Hyunshin's surprised by Siwon's speed. Siwon then creates a huge scythe, and Hyunshin mirrors him. The scythes clash, slicing Hyunshin's hair, but only Hyunshin's weapon cracks. Siwon explains that a Lucifer's unique ability is making imagination real, and their battle is one of imagination. His scythe can break Hyunshin's because his imagination is more detailed and flawless. As Hyunshin approaches, Siwon chains his hand to the floor again and conjures another scythe, saying this is why Hyunshin can never win. Just as Siwon's about to strike, Ina interrupts, saying she won't let it happen. Siwon turns in surprise, giving Hyunshin the chance to grab him by the neck and slam him against the wall. Ina appears behind Hyunshin, revealing the pill Siwon had forced into her mouth, now mysteriously intact. Siwon realizes she turned it back into a pill and smiles, impressed. Removing Hyunshin's hand from his neck, Siwon tells Ina he'll change the conditions and do anything if she goes to hell with him. Ina retorts that if he'll do anything, he should just leave them alone. Siwon stares at Ina, thinking to himself that this is the first time anyone has ever looked at him like that. In hell, no one dared to gaze at him with such defiance. He notices that while her eyes are undoubtedly devilish, there's also something sun-like about her. Hyunshin checks if Ina's okay, and when she confirms she is, he mentions using a wish. This makes Ina realize he's gotten his memories back. Hyunshin's wish is for Ina to remain unharmed until they escape. Shiwon tries to brush it off, but admits the situation makes him more determined to take Ina, regardless of the cost. Shiwon uses his powers to create a massive weapon and hurls it at Hyunshin. To everyone's shock, Ina instantly dissolves it. She tells Hyunshin not to get hurt either, refusing to accept any excuses about him being a devil. She insists he shouldn't be harmed when she's around. Realizing he can't win this fight, Shiwon changes tactics. He explains that Juhan refuses to remove Ina's mark, wanting to always be able to find her. He suggests one of Ina's devil friends get marked instead, proposing Hyunshin as a candidate. If they agree, he promises to let them and Juhan leave. Ina yells in protest, but Hyunshin surprisingly agrees. Shiwon snaps his fingers, making a door appear. Boyan and Jongho, who's carrying Juhan, emerge. Shiwon orders Jongho to mark Hyunshin, but Jongho hesitates, unsure about marking a Lucifer. Hyunshin insists it doesn't matter and tells him to do it. Just as Jongho's about to proceed, Juhan interrupts, offering to take the mark instead. Shiwon nods his approval, and Jongho licks his thumb, pressing it to the back of Juhan's neck. The mark appears instantly. They administer the antidote to Juhan, and as they're leaving, Shiwon tells Ina he'll see her again soon. The church reverts to its normal state, leaving Ina and Juhan staring at each other in silence. Ina suggests they go home. Juhan wants to apologize, but can only manage to say okay, thinking to himself that he can't return to that house now. On the way back to Juhan's place, he checks his phone, noticing a bunch of messages from his assistant and manager. He ignores them and jokes about retiring, but Ina doesn't respond, which bums him out. When they get to his apartment, Ina demands the whole truth while Hyunshin leans against the wall, watching silently. Juhan explains that he's a demon who feeds on lust. When Ina asks about the mark, he tells her it's his special ability. He can find anyone he marks, but with humans, he has to remove it within 3 days. Ina realizes she's had that mark since high school. She asks what happens if he doesn't remove it in time, and Juhan admits it causes him a lot of pain. A shadowy butterfly lands on the ceiling fan's light bulb as Ina asks if she was his prey. When Juhan says no, Ina yells, demanding to know why he marked her despite the pain. Juhan shouts back that it's because he loves her, which catches Ina off guard. She accuses him of lying, pointing out how he always pushed her away. Juhan confesses he's a coward. He could handle the pain, but he was scared of falling for Ina if they got closer. Juhan reflects on a time years ago when Ina told him to quit smoking, worried about his health. He'd told her he didn't get sick, but he kept smoking, trying to send his feelings away with the smoke. He'd convinced himself he was happy just watching Ina from afar, not realizing her feelings. He tells her that at some point she started turning to Hyunshin instead of him, and he told himself Hyunshin could protect her better. Though he's imagined Ina saying it countless times, Juhan still asks if she can see that she likes him. Ina tells him to look at her, and he does with tears in his eyes. She admits she really liked him a lot and thanks him for all the emotions he made her feel. They hug, and the butterfly falls. As Hyunshin drives Ina home in the rain, she asks him to promise things will be okay even if Juhan doesn't leave. He puts his hand on her trembling ones, promising she can cry now. She does. Later, Ina wakes up as Hyunshin stops the car. He asks if she feels better, and she says yes. He tells her they're home, but she notices it's not his house. He gets out, opens her door, and she's surprised to see a huge mansion. When she asks where they are, he says it's their house. Ina's shocked when Hyunshin explains it's where they'll both live. He asks if she likes it, but she's unsure. She says it all feels strange, still adjusting to being half devil and feeling alone again. Hyunshin reminds her that his father passed away and he's never met another devil of his kind either, so he's alone too. Ina suggests he'll end up dating female Lucifers like other devils, which surprises him. Hyunshin laughs, annoying Ina. He asks if that's what she's worried about and assures her there are no female Lucifers. She's the only woman in his life. He hugs her from behind, reminding her they can do this now that they're in a relationship. He apologizes for sending her to the church alone and making her feel lonely. He promises they'll sleep, eat, and even have babies together in this house if she wants. Hyunshin wonders if this is how his father felt and vows to protect Ina until her last moment, magically changing her outfit into a wedding dress. He thinks it's painful to make a promise he knows he can't keep. He tells her she looks even more beautiful than he imagined. Kneeling, he uses a wish to propose marriage, bringing tears to Ina's eyes. Ina remembers past moments of loneliness despite having her grandma and Juhan. She recalls meeting Hyunshin and the others, realizing how they've helped ease her loneliness and fear. She thinks about how Hyunshin has always been there to comfort her. Hyunshin prompts her for an answer, and she smiles, saying yes. He puts a ring on her finger and carries her in his arms when she tells him to get up. He kisses her, tells her he loves her, and takes her into the house where they become intimate. Later, after Ina falls asleep, Hyunshin holds her close, kissing the back of her neck near Juhan's mark. Suddenly, he senses other devils nearby, putting him on alert. Glancing out to the balcony, he spots the guys with Muan trying to calm him down. Hyunshin steps outside, where Bitan asks about Ina's condition. Hyunshin assures them she's not physically hurt. Muan checks on Juhan, who then explains what went down at the church. He shows them the mark, revealing it was placed by Siwon's Asmodius in exchange for their freedom. Juhan mentions they're now vulnerable to ambush because of the mark, so he's planning to leave. Hyunshin immediately shuts down Juhan's plan to leave. He instructs Muan to tell the press that Juhan's been MIA due to depression. As Muan gets to work, Hyunshin drops a bombshell about Boyan being part of Siwon's group, shocking Muan. Hyunshin suggests closing the clinic for now, and proposes they take the fight to Siwon instead of waiting. He sets their final battle for the next night. Unknown to them, Ina's awake and overhearing everything from upstairs. Since her devil powers awakened, her senses, especially her hearing, have become super sharp. She can focus on distant sounds with perfect clarity. When Hyunshin returns to bed, Ina pretends to be asleep. Once he's out cold, she quietly gets dressed and sneaks out of the house. As she heads to a building, she thinks about how Dr. Park and Yuhan have been protecting her all this time, and now it's her turn to protect them. She starts leaping from roof to roof with her powers until she hears Siwon's voice asking if they've already gotten that far. She turns to see a building called Paradise, where Siwon's waiting for her. As Ina approaches Paradise Hotel, people gawk at her, assuming she's a model there for a photo shoot. At the entrance, two burly guys stop her, asking for a membership card. Ina lies about forgetting it at home and readies herself for a fight. Suddenly, a man throws his arm around her, claiming she's his guest and flashing a VIP card. The guards apologize profusely, calling the newcomer boss. As they're let in, Ina wonders about this mystery man's identity. Inside, Ina finds the place overwhelmingly noisy, realizing it'll be tough to locate Siwon. The man asks about her age and if it's her first time in such a place. Ina ignores him and walks away, angering him. He starts to yell but gets flustered looking at her legs. Thinking Ina can't resist forever, he puts his hands on her waist and starts hitting on her, commenting on her beautiful legs and suggesting they go somewhere more private. Meanwhile, Sangmin spots Ina on the CCTV, much to his surprise. Ina kicks the fire alarm, causing panic as people rush out. The man stares at her in shock as she tells him to scram, frightening him. Sangmin yells at security through his earpiece to stop Ina. Muan, wearing an oxygen mask, reports that everyone's asleep thanks to Beelzebub's sleeping pills. Jaeyoon's using his pheromone ability to keep everyone knocked out. A panicked Sangmin calls for Jongho, searching the CCTV room. Elsewhere, Jongho, beaten to a pulp by Hyunshin, reveals the CCTV room's location and Sangmin's presence. Hyunshin, on the phone with Jaeyoon, relays this info. He then orders Muan to join Jaeyoon, making Muan think Hyunshin must be seriously angry. Hyunshin confronts Jongho about kidnapping Ina, then uses his powers to brutally end him. Back in Paradise, Ina stands before room number 2, sensing a presence but hearing nothing. She's puzzled that Siwon hasn't reacted to the chaos. She enters the room, finding Siwon unsurprised by her arrival. He comments on how she's becoming even more beautiful. Somewhere in the hotel, Bitan and Jongwon bump into Siwon's Satan, who's got an Adan with him. The Satan's all about his VIP card and guarding the place, while Jongwon just stares, munching on candy. Hyunshin shows up, wondering why they're still hanging around. The Satan recognizes him as Lucifer, and his Adan starts growling. Without missing a beat, Hyunshin slashes the Adan's head, shocking the Satan who tries to play it cool. Hyunshin then starts squeezing the Satan's heart, making him feel like he's dying. Jungwon steps in, saying he'll handle the Satan and Hyunshin should go find Ina. Hyunshin agrees, telling Jungwon to finish the job before he gets back. After Hyunshin leaves, Jungwon tries to make small talk, but the Satan's not having it. When Jungwon asks if he's holding a grudge, the Satan straight up admits he hates him. Jungwon just spits out his candy and shrugs it off. Meanwhile, Siwon's chatting up Ina, noticing how she's gotten more demon-like. He ties her hands with a ribbon, but she easily frees herself, glaring at him. Suddenly, Hyunshin busts in, asking Ina, who said she could go off alone, and if she's hurt. She's surprised to see him and says she's fine. Siwon's thinking he might be in trouble against a half Belphegor and a Lucifer, but he plays it cool, sipping his drink. Elsewhere, Muan's standing in front of a door, realizing Jongho gave them bad info. Earlier, he and Jaeyoon split up to cover more ground. Muan's worried about running into his own kind, which would just waste time. He opens the door and is shocked by who he sees. At the same time, Jaeyoon runs into Sangmin, another Beelzebub, and they're both pretty unhappy about it. Jaeyoon realizes Sangmin's poisoning the air, and if he breathes, he's done for. They start fighting, with Jaeyoon holding his breath and landing a kick. Sangmin retaliates, but Jaeyoon dodges. They end up in the hallway, with Sangmin thinking he's got Jaeyoon cornered, but Jaeyoon surprises him by breathing out and then poisoning Sangmin's blood. As Sangmin falls, screaming, Jaeyoon's wondering what to do with him. Suddenly, Muan shows up and uses his powers to finish Sangmin off, saying it's Lucifer's orders. Jaeyoon asks Muan how he handled the mammon on his end, knowing he couldn't have killed them. Flashback to Muan restraining Boyeon, who was yelling at him. He let her go, saying he was paying back a debt from when she saved them earlier. He warned her not to get in his way again, and she flipped him off before running away. Back in the present, Jaeyoon spots Ina, Hyunshin, and Siwon on the monitor and tells Muan they need to hurry. Meanwhile, Jongwon's confronting the Satan, who turns out to be his son, Songyun. The Satan's upset, asking why Jongwon abandoned his mother and left her lonely until she died. Jongwon reveals he was there when Songyun was born, and even named him. He offers Songyun a piece of candy and tells him to run away because he can't stop Hyunshin. But Songyun refuses, saying it's because Jongwon is Siwon's enemy. Songyun explains that Siwon ordered him not to let Jongwon go, even if it costs him his life. As Jongwon prepares to fight his son, Bitan steps in, throwing a red liquid on Songyun, causing him to collapse. Jongwon freaks out, asking what Bitan used. Bitan explains it's something Hyunshin gave him, saying Songyun will wake up in about 2 hours. Jongwon then asks Bitan if he could make Songyun dream about having fun with his dad. Meanwhile, Hyunshin and Siwon are locked in an intense battle, with Ina watching from the corner. She tries to get closer to Siwon, but he attacks her with ground spears. Hyunshin quickly breaks them, protecting Ina. Siwon counters with a knife sword, but Ina neutralizes it. Realizing he needs to change tactics, Siwon makes the hotel walls and ceiling disappear just as Muan arrives. Siwon asks about his guys, and Muan cryptically replies he'll find out soon. Siwon then attacks Muan with a floor tile, temporarily blinding him. Jaeyoon tries to attack Siwon but misses, getting hit in the throat. Muan manages to stop Siwon's movement, but Siwon snaps his fingers, causing chaos with flying stones and glass. Suddenly, everything stops as Ina uses her powers against Siwon. Muan's surprised, thinking Ina neutralized Siwon's power, but Siwon realizes his attack was just stopped midway. He turns to Hyunshin, wondering if he blocked the powers. Hyunshin and Siwon have an intense stare-down, surrounded by swirling red flames. Jaeyoon observes that Hyunshin's holding his own, but is exhausted. He's afraid to intervene, worried it might mess up Hyunshin's focus. Muan, blinded by blood from a head wound, can't do much either. Suddenly, Siwon releases his powers, revealing he's been holding back. He tries to attack Hyunshin and Ina, but nothing happens. Hyunshin takes advantage, punching Siwon and knocking him down. He reminds Siwon about the battle of imagination, saying he just needs to stop Siwon before his imagination becomes real. Ina approaches, ready to erase Siwon's memories. Siwon expresses disappointment at their parting, asking if Ina will remember him. She dismisses him as forgettable. As Ina tries to wipe Shiwon's memories, the ground starts cracking. It turns out Shiwon planted explosives in the building as a backup plan. The floor begins to collapse, with Shiwon saying it's a pity, but this is really the end, bidding them goodbye for now. Hyunshin yells for Ina to grab his hand, but she's determined not to let Shiwon escape. She jumps in, falling with Shiwon. As they plummet, Ina tells Shiwon he'll lose his memories if he defends against her powers. She adds that even a Lucifer won't heal instantly from such a fall, declaring their victory. Above, Hyunshin watches in shock, deaf to Jaeyoon's attempts to communicate. All he can think about is losing Ina again, despite his best efforts. The scene reminds him of his sister's fall, bringing tears to his eyes. As they fall, Shiwon admits to Ina that she's truly remarkable. Then they crash. Muan and the others rush down, frantically searching the rubble. Muan yells Ina's name, ignoring Jaeyoon's attempts to calm him. Suddenly, Ina appears, neutralizing the wall Shiwon had created to protect her. Muan, relieved but angry, starts scolding her for her reckless behavior. Meanwhile, Jaeyoon ponders why Shiwon would protect Ina. Hyunshin interrupts Muyeon's rant, embracing Ina. She apologizes, and he suggests they go home. Later, Jaeyoon informs Hyunshin that Shiwon likely left the human realm, and his followers are either dead or fled. Hyunshin, watching Ina with Muyeon, confides in Jaeyoon about his realization that self-sacrifice for love isn't always the answer, as Ina's actions hurt him deeply. He wonders if Ina would feel the same. Before Jaeyoon can respond, Jongwon arrives on an Adon, frantically seeking help. He leads them to Bitan, who's lying next to Sungyeon. Hyunshin reminds Jongwon of his earlier threat, but Jongwon awkwardly explains his complicated family situation. Hyunshin wakes Bitan, helping him up and declaring it's time to go home. Hours later, Sungyeon wakes up in a car outside the collapsed Paradise Hotel, surrounded by curious onlookers and police. He panics, calling for Shiwon, then notices he's holding a lollipop. He looks at it, whispering, "Father?" Days pass and it's Hyunshin and Ina's wedding day. Hyunshin, in a tux, tries to enter Ina's room, but she stops him, saying he can't see her in her dress yet. He pauses, wanting to discuss demon taboos before the ceremony. He begins explaining the consequences of demon-human love, but Ina interrupts, assuring him she'll protect both him and their unborn child. This revelation stuns Hyunshin. Outside, the guys prepare for the wedding, excited about Ina's pregnancy. As Ina walks down the aisle, Hyunshin reflects on their first meeting and how she's completely won him over. The guys admire her beauty, with Jongwon comparing her to a princess. During the ceremony, officiated by Jaeyoon, Hyunshin mentally vows to love and protect Ina forever, despite all obstacles. After the vows, the celebration begins. Juhan gives Ina a baby shoe as a gift, hoping their daughter will resemble her. Jaeyoon reveals a homemade cake, and Muyeon playfully smears icing on Ina's face. As she chases him, she trips, but Hyunshin catches her. She thanks him, calling him husband for the first time, and they kiss. Years later, in the depths of hell, Hyunshin stands before the ruler, who recognizes him as Lee Sint's child. The ruler questions why the Earth-born child has come to him. Meanwhile, on Earth, Ina lies unconscious, her fate uncertain. Sumi, a little girl, arrives in a quiet, picturesque village. She gazes out the car window, her eyes wide with surprise, as her parents casually mention this is their new home. Outside, she spots a stunning house, and inside that very house, a curious little boy watches her car drive by. The village, called Goop, isn't far from Seoul and is known for its fresh air and clean water. It's a peaceful escape where wealthy 30 and 40-somethings retreat after city life wears them out. But Gayup has a bit of a mystery, a group of people with strange rumors swirling around them. They showed up out of nowhere, built the fanciest mansion in town, and then opened an alternative school with top-notch facilities. Naturally, this grabbed everyone's attention. What really had people talking, though, was the fact that this mysterious group consisted entirely of ridiculously handsome young men. Everyone in town couldn't stop gossiping about how good-looking they were, but they barely interacted with anyone, even though they did so much for the community. Their aloofness only fueled the town's curiosity, with whispers flying around that these men might not even be human. Inside the grand mansion, Ju Ina lies fast asleep while Juhan sits by her side. He glances at her fondly, commenting how she's always been terrible at waking up early since she was little. Running his fingers gently through her hair, he murmurs, asking if she's sleeping peacefully without nightmares. But there's something unusual about Ina. She's been asleep for 4 years straight. Yuhan quietly reflects that when Ina became pregnant, she held the full powers of a complete devil. Ina was breathtakingly beautiful, so radiant and strong that Hyunshin couldn't help but be captivated by her. But her transformation didn't last. The moment she gave birth to Yura, her body started to lose its devil power, reverting back to human form. What shocked everyone, though, was that she wasn't done. Ina was carrying twins. Giving birth to one devil child was already pushing the limits of a human body. But two? It was almost impossible. Ina had broken the ultimate taboo, having a child as a human with a devil. During the birth, she had to use her powers to shield Hyunshin from being destroyed, even as she endured the unimaginable strain. The birth was so difficult that they had to make a heartbreaking decision: save Ina or the baby. Hyunshin, torn and desperate, wanted to choose Ina. But Ina, with tears in her eyes, held his hand, smiled, and silently chose the baby. She whispered for him to take care of the twins. Yuyan, the second baby, was born, and Hyunshin survived. But Ina didn't wake up. She wasn't dead, yet she wasn't alive, trapped in a comatose state. After that, Hyunshin spiraled. He couldn't even look at the twins. For days, he locked himself away, barely existing. Then one day, he emerged, determined. He announced he was going to hell to meet Perion and left, promising to bring Ina back. Before leaving, he told Yuhan to take care of everything. Yuhan, heart heavy, could only hope Hyunshin would succeed. The house felt unbearably quiet without Ina. Everyone missed her. Just as Yuhan sits by Ina's side reminiscing, her twins burst into the room. Fiery Yura immediately demands to know why Juhan was talking to her mother alone. Yuhyun, calmer and more composed, tries to explain that he had told her to stay back, but Yura cut him off, calling it unfair. Juhan smiles and apologizes to Yura, reassuring her. As he follows the kids out of the room, Yuhyun mentions seeing a car in the village he'd never seen before. Juhan guesses it was probably a new family moving in, with a child about their age. That thought lit up Yuhyun's face with excitement. The next day, Sumi starts her first day at the school. The teacher introduces her to the class and tells her to sit in an empty seat. As Sumi makes her way to the seat, she notices Yura sitting nearby and immediately thinks Yura looks as pretty as a princess. Unable to stop staring, Sumi is caught off guard when Yura snaps at her, asking, "What are you looking at?" Embarrassed, Sumi quickly apologizes, blushing furiously as she realizes she couldn't take her eyes off Yura, which only makes her feel even more awkward. Just then, Yuhyun walks into the classroom. He spots Sumi awkwardly standing by the seat next to Yura. Meanwhile, Sumi is internally panicking, thinking that Yura must already hate her, and that thought makes her want to disappear. As Yuhyun approaches, Sumi is struck by how incredibly handsome he is. Calmly, he tells her that the seat she's standing by belongs to him and her own is at the opposite side. He gently takes her hand and leads her to it, sending her heart racing. Watching this, Yura slams her hand down on the desk in frustration. Furious, she marches straight to the director's office, where the guys are in the middle of a meeting with the principal. She bursts into the room without hesitation. They calmly ask her why she isn't in class. Yura's eyes flash red, startling even them, and Muan and Juhan quickly dismiss the principal, and Beaton shuts the door behind him. Once alone, the guys focus on Yura, whose power is emanating from her. Yura glares at them, demanding to know who allowed the new transfer student to enroll. Muan and Jaeyoon immediately deny having anything to do with it, which only makes her angrier. The whole place starts to shake, and things start falling off the shelves. Muan uses his powers to make the stuff float and says that someone should calm Yura down. Right on cue, Yuhyun enters the room calling Yura's name firmly, which stops her. He sighs, telling her that she said she was just going to the restroom, but he knew she'd end up here. He calmly asks Yura if her anger is because he held Sumi's hand, and the rest of the guys finally realize what's going on. He tells Yura they should go back to class and points out how uncomfortable she's making the uncles. Yura, still fuming, refuses, saying that if she returns, they'll just hold the human girl's hand again. In response, Yuyeon takes her hand and assures her he told her he washed it on his way there. Then, without giving her a chance to argue, he starts leading her back to class. Once they're gone, Muan breathes a sigh of relief, commenting on how Yura clearly inherited her father's fiery temper. He reminds the others that the school was built because Yura wanted to attend one. But her jealousy flares whenever Yuyeon so much as glances at another girl. He notes how her Lucifer powers have been growing more active recently. She is the first female Lucifer since Lilith was destroyed, which is why the guys moved to the quiet village in the first place. Muan admits things are progressing as expected, but there's a growing sense they might need to leave sooner than planned. Jongwon chimes in, pointing out that Suyeon still hasn't shown any sign of powers yet. Juhan suggests they simply haven't caught him using them, but Muan disagrees, saying they've been keeping a close eye on him since birth. He speculates Yuyeon might be a new kind of devil, with abilities they aren't able to recognize. The meeting wraps up with Muan instructing everyone to report anything they notice about Yuyeon's powers, no matter how small. After the others leave, Muan remains alone in the office, letting out a heavy sigh. Speaking to the absent Hyunshin, he admits he isn't sure if they're handling things the right way. Meanwhile, as the twins reach their classroom, Soohyun tells Yura to go in first, promising he'll join her shortly. Annoyed, she grumbles but listens, telling him not to take too long. Once she's gone, Yuhyun pauses by the window and notices a dead bird lying on the street. His eyes change color, not to the usual red associated with devils, but a swirling blend of purple, pink, and blue. The bird stirs, comes back to life, and flies off into the sky. Watching it go, Yuhyun smiles faintly. The next morning, Juhan helps Yura get ready for school, complimenting her on how everything suits her perfectly. He wonders if it's because she takes after her mother. Jongwon calls out from another room, reminding them they're going to be late, while Jaeyoon tells the twins to say goodbye to their mother before leaving. Yura dashes into Ina's room and hugs her sleeping mother tightly. Soohyun stands nearby with Jaeyoon, quietly watching. Soohyun asks Jaeyoon about his father's promise to bring back medicine to wake their mother and wonders when he'll return. Before Jaeyoon can come up with a response, Soohyun quickly apologizes for asking such an odd question. Then, he hands Jaeyoon a piece of paper, asking him to get the items written on it before leaving for school with Yura. Later that day, as Jaeyoon walks through the school hallway, a teacher stops him to praise his work as the school's nutritionist. Jaeyoon reflects on how it's already been 4 years since they settled in Ga-Up. With Ina still sleeping and Hyunshin gone, the responsibility of protecting the kids has fallen entirely on them. Afterward, Jaeyoon heads to Muyeon's office. The moment Muyeon sees him, his first question is whether something has happened to the kids. Jaeyoon reassures him that everything is fine and casually offers him a cup of coffee. As they sip their drinks, they examine the list Yuyeon had handed to Jaeyoon. The list contains book titles on topics like human anatomy and humanities, all centered on human life. Jaeyoon comments on how curious Yuyeon has always been, while Muyeon crushes his empty coffee cup with his powers, noting that, unlike Yura, Yuyeon is quiet and less expressive. Still, he seems to have a particular interest in humans. Tossing the crushed cup into the trash, Muyeon starts to theorize about Yuyeon possibly falling in love with a human, but quickly cuts himself off, loudly dismissing the idea as ridiculous. Jaeyoon, unfazed, points out that there are still too many unanswered questions about Yuyeon. They still don't know what kind of devil he is or the extent of his powers. It is unusual for devils to share a mother, but Yura and Soohyun being twins defies that rule. Jaeyoon points out that if Soohyun had been born first, both Ina and Yura could have been in serious danger. He wonders if the events surrounding the twins' birth are connected to Soohyun's mysterious powers. The real question is how Soohyun managed to keep them safe that day. Jaeyoon stresses that whatever they're missing, they need to figure it out to protect the kids. Their conversation is cut short when Yuhan and Jongwon burst into the office, asking if they've seen Yuhyun. Muyeon and Jaeyoon casually mention that he's in class, but Jongwon immediately yells that Yuhyun has disappeared. Later, Yura corners a crying Sumi, demanding to know where her brother went, while Muan and Bitan watch silently. Yura grabs Sumi by the shoulders, saying that she said she was with Yuyan a moment ago, and asks her what she did to her brother. Sumi, sobbing, insists that Yuyan was with her just a moment ago before he suddenly vanished. Furious, Yura's eyes glow red as she threatens Sumi, saying she'll pay if anything happens to her brother. Turning to her uncles, she snaps at them to stop standing around and go find him. The group splits up to search for Yuyan. Muyan and Bitan scour the school, Juhan and Jongwon look outside the school grounds, and Jaeyoon drives home to check there. On the way, Jaeyoon calculates that it would be impossible for Yuyan to reach the house in the short time since he disappeared, as it takes 10 minutes to drive from the school to the house. However, when he arrives, he sees Yuyan's shoes by the door. Alarmed, he begins searching the entire house. Meanwhile, Yuyan dreams of being with his mother. He wakes when someone calls his name and finds his uncles surrounding him. Jungwon immediately hugs him, saying they searched everywhere for him. Muyan scolds him for disappearing without telling anyone, to which Yuyan apologizes. Calming down, Muyan asks if he got a ride home with a teacher, but Yuyan surprises them all by saying he walked home. Jaeyoon reminds Yuyan of their rule to tell them about anything unusual and explains that this situation definitely qualifies as weird. Outside, Yura sulks, grumbling to herself about how Yuyan and her uncles are talking in private without her, even though she was the most worried. Just then, someone approaches her, asking why she's outside alone. She looks up at the man, confused, and asks who he is. Hyunshin smiles and replies, "I'm your father." Back inside the house, Yuhyun is told to explain everything from the beginning. Slowly, he reveals that his powers first emerged when he was just learning to walk and talk. It had been sudden and overwhelming. He explains that when his powers activate, the world stops. People, animals, everything stops moving except for him. At first, things would resume after only a few minutes, but over the years, the pauses grew longer, lasting up to 5 hours now. Muyan asks what he does during those frozen moments, and Yuhyun quietly admits that he spends them with his mother. During that time, he could sit by her side without interruptions, not even from Yura. Jaeyoon shifts the focus, asking what happened with Sumi earlier. Yuhyun stiffens at the question, and Juhan jumps in, defending him, saying Yuhyun was probably just as confused as they were. Jaeyoon, however, stands firm, pointing out that Yuhyun was unlike any devil they have encountered before. They need to understand how his powers work, how far they extend, and if there are any limits. Until they know, they can't afford to be confused. Yuhyun hesitates before recounting what happened with Sumi. She had thanked him for helping her find her sit and asked why he had brought her outside. He'd responded honestly, saying he found her interesting, which had left her flustered. When she looked away and called herself ugly, he told her that her voice was lovely. Curious, he asked her to say his name. When she did, Yuhyun closed his eyes, imagining it was his mother speaking instead. Sumi, noticing something was off, touched his hand and asked if he was okay. He opened his eyes and told her her voice was even better than he thought. Then he intertwined their fingers and kissed her hand, leaving her shocked. When he opened his eyes again, the world had frozen. In the present, Yuhyun confesses that all he wanted was to hear his mother's voice, even if just once. Suddenly, Hyunshin says that he should hear it since she is his mother, surprising everyone. Hyunshin, who is holding his daughter, tells his son that his mother has a voice as beautiful as her face, before putting Yura down. Later, Hyunshin stands alone beside Ina's still, sleeping form. Hell was a place full of heat in the air and on the ground. If someone who is unfamiliar with the place goes there, they would not be able to breathe. However, it wasn't hard for Hyunshin to adapt, because being without Ina was much more painful for him. He tells Ina that he is back. When Hyunshin comes out of Ina's room, the guys just stare at him, not saying a word. He asks Bitan about Ina's condition, and Bitan explains that it isn't good. Her consciousness was slowly fading from the long sleep. Juhan asks if Hyunshin had met Peryeon, and the guys wait for him to reply expectantly. When Hyunshin confirms that he had, Muyan reacts in shock. Seeing Peryeon was easy because of Bitan, as Bitan's family were the only devils who stayed by Peryeon's son when he was asleep. Jongwon asks about the medicine, and Hyunshin shows them a red pill, saying that it would wake Ina up, but only for a short period before she would fall back into a deep sleep for 8 days. Jaeyoon, confused, comments that with Perion's powers, waking Ina should have been easy, and that Perion made the medicine this way on purpose. Hyunshin asks them if they aren't curious why it took him 4 years to come back. After Hyunshin left for Hell, he had purposely revealed he was Lee Sint's son, which caught Perion's interest, and Perion requested to see him first. The moment Hyunshin saw Perion, he realized that everything in Hell came from Perion. Perion spoke first about keeping Hell on the line, and asked Hyunshin why was there. When Hyunshin explained the reason he was there, Perion said he would give him an offer. He gave Hyunshin the medicine to wake Ina up, saying it is very addictive, so once the person starts taking it, they have to keep taking it. Then he told Hyunshin that he would give him as much medicine as he stays in Hell. A day in Hell equals 6 months in the human world, so Hyunshin should stay as long as he wants Ina to stay awake. He added that Hyunshin might come to like Hell. Muan, frustrated, slams his hand on the wall, saying that Perion is just trying to get Hyunshin to stay in Hell. Hyunshin calmly explains that this was the only way to wake Ina until now. He opens a door to reveal Yuhyun. Yuhyun nervously admits he wasn't eavesdropping, he just wanted to see his father's face. Hyunshin reaches out and pulls him into his arms, telling him that from now on, Yuhyun didn't need a reason to see him. He was his son, and that was enough. Later that night, as Yura sleeps peacefully, Yuhyun sits on his father's legs, the two having a quiet conversation. Yuhyun tells Hyunshin that the uncles said that if he came back, his mother might wake up. Hyunshin confirms but adds that it wouldn't be happening just yet. He then asks Yuhyun if the thing he said about the world stopping is true. Yuhyun's little heart beats faster, and he says yes when Hyunshin prompts him to answer. Hyunshin thinks that Yuhyun is freezing time. He asks Yuhyun if they shall make a bet, and says that if he wins, he will let him meet his mother. He conjures a complicated-looking object and asks Yuhyun to memorize it. After Yuhyun did so, Hyunshin breaks the object into pieces and places them in a bag, telling Yuhyun that if time stopped again, he should play with the pieces. If he can put the object back together as it was, he would win the bet. Yuhyun asks Hyunshin if he is not afraid of him, as his kind has never existed. Hyunshin tells him no, and that he is much like Ina and kisses him. He tells Yuhyun to work hard at solving the problem, and he really wants to introduce him and Yura to their mom. The next day, as Juhan gets Yura ready for school, she says she doesn't want to go, but her excitement grows the moment Hyunshin walks into the room. Yura eagerly runs into his arms, and Hyunshin asks Juhan if the bag he is holding belongs to Yura. When Juhan confirms that it is, Hyunshin says that he would drop the kids off at school instead of Jongwon, who usually takes the twins to school, much to Yura's delight. When they get to school as they leave the car, Hyunshin stops Yuhyun and asks him if he remembers the bet, and Yuhyun says yes. During class, Yuhyun can't help but focus on the bag sitting on his desk, which contains the pieces of the object from the bet. He knows that the moment time stops is when the challenge would begin. He has never stopped time on his own before, and the thought both intrigues and unsettles him. As he ponders this, Sumi slips him a note, asking where he had been the day before. Yuhyun responds by writing back, asking if she had ever wanted to stop time. She writes back to him saying she doesn't know, and asks him if he ever wanted to. As she slips the paper to him, the teacher catches her and asks her what he is doing. Before Sumi can explain, Yuhyun suddenly grabs her hand and says, "Now." His eyes changes color, and he wishes for time to stop. In an instant, the world freezes. Yuhyun, feeling the thrill of his newfound control, pours the pieces of the object onto his desk, thinking that there is nothing in the world that has been through a process. All he needs is a piece that remembers what it used to be like when it was whole. He closes his eyes and tries to turn it back. He sees himself when he was in the womb, and also sees Yura. He had thought that she just came to be, and if he left her alone, she would die. So he wished that Yura would grow up quickly, which she did. Yuhyun looks at a piece of the obstacles and wonders if he should just wish for it to be whole. He tells the pieces to go back, and they magically fuse together and become whole again. However, he isn't what he wants. He breaks it again, saying that it was formed back from his memories. It didn't go back to its real form. He picks up the big piece and clenches it in his hand so tightly that he starts to bleed, while telling it to show him its memories. A bright light shines, and Yuhyun sees the process of how the object was made. When the memory ends, he looks at his hand and sees that the object is now in powder form, which makes him smile proudly at himself. Meanwhile, Hyunshin sits by Ina's side for hours, his presence a constant in the room, watching over her as she remained in a deep sleep. Jaeyoon enters the room, saying he heard about the bet. He continues by saying that Yuhyun hasn't even had his awakening yet. He misses his mother more than anyone, but he doesn't show it, and asks how Hyunshin could bet on something like that with him. Hyunshin replies that he had to become Ina was still asleep and alone. He also says that he is scared that so much time will pass that they will become just hazy memories to each other. Jaeyoon says Hyunshin is struggling the most out of all of them, but Yuhyun is his son, and asks him if thought about how discouraged Yuhyun will be if he fails. Just then, they hear the sound of Yuhyun entering the house and makes his way to Ina's room. Jaeyoon greets him, asking where Yura is, to which Yuhyun responds that she is out in town with the other uncles. He then brings up the bet. Hyunshin immediately tells Yuhyun that he doesn't have to worry about the bet, and that no matter what happened, he would make sure Ina would wake up. But to their shock, Yuhyun reveals that he had already completed the task. He shows them the object, saying he turned it back until it was powder. Jaeyoon realizes this means Yuhyun has undergone his awakening, and wonders why Yuhyun appeared the same as always. Yuhyun explains that with his powers, he could see the memories of anything he touched, whether from the past or future. He also mentions that if he closes a point in time, the object returned to the state it was in during that time. Jaeyoon thinks that Yuhyun's powers is time, and wonders how that is possible. Hyunshin taps Yuhyun on the head, acknowledging that he had won the bet, and says that they should try to wake Ina up. He makes a cup of water magically appear and puts the pill in his mouth. He adds the water in his mouth and feeds the medicine to Ina through his mouth. After a few seconds, Ina's hand moves and she opens her eyes. Hyunshin asks her how she is feeling, and she says amazing. The room is filled with stunned silence as the guys arrive, seeing Ina awake for the first time. Yura excitedly runs into Ina's arms, asking if she'll stay awake now. Ina reassures her, saying that she will only sleep for a little while from then on. Holding her daughter close, she begins talking with the guys, but Yuhyun stays quiet in the corner, watching. Hyunshin notices and tells him to go say hello to his mother. Shy and uncertain, Yuhyun approaches, but before he can introduce himself, Ina calls his name. Her voice is exactly as he imagined. She invites him to come closer, smiling warmly and telling him that she's always wanted to meet him like this. She adds that he's a lot like Beaton said. Yuhyun shyly compliments her voice, and Ina apologizes to her children for making them feel lonely. Holding them, she promises that she will be with them from now on. Energized by the moment, she decides to make a meal for her children, but as she stands, she wobbles and almost falls. Hyunshin catches her, telling her to think about her body and rest. He insists she's been through a lot, and despite Ina protesting that she's fine, he asks the others to leave so she can recover. Hyunshin asks if she wants him to force her to lie down, to which she agrees. He gently sends the kids out as well, though Yura is reluctant to leave. As they walk out, Yuhyun turns to Ina and asks if she's sick now that she's human. She smiles, admitting that it must be so as she was born between a devil and a human. Then Yuhyun asks her if she won't be sick anymore if she becomes a devil. Before she can answer, he tells her not to mind and she should rest. Later, when Hyunshin checks on Ina, he finds her moving around instead of resting. He asks her why she isn't lying down, and she tells him she has been lying down. He shows her a small box, saying it's a present for her waking up. Ina asks what's inside, and Hyunshin explains that it's a flash drive with videos of Yura and Yuhyun. Earlier, Beaton had given him the box, saying he didn't think it would be comfortable to watch it together, so Hyunshin should watch it first. Ina asks if the videos were taken by him, and Hyunshin lies, saying yes, avoiding her gaze. He then suggests they watch it together. The video begins with footage of the twins' nursery, and Ina comments on how Hyunshin decorated it just as they had planned. As the video continues, Ina begins to cry. Hyunshin offers to stop, but she refuses, determined not to miss a single moment of her children's lives. Meanwhile, Juhan watches them for a while. He calls the twins and asks them not to tell Ina that their father was away. Yura asks why, and Juhan explains that if Ina finds out, she'll be sad if she finds out that their father wasn't there for them, so the twins agree to keep it a secret. Suddenly, they hear noise from the room, and when Juhan goes to check, he finds Ina angry while Hyunshin tries to calm her down, explaining that it only happened once. When Juhan asks what happened, Ina yells that he fed her children ramyeon, scaring Juhan, who quickly explains that Yura wanted it and Jaeyoon made it with expensive ingredients. Determined to make up for it, Ina decides to cook for the children. As she heads to the kitchen, Hyunshin follows her, reminding her that her human body can't handle the same strain as her devil body, and she needs to rest more. The other guys agree. Ina turns to them, asking why none of them took turns filming and why her husband isn't in any of the videos. She adds that she wanted to see her children with him. Muan quickly lies, claiming that they wanted to film, but Hyunshin insisted on doing it himself, which Ina believes. However, Jongwon unintentionally ruins the moment by nervously blurting out that Hyunshin was always around. He starts rambling about how Hyunshin is constantly in the house, which prompts Bitan to tell him to shut up. Ina starts to get suspicious, but before she can dwell on it further, Yura, dressed in a cute apron and scarf, excitedly asks if they can cook together. This distraction shifts Ina's attention back to her daughter. Meanwhile, Muan secretly gives Juhan, who had dressed Yura, a thumbs up. Ina asks Hyunshin if he knows the ingredients for the dish she wants to make and tells him to handle it. Hyunshin shoots Jaeyoon a dangerous look, and Jun quickly rattles off the ingredients. As Ina and Yura cook together, Muyeon comments that they didn't let Yura do much in the kitchen before, but it's different for mothers. While Ina is slicing onions, she accidentally cuts her hand. The guys rush to her side, fussing over her, while Yuyeon watches from a distance. He thinks to himself that humans are fragile, they get hurt easily and die quickly, which is why his father and uncles make such a big deal when it comes to his mother. He tells himself that he has to turn his mom into a devil, but to do that... Meanwhile, outside the house, Sumi stands in front of Yuyeon's home. Just as she's about to ring the bell, Yuyeon walks out. She apologizes for showing up unexpectedly and says she has something to ask him. Yuyeon smiles, thinking that he needs her. Yuyeon takes Sumi's hand and begins running, asking her what she wanted to ask him. She tells him that he had mentioned wanting to stop time, and she's curious about what he meant. He leads her to a secluded spot, guiding her to a bench. She sits down and asks why he brought her there. Yuyeon looks at her and teases, asking if she came all the way to his house just to ask about him wanting to stop time. She blushes, looking away. Then, he asks her if it's okay for him to touch her. His words shock her. Without waiting for an answer, he gently places his hand over her eyes and bites his finger until it bleeds, then presses it to Sumi's hand, causing her to flinch. He tells her to stay still, and his eyes start to scan her memories. He finds a vast amount of information, her memories far more detailed than those of the object he once touched. He sees a memory of her father cutting her hair and comments that she looks just like him. He continues to delve deeper into her memories, and then he does what he wants to do. Sumi asks, puzzled, how long they have to stay like this, saying she needs to go home soon. Yuyeon takes his hand off her face, checking to see if she's okay. He smiles proudly, thinking to himself that he's done it, whatever it was that he had intended to do. He watches Sumi, whose face has changed. Sumi, now noticing his bleeding finger, starts to panic, urging him to go to the hospital. But Yuyeon hugs her, surprising her, and whispers that she looks even prettier when she resembles her father. As he speaks, Sumi's face returns to normal. As Yuyeon is about to sneak back into the house, Hyunshin catches him, his expression filled with concern. He warns Yuyeon that if he had been even a second later, he would have searched the whole neighborhood. Hyunshin then asks where he was. Yuyeon tells Hyunshin that he saw the memories of a girl in his class, surprising Hyunshin. He tells Hyunshin that he needed to conduct an experiment, explaining that his ability to read memories seems to be activated through blood. He explains that he touched Sumi's hand, read her memories, and even managed to change her face to resemble her mother's. However, Yuhyun says he can't create anything that isn't already there. He continues, revealing that if there is any trace of devil blood in his mother, he might be able to bring it out. Hyunshin, shocked by his son's words, asks what he means. Yuyeon then asks his father. He asks his father what if he can make his mom into a devil, shocking Hyunshin. Later that night, things begin to heat up between Ina and Hyunshin, but just as the moment seems to be building, Ina suddenly pulls away. She murmurs that she can't believe she's finally awake. Hyunshin, pulling her closer, smiles and says they should check to see if she truly is awake. Ina blushes and tries to pull back slightly, saying the kids are still outside. But Hyunshin doesn't care. He has waited for this moment for far too long. Ina then asks if she's human again. When Hyunshin confirms that she is, she reflects on everything that happened while she was asleep. She says that she was only asleep for 4 years, but in that time the kids grew so much. Every day now feels precious to her, and she knows that to the kids, she must seem to be growing old too quickly. She looks at Hyunshin, a tender expression on her face, and tells him there's something she wants him to do for her, to take care of the children when she isn't there. Hyunshin, his thoughts swirling, remembers the conversation he had with Yuhyun about turning Ina into a devil. He hadn't been able to give an answer, not wanting to use an untested power on Ina. But seeing her now, he realizes that he can't bear the thought of losing her. He knows what he must do. With conviction in his voice, he tells her to become a devil, surprising her completely. Hyunshin tells Ina that Yura is the last remaining female Lucifer, and that Yuyeon is a new race. If other Lucifers find out about them, they won't leave them alone. Ina listens carefully and asks how she's going to become a devil. Hyunshin tells her that Yuyeon's power is time. He can make her young forever, and if necessary, make her a devil forever. Hyunshin looks at her seriously, adding that she made Yuyeon, and Ina agrees, and she tells him that she made Yuyeon with him. He stresses that in order to protect their special children, they need the last Belphegor, and for that, he needs her. He tells her that he'll give her 5 days to take care of all her human affairs before they proceed. The next day, the group gathers in the sitting room, Yuhyun included. Hyunshin hands him Jungwon's cat and instructs him to change its fur color to match its mother's. Juhan, sensing the tension, starts to tell Yuhyun not to feel pressured, but Yuhyun, determined, assures them he'll do it. Muan, surprised, asks if Yuhyun plans to do it right now. Without another word, Yuhyun stabs his hand, causing the others to flinch at the sight. Hyunshin remains neutral, though he grips the arm of the sofa tightly, a sign of his own rising tension. As Yuhyun begins his work, Jaeyoon starts timing him. Within seconds, the cat's fur changes, leaving Jaeyoon wide-eyed in disbelief. He's shocked by how quickly it happened. Hyunshin, undeterred, instructs Yuhyun to change the color of the cat's eyes to match its father's. Yuhyun performs the task even faster than before, explaining that it's easier for him to change something he's already seen in the past. Jaeyoon thinks that Yuyeon's power is completed by combining his imagination with the flow of time, and it is invoked through touch. He also thinks that Yuyeon's power is the combination of Ina's defiance and Hyunshin's imagination, and his ability allows him to dominate a world beyond reality that cannot be seen and make that become reality. Jaeyoon starts to understand how Ina became a full devil during her pregnancy, but a sense of unease settles in him as he wonders what would happen if Perion were to find out about Yuyeon's power. Hyunshin, however, remains calm, suggesting they wait a little longer to observe the results. Muan, ever curious, asks why they should wait. Hyunshin simply replies that they need to see how the cat fares after 5 days, wanting to ensure that everything remains stable before moving forward with their plans. Later, Yura walks past Yuyeon without acknowledging him. He calls out, asking if she's really not going to talk to him anymore. In response, she yells at him, questioning if he loves humans that much, referring Sumi. Yu-Yun calmly tells her that everything he's doing is for their mother, and he asks her if she wouldn't want their mother to become a devil. Confused, Yura demands to know what he's talking about. He explains that with his powers, he can make their mother a devil, but in order to do so, he needed to experiment on a human. When she asks if his powers have awakened, Yu-Yun simply says that time is his power. She asks him to speed up her own awakening so that she can protect herself. Yu-Yun bites his finger to make himself bleed, startling her, and then begins. However, instead of speeding up her awakening, he slows it down. She asks him why, and he explains that she needs time for her awakening to come as slowly as possible. In Yu-Yun's mind, if Yura awakens too soon, she will have to go through the coming-of-age ceremony with other Lucifers. By slowing it down, he believes he is protecting her. He tells her that when the time is safe, they should awaken together, and Yura agrees. She then asks him if he will have any reason to see that human, Sumi, once their mother becomes a devil. Yu-Yun confirms that he won't, and Yura, with a small smile, expresses her wish for their mother to become a devil as soon as possible. Later, Ina deletes her social media accounts. She then asks Juhan about her grandmother and expresses a desire to see her, and Juhan's face falls. Soon after, Ina arrives at the hospital where her grandmother is admitted. When Ina enters her grandmother's room, the elderly woman asks her who she is, and Ina's heart breaks. Juhan had previously told Ina that her grandmother was diagnosed with dementia 3 years ago. He had told her that while Ina was asleep, he explained that she had been overseas, which made it difficult for them to stay in contact. Despite that, Ina's grandmother had continued trying to reach out to her. Ina breaks down in tears, feeling guilty, and Hyunshin gently leads her out of the room, telling the children to stay with their great-grandmother. Once outside, Hyunshin comforts Ina, who says she looks like a mess. He wipes away her tears, reassuring her that she looks perfect, and suggests they go back inside to introduce the twins to their great-grandmother. When they return to the room, something unexpected happens. The grandmother, in a moment of clarity, remembers Ina, shocking both her and Hyunshin. Ina, overwhelmed with emotion, runs into her grandmother's arms, tears streaming down her face. Her grandmother, clearly confused, asks why Ina is crying as if they haven't seen each other for years, and wonders why they're in a hospital. She adds that she can't remember anything. As she holds her grandmother tightly, Hyunshin notices blood stains on the elderly woman's shirt and immediately realizes what has happened. It's Yu-Hyun's doing. Hyunshin quickly calls Yu-Hyun, asking him to come outside for a private conversation. Once they're away from the room, Hyunshin demands the truth from his son. Yu-Hyun, looking reluctant, admits that he turned his great-grandmother's time back to 4 years ago. Hyunshin's expression darkens with frustration. He tells his son that fixing her illness isn't the real issue. Even if they fix her, she will only face another disease or accident, and eventually, she will still die because she is human. He stresses that there are some things that shouldn't be meddled with. Yu-Hyun, cutting him off, acknowledges that he understands he shouldn't interfere with human lives. However, he adds that in 2 hours, his great-grandmother will lose her memories again and return to the present. He also mentions that Yu-Hyun told him about the importance of the grandmother to Ina, and that he has seen it for himself. Hyunshin remembers the time he healed Ina's grandmother's heart and thinks to himself, like father, like son. With a sigh, Hyunshin lets his son go, telling him they should return. Back in the hospital room, Ina spends the next 2 hours sharing everything with her grandmother. She tells her about her marriage, introducing the twins as if everything were normal, trying to make the most of the precious time. However, as the 2 hours come to an end, the grandmother's confusion returns. She looks at Ina and asks, once again, who she is. Ina, holding back her tears, softly tells her that she will be back. Hyunshin approaches, concerned, and asks if she's okay. Ina quietly responds that this is enough. As they leave the hospital, Yura suddenly announces that she needs to use the restroom. So Hyunshin tells Ina to get some fresh air while he takes care of the kids. Ina walks toward the exit, but as she passes a man that feels familiar to Hyunshin. Yura rushes to the restroom, and Yu-Hyun, ever protective, follows her. insisting she shouldn't go alone. The man removes his hood, revealing himself as Songyun, Jongwon's son. He waves at Hyunshin, greeting him with a casual eye. It's been a while. Hyunshin's mind races back to when he first encountered Songyun, the time he'd rammed his car into Hyunshin's. Songyun grins and asks if Hyunshin remembers that incident, then suggests they find somewhere private to talk. Hyunshin hesitates, glancing back at the restroom where his children are, but then agrees to follow Songyun. Once they're in a secluded stairwell, Songyun starts to say that today is a warning, but gets cut off when Hyunshin smacks him and pins him to the wall, saying that Songyun must remember how he almost ended his life. He presses his throat tighter, asking how Songyun knew where they were. Songyun reveals it was just a coincidence that he ended up here today. When Hyunshin continues to press him, Songyun finally admits he came to check on Ina's grandmother as part of an order from a certain devil. He's been monitoring Ina's people but didn't expect Hyunshin to be here. He adds that now he doesn't need to look for him anymore. Hyunshin, still unconvinced, repeats the phrase, looking for him, pushing for more information. Songyun says that he is there to warn him that Baal is going after Ina. Confused, Hyunshin asks who Baal is, and Songyun explains that Baal is the fifth Lucifer, born after Shiwan, also known as Rotor. Baal does everything Shiwan does. If he wants something, he'll stop at nothing to get it. He's recently come to the human world after Shiwan, and now he knows about Ina. Songyun has been trying to trace Baal's movements but has been unsuccessful, and this is the first time Baal has stayed out of hell for this long. Songyun turns the conversation back to Hyunshin, asking what he thinks Baal is doing here, and then he says that he is there because Baal was kind enough to send him. As Songyun heads toward the door, he casually asks Hyunshin if he thinks he's the only one in the hospital today. Meanwhile, outside, Ina, unaware of the tense conversation inside, is enjoying some fresh air when she is approached by none other than Shiwan. With a sly smile, he comments that she is as beautiful as ever, sending a chill down her spine. Shiwan stands before Ina, noting her shock at seeing him again. He remarks that she doesn't look too happy to see him. She asks how, and he completes the question by asking, "How do I remember you?" Ina recalls that she wiped his memories while they were falling with her defiance. Shiwan says, as if he read her mind, that he told her that during the 1,000-Year War, he is the one who ended most of the Belphegor's life. They had tried to erase Rotor's memories, but they were eliminated. He comments on her pregnancy, stating that he heard she was expecting, but now sees that there's nothing in her belly. He guesses she must have already given birth. Ina instinctively touches her belly. He wonders aloud if her child is a Lucifer or a new race, like her, which catches Ina off guard. She asks him why he's suddenly so curious, and he explains that he wanted to come earlier, but something was following him, delaying his arrival, and it took him a while to lose it. He says that he didn't have the luxury to look for her until now. She asks him how he knows about the hospital, and Shiwan reveals he has been coming to the hospital in hopes of seeing her from afar, but once he did, he couldn't just stay away. His expression softens as he asks if she was okay during childbirth. Then he makes a comment about how wonderful it would be if they had a child that looked like both of them. His touch on her hair freezes her, and he tells her he can't take it anymore, suggesting she can use her defiance if she wishes, before kissing her. Ina reacts by punching him, but he remains unfazed, questioning why she didn't use her powers. She tries to kick him, but he catches her leg effortlessly and forces her back onto a bench. He pulls out a card and offers it to her, saying that if she ever needs him, he will come without question. He'll be her sword. As he walks away, she demands to know what he wants from this, and without looking back, Shiwan answers, "I want you to want me." At dusk, the group waits nervously, pacing as they wait for Ina, Hyunshin, and the twins to arrive. When Hyunshin finally appears with Ina and the twins sleeping in his arms, the tension breaks, replaced by palpable relief. Jaeyoon immediately asks if they were followed, and Hyunshin explains that he took a longer route to make sure no one was on their trail. Juhan rushes to Ina, concern etched on his face, but she assures him she's fine. Hyunshin hands the twins to Juhan, and then, to everyone's surprise, tells Yuhan to mark them. Hyunshin explains that relying on phones is too risky. They need a safer, more reliable way to stay connected in case something happens. Juhan asks, what if something like what happened the last time happens, referring to the time he was kidnapped and used to lure Ina, and Hyunshin says that they just need to keep him safe too. Later that night, while Ina and the twins sleep soundly, the others gather to discuss their next move. Muan, his expression serious, brings up the idea of moving overseas. He's been thinking about it for a while, researching quiet and isolated places where they might be safe. He believes that now, with everyone together, there's no reason to delay the decision any longer. Jae-yoon disagrees, arguing that moving to a remote location might make them stand out even more. The two of them begin to argue, the tension building with each exchange. Muan yells Shiwon showed himself, and to make things worse, there is Bale. Bale is the most cunning of all the 5 Lucifers, and he literally eats his enemies. He expresses his fear of what might happen if Bale discovers the twins. Hyunshin interrupts, firmly stating that the moment the twins were born, there was no truly safe place left for them. No matter how many devils come after them, running won't solve anything. They have to face the danger head-on. Juhan grins, teasing Muan for wanting to avoid a fight, and Jongwon pumps his fist in the air, telling that they just have to unalive them all, which surprises Muan. However, with newfound determination, Muan yells that they should do it, and that they are going to fight. Days later, everyone gathers around Yuyeon in the living room, including Ina and Yura. It is the day to make Yura a devil. Hyunshin looks at Yuyeon, asking if he's ready. Yuyeon nods confidently, but before they proceed, Hyunshin decides to share something important with him. He tells Yuyeon that he will see something in his mother's memories that he hasn't yet. He tells him that he made his mother into a devil before she fell asleep. Ina tries to stop him, but he continues by saying that Ina turned back into a human after she gave birth, which is why she fell asleep, which shocks Yuhyun. Ina reaches out to her son and hesitates. As Yuhyun drops his head, the weight of his actions and the pain he may have caused his mother fills his mind. Hyunshin tips his chin up, telling him that he hasn't finished yet. He tells Yuyeon that because of what he did, Yura was able to be born, and his mother didn't give up on either of them. She gave herself to save him. It was her choice and not his fault. So now is the time to save his mother. Yuyeon kneels in front of his mother and says he will do it, and he won't mess up. He tells her that she allowed his power to come into the world and asks her how he could hurt her. Yuyeon begins the ritual, biting his finger and initiating the process. 5 minutes pass without any visible change, and Jae-yoon starts to think that it is becoming dangerous. He notices blood dripping from Yuhyun's nose, which causes him to panic. At that moment, Yuhyun opens his eyes and declares that it's done. He assures them he took extra care, ensuring Ina's safety by locking her memories until the very end. Yuhyun then shares an important detail. Ina's mother's name was Isadora, the first devil to go through the coming-of-age ceremony with a male Belphegor created by Perion. That's who he combined Ina to. As Ina begins to glow, the guys can't help but stare, mesmerized by her beauty. It's as though she's become the very image of Isadora, whose beauty once captivated Perion, despite her low status. The room is filled with a new aura as Ina looks at her husband and asks how she looks. Hyunshin grumbles about their son combining such dangerous DNA to create this new version of Ina. Jongwon, however, can't help but smile and says that she looks like a queen. Ina, with a playful smile, admits that she likes that. Ina stretches, feeling lighter after the transformation, which causes Juhan to gulp as he thinks this is really dangerous. Ina notices the silence and asks the guys why they aren't saying anything, and asks Hyunshin what he is thinking. He tells her that if she knew what he was thinking, she'd regret it. What's burning inside him is a strong desire to keep her all to himself, so that no one can lay eyes on her. Yura rushes to Ina, giving her a hug, and notices that they now have the same hair color. Ina smiles and makes her way over to Yuyeon, gently touching his face. Her touch makes him blush, and any remaining fatigue disappears from his body. She tells him that from now on, she will protect him, and that she will make everything that hurts disappear. Ina tells Yuyeon to go rest, but he refuses. He's not done yet. He wants to do for his uncles and father what he did for Ina. He reveals his knowledge about the Lucifer coming-of-age ceremony, explaining that Pyrrhion is the only one who has completed it. Since Lilis's death, the other Lucifers have never been able to undergo it. Hyun wants to combine his father's power with Pyrrhion's, and he believes it's something he can do. Although Hyunshin points out that Hyun was bleeding earlier, Hyun brushes it off, saying he's just not used to it, but will be fine the second time around. He insists he can handle it, and that he can do it for all of them if they let him. Muan watches Hyun, thinking that he is definitely Hyunshin's son, through and through. Juhan points out that Muan and Jaeyoon are the only ones left who haven't had the coming-of-age ceremony. Muan nervously asks if they're seriously going to do this, but Juhan quickly fires back, asking how long he's planning to keep putting it off. Muan, still uneasy, argues that he's fought well without the ceremony. Juhan turns to Hyunshin, awaiting his decision. Hyunshin, after a brief moment of contemplation, tells his son that they'll need a weapon if they're going to fight. He gives Yuyeon permission to proceed, but with one condition. If things get even a little too difficult, Yuyeon is to stop immediately. Yuyeon, without hesitation, says he'll start with Uncle Muan, which catches Muan off guard. Juhan teasingly asks him if he has memories that a kid shouldn't see. And Muan says that there are tons of them as he thinks of all the +19 things he has done. He advises Yuyeon to go through them quickly and, if possible, avoid looking at all. Yuyeon reassures him that he'll pretend he didn't see anything. In an instant, Yuyeon connects Muan with the first mammon. Muyeon's body feels lighter than it ever has before. He lifts a finger, sending the furniture flying with ease. He feels as though he could move mountains. Yuyeon turns to Jaeyoon, and Jaeyoon asks him if he isn't pushing himself too hard. Yuyeon says it is okay, but he has to protect his mother and Yura, which Jaeyoon is ready to do. He finishes Jaeyoon even faster. Jaeyoon's pheromones become so thick that the guys could barely breathe, and they plead with him to turn it down. He even feels much the same lightness Muan feels. Yuyeon then turns his attention to his father, asking him if he trusts him. Hyunshin bluntly replies, no. He acknowledges that he's amazed by Yuyeon's progress, how quickly he's adapting without side effects. He thinks that he doesn't just trust Yuyeon, he is amazed. He reminds Yuyeon that his memories are unlike other devils because he is a Lucifer. He warns him that, while he won't stop him, Yuyeon should stop when it gets too difficult. Despite his father's warnings, Yuyeon begins the process on Hyunshin, but this proves much harder than anything he's done before, even harder than when he worked on Ina. He coughs up blood and his nose starts bleeding. Hyunshin orders him to stop, but Yuyeon refuses. He's determined to see the memories he's after. Hyunshin, watching his son's resolve, wonders why they are so alike. Finally, Yuyeon lets go, saying he wasn't able to see Pyrrhion's memories, but it wasn't a total failure. He managed to combine his father with Pyrrhion and Lily's first son, who died in the 1,000-Year War but went through the coming-of-age ceremony, Valken. Muan says combining Hyunshin with Valken is not fair, and Yuyeon says it is still not enough. He adds that he wasn't even able to touch Pyrrhion's memories and asks Hyunshin to let him see his memories more often while holding Hyunshin's hand. He expresses his desire to hurry up and see Hyunshin combined with Pyrrhion. Hyunshin notices that Yuyeon's hand is trembling, hugs his son tightly, saying he understands. Later that night, Ina steps out of the twins' room after using her defeasance on Yuyeon so that he won't have migraines and exhaustion. She looks around asking Hyunshin where everyone went, and he tells her he sent them away. He shows her Siwon's card and asks if she took another man's number. She explains that Siwon told her to use it if she needed it, and Hyunshin walks toward her, asking if she did. He sniffs her, which makes Ina blush as she wonders if he only gave her his number, and if he touched her. He asks her to tell him where Siwon touched her, and says that he'll cover it. Things start to get intense between them. And he notices that Ina is shy, so he uses his power to turn off the lights in the whole neighborhood so that no one can see or hear them. When they finish, he brings the light back and lies with her. He tells her that he was unsure whether he'd be able to perform the coming-of-age ritual, but now that he has, he and Ina should pretend they did it together. There is no need for all that complicated talk about how they can't have children anymore because they are of different races, or there can be no coming-of-age ceremony between a Lucifer and a Belphegor. He says they should just say they became one and became adults. He then softly says that now she truly belongs to him. The following day at school, Sumi asks Yuhyun how his weekend was, mentioning that she came to his house but was told he was out. Yuhyun apologizes, explaining that Yura doesn't like him talking to her, which stings Sumi deeply. She lowers her head, hurt, and Yuhyun steals a glance at her, seeing her lips tremble. Yura stands up, saying she's going to the bathroom, and Yuhyun grumbles about her always going to the bathroom right before class starts. Sumi, still feeling upset, rests her head on the table just as a new teacher enters the classroom. As the teacher begins introducing himself, Sumi quietly cries, wondering why Yuhyun has started acting this way. Meanwhile, Yuhyun is lost in his own thoughts, blocking out the teacher's words. He's become fairly accustomed to his powers, but there's still a lot of experimenting to do. Right now, he can only control the things he touches, but he wonders if he can expand his scope. Since he can stop time, maybe he could even turn back time itself. Just as his thoughts wander, the teacher calls on him, saying it's his turn to introduce himself. Yuhyun starts to speak but freezes, staring in shock at the teacher's face. For the first time, he realizes who it is, someone he's seen before, in his father's memories. The teacher, who is none other than Baal, looks at him and asks, "Are you the son of Ju Ina?" Later, Hyunshin crashes through the school fence, desperate to rescue his children. He and Ina rush into the sick bay, where Yura is with the others. Hyunshin demands to know who's with his son at the moment. Ina stands her ground and demands that the guys explain everything, making sure nothing is left out. Hyunshin expresses his anger about Baal becoming a teacher at the school, and, even worse, teaching his son's class. Juhan, who was the one responsible for hiring Baal, apologizes, admitting he should have noticed Baal's face earlier. He explains that there was so much going on, particularly with Muan and Jaeyoon leaving the school after the coming-of-age ceremony, that it slipped through the cracks. Yuhan recalls that when he went to check out Baal, who is practically holding the children in the class hostage, Baal pointed at him, and then his neck, which made Juhan realize that Baal knew about the mark he put on Yuhyun. Yuhan tells Ina and Hyunshin that he doesn't believe Baal knows Yuhyun's true identity yet. The only good news is that they were able to confirm Baal's presence in the class before Yura went in, and that was all thanks to Sumi. Earlier, when Baal entered the classroom, he noticed Sumi's head resting on her desk and asked what was wrong. Someone had told him she was ill. In reality, she was replaying Yuhyun's words in her mind and remembering all the moments they'd shared. As she sat there, Yuhyun had slipped a note under her arm, telling her to tell the teacher she was going to the nurse's office. She was to find Yura and tell her not to attend class, and then take Yura to the nurse's office. He also warned her not to look into the teacher's eyes no matter what. Sumi had stolen a glance at Yuhyun and saw his hand shaking as he wrote. Following his instructions, she lied about having a stomachache, keeping her head down the whole time, and Baal allowed her to leave the classroom. In the present, Sumi tugs at Juhan's shirt, her worry evident as she asks if Yuhyun is safe. Hyunshin gives orders to Bitan to clear the building, and tells Juhan to leave the school with Ina and Yura. Jongwon is instructed to go with them as well. However, Ina refuses, determined to go after Baal. Hyunshin tries to reason with her, explaining that Baal is after her, but she counters that he can't go because he's just completed his coming-of-age ceremony, which would only raise suspicion from Baal, and could lead to him finding out about the twins. Ina convinces him to do as she says, her fingers intertwining with his as she stands firm. She tells him to leave with Yura and Juhan while Bitan and Jaeyoon, who is on his way, will evacuate the school. Jongwon should follow her, she adds. When they arrive at the front of the classroom where Baal is, Ina notices Muan and Jaeyoon arriving. She turns to Jongwon, telling him that whatever happens, he should not enter the classroom until she tells him to. He should prioritize Yuyeon's safety above hers. Jongwon hesitates, but after a moment's thought, agrees despite his worry about Hyunshin's reaction. Ina walks into the classroom, halting Bail's lesson with her presence. She introduces herself as Yuhyun's mother, and the students watch in awe. She tells Bail that there's an emergency and she needs to take Yuhyun. Bail looks at her as he remarks that he's only seen her from a distance before, but now she's walking towards him. She smiles at him and tells Yuhyun to stand up. Bail commands Yuhyun in a dangerous voice to not move. He says that once they are in his class, they are not allowed to leave without his permission, and there are no exceptions. He tells Ina that he just can't let her go and that it was hard to get Ina's weak spot, referring to Yuhyun. She tells him that it is rude to call someone's son a weak spot. Jaeun informs Hyunshin that Bae has evacuated the school and he starts to make electricity with his powers. Ina tells Bail that she explodes when she is angry, and right on cue, there is an explosion. Enjoying the drama so far? Comment Ina below if you want to see part 5. Also, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Until next time, ciao.